梁歌制作，最后的微笑，作者蒋光慈。第1章，小蚂蚁被它的同类所欺侮了，还要拼命地抵抗一下。这是在6月的一天晚上，夜幕笼罩的大地异常的乌黑，在天的西北角上。
Production by Jiang Guangci, The Last Smile, author, Jiang Guangci. Chapter 1. The little ant was bullied by his own kind, and he still tried his best to resist. It was one evening in June. The night shrouded the earth and made it unusual. Production by Jiang Guangci, The Last Smile, author, Jiang Guangci. Chapter 1. The little ant was bullied by his own kind, and he still tried his best to resist. It was one evening in June. The night shrouded the earth and made it unusually dark. At the northwest corner of the sky,
时飞射着金色的闪光，也就从那里远远地闻着雷声。天气异常的闷燥，一缕风丝儿都没有。人们都等待大雨的到来，因为天色已给了大雨的征兆了。在城南 C 路的中角，靠近麦田的地方，
Fei shot a golden flash, and heard the thunder from a distance. The weather was unusually dull and dry, with not even a breath of wind. People are waiting for the arrival of heavy rain, because the sky has given signs of heavy rain. At the end of Road C in the south of the city, near the wheat field,
有2间破败的茅屋。茅屋的周围，前边100步之遥是 S 沙场，后边是麦田，左边不远有几座荒虚的坟墓。据与这些坟墓邻近的居民说，这里时常闻着鬼哭，发现鬼火，看起来是异常凄凉的。
There are 2 dilapidated huts. Surrounding the hut, 100 steps in front is the S cotton mill, behind is the wheat field, not far to the left are several tombs in the ruins. According to the residents near these tombs, ghost cries are often heard here and will-o'-wisps are found. See, it was extremely desolate to look up.
右边是一带平房，凡在 S 沙场内做工的工人，差不多都住在这里面。工人们寻不出别的纳凉的方法，如果是天不落雨的时候，他们夜里总是露宿的。每一到晚上，
To the right is a group of bungalows, where almost all the workers who work in S cotton factory live. The workers couldn't find any other way to keep cool. If it wasn't raining, they would always sleep in the open at night. Every night.
除开一部分工人上夜工而外，其余的总是在家里坐在外边乘凉。他们的芭蕉扇与谈笑的声音，遥遥地与沙场内的机器声相应和。今天晚上天气更异常的闷燥。
Except for some workers who work at night, the rest always sit outside at home to enjoy the cool air. Their banana fans and the sound of talking and laughing distantly echo the sound of the machines in the cotton mill. The weather is even more unusually dry tonight.
因之，他们摇动芭蕉扇的声音更要比往日为响亮了。他妈的，今天晚上真热！哎，简直热得活要命。这样热，他们在工厂里做夜工，也不知怎么能受得了啊！不受也要受，你真是说怪话。你看。
Therefore, the sound of them shaking the banana fans was louder than before. Damn it. It's so hot tonight. Oh. It's so hot. It's so hot, even if they work night jobs in factories, they don't know how they can stand it. You have to accept it even if you don't accept it. You are really saying weird things. Look.
西北角正在打闪呢，快要下雨了。全才。王阿贵开除了， 也不知道是哪个弄的鬼。那还有别人吗？不是张金奎是谁个？他妈的！哎，天气真热。这时，当他们说南道北，大家谈笑的当。
It's flashing in the northwest corner and it's going to rain. Well, all-rounder. Wang Ague was fired, and I don't know who did it. Is there anyone else? Who is it if it's not Jiang Guangci? Damn it. Well. It's so hot. At this time, when they were talking about the South and the North, everyone was talking and laughing.
茅屋内的王阿贵正病卧在床上。这两间破败的茅屋在冬天因为四壁招风是异常的寒冷，而在夏天呢，因为阳光的熏蒸又异常的燥热。病在床上的王阿贵。
In the hut, Wang Ague was ill and lying on the bed. These two dilapidated thatched huts are extremely cold in winter because the wind blows from the four walls, and extremely hot in summer because of the fumigation of the sun. Wang Ague is sick in bed.
因为极高度的体温与屋内极燥热的空气联合起来，已经烧到头昏脑乱、神思不清的地步了。今天早晨，他还是如平时一样做上工的预备，并不曾料到要照什么不幸的变动。
Because the combination of the extremely high body temperature and the extremely hot air in the room made me dizzy and confused. This morning he was preparing for work as usual, not expecting any unfortunate change.
但当他一进工厂的大门时，工头矮胖的张金奎即将他喊住，对他说道：“你已经被厂里开除了，你自己做的事情你自己知道，我也不必向你多说了。你要反对什么厂主？”
But as soon as he entered the factory gate, the short and fat foreman Jiang Guangci stopped him and said to him, You have been fired from the factory. You know what you did yourself, and I don't need to tell you more. What kind of factory owner do you want to oppose?
请你到别的厂里去反对去，在我们的厂里，哼哼，对不起，我幸而看着你老子的面上，不愿意叫你多吃苦头，不然的话，哼哼，我报告巡捕房将你捉住，枪毙，你去罢。
Please go to other factories to protest. In our factory, I'm sorry. Fortunately, I look at your father's face and don't want to make you suffer more. Otherwise, I will report it to the patrol room. Catch you and shoot you, just go ahead.
我们这里你是不能再进来的了。王阿贵听了张金奎的这一番话，时而痴呆的将两眼望着张金奎，似乎不明白他所说的是些什么，继而脸色变为惨白，将头慢慢的低下来了。
You can't come in here anymore. After Wang Ague heard what Jiang Guangci said, he looked at Jiang Guangci stupidly, as if he didn't understand what he was talking about. Then his face turned pale and he slowly lowered his head. Yes.
这时阿贵明白了，他明白了张金奎所说的话的意义，他明白了他的一切希望都完结了。这真是如晴天的霹雳一般，咔嚓一声，将阿贵震动得不知所措。怎么办呢？怎么办呢？完了，完了。
At this time Ague understood. He understood the meaning of what Jiang Guangci said, and he understood that all his hopes were over. This was really like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, with a loud crack that shook Ague to the point of being at a loss. What should I do? What to do? It's over. It's over. At this time Ague understood. He understood the meaning of what Jiang Guangci said, and he understood that all his hopes were over. This was really like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, with a loud crack that shook Ague to the point of being at a loss. What should I do? What to do? It's over. It's over.
一切都完了。阿贵似乎要哭将起来，但没有眼泪出来。他并不觉得有什么过度的伤心，他只是茫然，茫然到什么地方去呢？工作是没有了，因之工钱也是没有的了。怎么办呢？怎么办呢？
All is lost. Ague seemed about to cry, but no tears came out. He didn't feel any excessive sadness, he was just confused, where to go. There are no jobs, and therefore no wages. What to do? What to do?
他只是茫然，茫然。他应当向张金奎说一些哀求的或是反抗的话，但是他听了张金奎的话后，却不发一点声响。有几个工友上前为他哀求，为他辩护，为他抱不平，为他可怜。
He was just at a loss, at a loss. He should have said something pleading or resisting to Jiang Guangci, but after listening to Jiang Guangci's words, he didn't make a sound. Several workers came forward to plead for him, defend him, complain about him, and pity him.
但是他却沉默着，没有一点表示。他只是茫然，茫然。他很顺服地走出了工厂的大门，连头也不调转一下。等他走了离工厂几十步的时候，他回转头来看看工厂的屋宇。
But he remained silent and said nothing. He was just confused. He walked out of the factory door obediently, without even turning his head. When he had walked dozens of steps away from the factory, he turned around and looked at the factory buildings.
似乎忘却了与工厂辞别的样子，于是他又回转来，绕到工厂前后走几个圈子。他今年19岁，从11岁起，他已在这个工厂内做了8、9年了。虽然他儿时的光阴，所谓黄金时代的光阴。
It seemed that he had forgotten to say goodbye to the factory, so he turned around and walked around the factory several times. He is 19 years old this year. He has been working in this factory for 8 or 9 years since he was 11 years old. Although his childhood was the so-called golden age.
都为这工厂内的机器所吞噬了。虽然这工厂就同牢狱一样，他在里边被囚了8、9年。虽然这工厂除了痛苦和压迫而外，没有给过他丝毫的幸福，但是他到底与这工厂有8、9年的姻缘。
They were all swallowed up by the machines in this factory. Although this factory was like a prison, he was imprisoned there for 8 or 9 years. Although this factory did not give him the slightest happiness except pain and oppression, in the end I have had a relationship with this factory for 89 years.
今天忽然离开了他，未免总有点舍不得的情绪。他站在工厂外边，看着烟囱突突地冒烟，听着机器的响动，他不禁觉得有无限的难过。别了，工厂；别了，牢狱；别了，我的朝夕同事的工友们。
I suddenly left it today, which makes me feel a bit reluctant to leave it. He stood outside the factory, watching the smoke coming from the chimneys and listening to the sound of the machines. He couldn't help but feel infinitely sad. Farewell, factory. Farewell, prison. Farewell, my colleagues and fellow workers.
他终于要同这工厂别离了，但是别离了到什么地方去呢？回家去？有什么面目回家去呢？不，家里回去不得。他想到父亲50多岁了，害着痨病， 虽然有时推小车子也可以混几个钱。
He finally had to say goodbye to the factory. But where to go after parting? Go home? What kind of appearance do you have to go home? No, you can't go back home. He thought, my father is over 50 years old and suffers from tuberculosis. Although he can sometimes make some money by pushing a small cart.
但混的总不多，母亲呢，替人洗洗补补衣服也混不到几个钱。还有一个5、6岁不中用的小妹妹，一家大半都指望我，可是我现在被厂里开除了，这倒怎么办呢？
But there are not many people who can make a living. As for my mother, she can only make a few bucks by washing and mending clothes for others. There is also a useless little sister who is 5 or 6 years old. Most of the family is counting on me, but now that I have been fired from the factory, what should I do?
他俩老人家若知道了我被厂里开除了，那他俩将不要大大的生气吗？哎，算了，算了。我今年虽然才19岁，可是我的日子也过够了，我不如去行个短剑吧。是的，我不如去跳黄浦江去。
If these two old people knew that I was fired from the factory, wouldn't they be very angry? Well, never mind. Never mind. Although I am only 19 years old this year, I have lived enough life, so I might as well go on a short-term trip. Yes, I might as well go jump in the Huangpu River.
人生总不过一死，我也问不了这么许多。阿贵虽然起了自杀的念头，但他还没有即刻就去自杀的决心。他离开了工厂，茫然地向前走着，并没有一定的方向。他就同失了灵魂的人一样。
Life is only one death, and I can't ask so many questions. Although Ague had the idea of suicide, he was not determined to commit suicide immediately. He left the factory, walked forward blankly, and without a certain direction. He is like a person who has lost his soul.
他忘却了他应当做什么，他也不知道他应当向什么地方去。他只知道一件事情，被厂里开除的事情不能使父母知道。但是为什么他要被开除？他有什么被开除的罪过？
He has forgotten what he should do, and he does not know where he should go. He only knew one thing. He couldn't let his parents know about being fired from the factory. But why was he fired? What was his crime for being expelled?
谁个弄得他被厂里开除了？开除了后他应当做些什么？他这时似乎都忘却了。他只是茫然地走着，但脑筋并没深想到什么。他所走的是什么路？两旁有什么东西？
Who caused him to be fired from the factory? What should he do after being fired? He seemed to have forgotten it at this time. He just walked around blankly, but he didn't think anything deeply. What path was he walking on, and what was on both sides?
路上所迎着的是些什么人？他都没有注意到这些。他顺着一条路走，走走又回头，回头又走走，这样的他消磨了一个上午的时间。炎热的太阳如火一般的烤人，但他光着头。
What kind of people he met on the road? He didn't even notice them. He walked along a road, walked back, then turned back again, and in this way he spent a whole morning. The hot sun was burning like fire, but he was bareheaded.
虽然一套白布小褂裤差不多都汗湿了，他似乎却不感到这一层。最后他走得疲乏了，看见路旁有一块石头，他也不问他烫不烫，就走上前坐下了。 他低着头，似乎在思想什么。
Although the white cloth gown and pants were almost soaked with sweat, he didn't seem to feel this layer. Finally, when he was tired from walking, he saw a stone on the side of the road. He walked up to it and sat down without asking whether it was hot or not. He lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something.
但他这时并没有明白地思想到什么。他看见地上有几个蚂蚁往来，一只黄色的小蚂蚁也不知从什么地方寻得了一块白模样的食物，在用力地衔着前走的当。
But he didn't think clearly about anything at this time. He saw a few ants walking around on the ground. A small yellow ant also found a piece of white food from somewhere, and was holding it hard while walking forward.
忽然遇到了一只黑色的蚂蚁，这黑色的蚂蚁见着小蚂蚁衔着一块食物，便上前将它抢夺下来。小蚂蚁大为愤怒，便不相让，与黑色的蚂蚁厮杀起来。小蚂蚁虽然是小些，然而却英勇异常。
Suddenly I met a black ant. When the black ant saw the little ant holding a piece of food, he stepped forward and snatched it away. The little ant was so angry that he refused to give in and started fighting with the black ant. Although the little ants are smaller, they are extremely brave.
毫不惧怕，倒也敌得过他的敌人。他俩越厮杀得越有劲，阿贵这时不禁看得出神，而且向小蚂蚁表示着充分的同情。他见着小蚂蚁这种英勇的气概，不禁暗暗地称赞不至。他看着看着
He has no fear, but he is no match for his enemies. The two of them fought more and more vigorously, and Agwe couldn't help but be fascinated at this moment, and he expressed full sympathy to the little ant. Seeing the heroic spirit of the little ant, he couldn't help but secretly praise him. He looked at it.
忽然他的脑海中起了一层波浪，他即刻立起身来，自己向自己惊异地问道：啊哈，我难道连这一个小蚂蚁都不如吗？喂，我还配做一个人吗？小蚂蚁被他的同类所欺侮了。
Suddenly there was a wave in his mind, and he immediately stood up and asked himself in surprise, Aha! Am I not as good as this little ant? Hey! Am I still worthy of being a human? The little ant was bullied by its own kind.
还要拼命地抵抗一下，我是一个人，难道受人欺侮了，就这样的乖乖的算了吗？报仇啊，报仇！他于是觉着有无限的羞辱了，他的脸有点发烧起来，他的一颗心开始砰砰地跳动了。
I still have to resist desperately. I am a human being. Am I being bullied? Should I just let it go? Revenge. Revenge. Then he felt infinitely humiliated. His face became a little feverish, and his heart began to beat fast.
他不禁后悔道：当张金奎向我宣言的时候，为什么我没有点反抗的表示？我为什么顺服地忍受着张金奎的欺侮？为什么不把张金奎拉着痛打一顿？
He couldn't help but regret. When Jiang Guangci made a declaration to me, why didn't I show any resistance? Why did I obey Jiang Guangci's bullying? Why didn't I pull Jiang Guangci and beat him up?
为什么不拾起一块石头，向着张金奎的脑壳摔去？为什么？哎，我连这一个小蚂蚁都不如，我还配做一个人吗？张金奎这东西该造了多少孽，我为什么不把他打死？他害死了李全发。
Why not pick up a stone and throw it at Jiang Guangci's head? Why? Well, I'm not even as good as this little ant. Am I still worthy of being a human being? Jiang Guangci must have done so many evil things. Why didn't I beat him to death? He killed Li Chuanfa.
他害死了沈玉芳沈先生，他现在又来害我，他又把我的饭碗打掉了，照他的口气，也许又要害我的性命。哎，我为什么不把他打死呢？我为什么一点抵抗都没有呢？哎。
He killed Mr. Shen Yufang and Mr. Shen, and now he is here to harm me again. He has destroyed my job again. According to his tone, he may want to kill me again. Alas! Why didn't I beat him to death? Why don't I resist at all? Well,
我连这一个小蚂蚁都不如。阿贵越想越羞愧的汗流浃背，几无地以自容。他又重新坐僵下来了。他看看地上两个斗争的蚂蚁，这时他俩仍在相持的状态中。他于是拾起一个小小的草杆。
I'm not even as good as this little ant. The more Ague thought about it, the more he sweated with shame, and was almost embarrassed. He sat down again. He looked at the two fighting ants on the ground, and they were still in a stalemate. He then picked up I'm not even as good as this little ant. The more Ague thought about it, the more he sweated with shame, and was almost embarrassed. He sat down again. He looked at the two fighting ants on the ground, and they were still in a stalemate. He then picked up a small straw stalk.
将黑色的蚂蚁隔开来，慢慢的，然而很气愤地将它捣死。这时他觉得他做了一件伟大的事业了，于是乎他觉得非常的痛快。小蚂蚁见着他的敌人已死，遂又衔着白模样的食物离开了。
Isolating the black ant, he slowly but angrily smashed it to death. At this time he felt that he had done a great deed, so he felt very happy. Seeing that its enemy was dead, the little ant left with the white food in its mouth.
阿贵看着他走开，不禁暗暗地笑道：“小蚂蚁，你真是好汉，我应当拜你为老师呢。我与你同是被欺侮的，我们联合起来吧。好，全世界被欺侮者联合起来。哈哈哈。”
Ague watched it go away and couldn't help but smile secretly. Little ant, you are such a hero. I should worship you as my teacher. You and I are both being bullied. Let's unite. Okay. The whole world is being bullied. Those who unite. Ha, ha, ha.
阿贵一刹那间觉着自己是胜利者了，他似乎觉着张金奎被他用草杆捣死了。在愉快的一两分钟后，他又觉着有点失望起来。他所捣死的是微小的蚂蚁，而不是那万恶的张金奎。
Ague felt that he was the winner for a moment. He seemed to feel that Jiang Guangci had been beaten to death by him with a straw pole. After a minute or two of happiness, he felt a little disappointed again. What he had killed was a tiny ant, not the evil Jiang Guangci.
张金奎还是在世间活着呢。是的，阿贵的责任不是在于捣死一个微小的蚂蚁，而是在于捣死他的敌人张金奎。阿贵觉悟到这一层了，于是开始想到如何报仇的方法。呵呵，顶好。
Jiang Guangci is still alive in the world. Yes, Ague's responsibility is not to kill a tiny ant, but to kill his enemy Jiang Guangci. Ague realized this level, then he began to think of ways to take revenge. Haha, that's great.
顶好把他捉住， 也像捣死的蚂蚁一般的把他捣死。哎，他该多么可恶呵！他拼命地对于厂主献好，也不知害死了许多工人。他害死了李全发，他害死了沈先生，他现在又来害我，哼，害我！好。
It would be better to catch him or crush him to death like an ant. Well, how hateful he must be. He tried his best to be kind to the factory owner, but he also killed many workers. He killed Li Chuanfa, he killed Mr. Shen, and now he is here to harm me, harm me? Good.
我就要他的小狗命！我应当为李全发和沈先生报仇，我要不报仇，我就不算是个人，我真就不如蚂蚁。一个人不如蚂蚁，还算是一个人吗？呵呵，报仇，报仇，但怎么样才能将他捉到呢？
I want his puppy life. I should avenge Li Chuanfa and Mr. Shen. If I don't take revenge, I won't be considered a human being. I'm really not as good as an ant. If a person is not as good as an ant, is he still a person? Hee hee. Revenge. Revenge. But how to catch him?
阿贵想到此地，忽然觉得头痛起来了。太阳的光是这般炎热，阿贵没有戴帽子晒了半天，当然头要晒得痛了。也许他的头早已都晒痛了，但到现在才觉得奇怪。阿贵现在一觉着头痛。
Ague suddenly felt a headache when he thought of this. The sun's light is so hot. Ague spent a long time in the sun without a hat, and of course his head hurt from the sun. Maybe his head had already been sunburned, but he didn't feel it until now. Strangely, Ague now has a headache.
就痛得要命，似乎再不可以支持了。他这时不但头痛，似乎周身都发起烧来，脸庞烧得烫手。这时他忽然想起家来了，他忘却了被厂里开除的事情。
It hurt like hell, and it seemed like I couldn't support it anymore. Not only did he have a headache, but his whole body seemed to be on fire, and his face was so hot that he could touch his hands. Then he suddenly thought of home. He forgot about being fired from the factory.
也忘却了他的父母，倘若知道了他被厂里开除了，将要如何的生气，如何的懊恼。他感觉的自己是病了，病了的人一定是要回家的。当阿贵踉跄地走到家的时候，已是下午1点多钟了。
He also forgot how angry and upset his parents would be if they found out that he had been fired from the factory. He felt that he was sick, and sick people must go home. He also forgot how angry and upset his parents would be if they found out that he had been fired from the factory. He felt that he was sick, and sick people must go home. When Ague staggered home, it was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
这时阿贵的父亲王兴盛吃了中饭，已经出门推小车子去了。留在家中的是阿贵的母亲与他的一个小妹妹。母亲今年50岁了，这是一个很疲弱的妇人。
At this time, Ague's father Wang Xingxing had eaten lunch and had already gone out to push the cart. Those left at home were Ague's mother and his little sister. My mother is 50 years old this year and is a very frail woman.
他的2个眼眶烂得如红枣子肉一样，盐水是不断地流着。他看东西是很吃力的，然而他不得不做缝补的事情。在他的枯槁的、皱纹层层的面孔上，
Her eye sockets were as rotten as red date flesh, and her eyes were constantly watering. It was very difficult for her to see, but she had to do some sewing. on her withered, wrinkled face.
可以看出他在生活中所受的痛苦的痕迹。这个可怜的老妇人在生活中大约不知道什么享福的事情，因为她从没见过幸福的面孔是什么样子。有时她想象到阿贵将来成人了，走好运。
You can see the traces of the pain she suffered in her life. This poor old woman probably didn't know anything about happiness in her life, because she had never seen what a happy face looked like. Sometimes she imagined that Ague would have good luck as an adult in the future.
每天能够挣得几个钱，为他买一件好衣服穿，买几斤肉吃，或者他的女儿阿荣将来能寻得一个有钱的婆家，因之可以靠他女婿养活，这是他觉得是很幸福而愉快的样子。
If you can earn a few dollars a day, you can buy her a piece of good clothes and a few kilograms of meat to eat. Or her daughter Arong can find a rich husband's family in the future, so she can rely on her son-in-law to support her. At this time she felt very happy.
但这也只是很模糊的幸福和愉快，因为这只是对于将来的想象，这只是希望而已。什么时候阿贵能走好运？阿荣将来能不能寻得一个有钱的婆家？这恐怕只有天晓得吧，谁个也不晓得。
But this is just a very vague happiness and joy, because it is just an imagination for the future, it is just a hope. When will Ague get good luck? Will Arong find a rich husband in the future? I'm afraid only God knows this. No one knows.
话虽然是如此说，但是这个老妇人却不得不有这般的希望。她现在所以还能活着，所以还能觉得要劳动的，完全是因为她还有这一点莫须有的希望，不然的话。
Even though she said this, this old woman had to have such hope. The reason why she is still alive and still feels the need to work is entirely because she still has this unfounded hope, otherwise.
她恐怕久已被劳苦葬入黄土了。她相信观世音菩萨，因之她很虔诚地供着观世音菩萨的肖像。她以为观世音菩萨是救苦救难的，是慈航普渡的，她绝对是保佑有善心的人的。
She is afraid that she has been buried in the lust due to hard work for a long time. She believed in Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, so she worshipped the image of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva devoutly. She thought that Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva was a rescuer of suffering and a kind of universal salvation, and she would definitely bless people with kind hearts.
只要人们能把良心存得正，哪怕观世音菩萨不知道吗？呵，救苦救难的观世音菩萨，呵，慈航普渡的观世音菩萨，如此，他真是观世音菩萨的真信徒了。他不相信他会穷苦一辈子。
As long as people can keep their consciences upright, even if Guanqian Bodhisattva doesn't know? Oh! Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva who saves the suffering. Oh! Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, the compassionate and universal being. In this way, she is truly a true believer of Guanyin Bodhisattva. She didn't believe that she would be poor all her life.
因为她的良心好，从没做过坏事。而良心好的人一定是可以得到观世音菩萨的保佑的，哪怕现在吃些什么苦呢？观世音菩萨自然有眼睛，观世音菩萨自然要给我好处的。
Because she has a good conscience and has never done anything bad, and people with a good conscience can definitely be blessed by Guanyin Bodhisattva. What kind of suffering am I going to suffer now? Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva certainly has eyes. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva will certainly benefit me.
我现在吃苦，也许是因为前生造了孽了。不要紧，只要我今生能行善，就是今生得不到好处，到来生一定是也要得到好处的。观世音菩萨自然有眼睛，我怕什么呢？观世音菩萨。
Maybe the reason I'm suffering now is because I committed sins in my previous life? Oh, it doesn't matter. As long as I can do good deeds in this life, even if I don't get any benefits in this life, I will definitely get benefits in the next life. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva naturally has eyes, so what am I afraid of? Oh, maybe the reason I'm suffering now is because I committed sins in my previous life? Oh, it doesn't matter. As long as I can do good deeds in this life, even if I don't get any benefits in this life, I will definitely get benefits in the next life.
请你保佑我的阿荣吧，请你保佑我的阿贵吧，他真是一个好孩子，他对我该多么孝顺呵！是的，他应当得到菩萨的保佑呵。这个可怜的老妇人每一想到她的阿贵的身上时，
Please bless my Arong. Please bless my Agwe. He is such a good boy, how filial he must be to me. Yes, he should be blessed by the. Please bless my Arong. Please bless my Agwe. He is such a good boy, how filial he must be to me.
总要跑到观世音菩萨面前磕几个响头，暗暗地为着阿贵祷告。阿贵是他的唯一的希望，他不为他祷告，还为谁祷告呢？至于阿荣呢？他想到，阿荣不过是一个女子，始终是人家的人。
I always go to Guangci and Bodhisattva, kowtow a few times, and pray secretly for Agwe. Agwe is her only hope. If she doesn't pray for him, who else will she pray for? As for Arong, she thought, Arong is just a woman, she is always a member of other people's family.
比较是次要的了，也许将来能得到一个好女婿，但是好儿子总比好女婿强啊。好女婿无论如何总是从人家骨肉里生出来的。他当然也为着阿荣祷告。
Comparison is secondary. Maybe you can get a good son-in-law in the future, but a good son is better than a good son-in-law. Comparison is secondary. Maybe you can get a good son-in-law in the future, but a good son is better than a good son-in-law. A good son-in-law is always born from the flesh and blood of another family. Of course, she also prayed for Arong.
但是祷告的次数却比为阿贵祷告的次数少些了。为着祷告，为着要表示诚意，他也不知在观世音菩萨面前烧了多少香。这些买香的钱是他为人家习补所挣来的，他舍不得吃，舍不得穿。
But the number of times I prayed was less than the number of times I prayed for Agwe. In order to pray and show her sincerity, she did not know how much incense she burned in front of Guanyin Bodhisattva. The money she spent to buy incense was earned by washing and tonicking for others. She couldn't bear to, but the number of times I prayed was less than the number of times I prayed for Agwe. In order to pray and show her sincerity, she did not know how much incense she burned in front of Guanyin Bodhisattva. The money she spent to buy incense was earned by washing and tonicking for others. She couldn't bear to eat or wear anything.
但是却舍得去买香烧。他今天坐在门口，一边补衣服，一边又想到阿贵的身上了。阿贵今天也不知在厂里好吗？天气这样地热， 他忽然听到走向他来的脚步声，将头抬起一看。
But he was willing to buy incense. She was sitting at the door today, mending her clothes, and thinking about Ague again. I wonder if Ague is in the factory today, okay? The weather is so hot. She suddenly heard footsteps coming towards her and raised her head to take a look.
却不认得来人是谁个。照着来人的衣服看，这是阿贵回来了，但是照着来人的脸色看，这不是阿贵了，这差不多是戏台上的赵匡胤官夫子。一刹那间，他惊异的非常，怎么？
But he didn't know who he was. Judging from the visitor's clothes, it was Ague who had returned, but judging from the person's face, it was no longer Ague. This was almost Jiang Guangci and Guan Fuzi on the stage. For a moment she was very surprised. What?
难道说官夫子来显圣吗？若真是他显圣，那我该要好好的跪接了。他用他的烂红眼睛聚精会神的一看，这时来人已至他的面前了，于是才看清楚了，来人不是官夫子。
Could it be said that Master Guan came to show his sage? If he is really a saint, then I should kneel down and receive him properly. She looked attentively with her red eyes. At this time, the person who came was already in front of her, and then she saw clearly that the person who came was not Guan Fuzi.
而是他适才所念到的阿贵。阿贵这时的脸色真是红得如官夫子的一样，这使得他的母亲惊骇地叫道：“我的天王爷，你怎么了？病了吗？”但是阿贵没有回答他。
It was Ague whom she had just thought of. Ague's face was as red as Guan Fuzi's, which made his mother cry out in horror. My God! What's wrong with you, you? Are you sick? But Ague didn't answer her.
阿贵进屋后，即向靠墙的一张竹床上躺下，直挺挺地躺下，如死人一般。他的母亲见着他这般模样，简直害得魂飞天外，无所措手足了。他走进他的身旁站着。
After Ague entered the house, he lay down on a bamboo bed against the wall, as straight as a dead person. Seeing him like this, his mother was so frightened that she was at a loss what to do. She walked in and stood beside him.
痴呆地望着他的那一副可怕的面孔，自言自语地说道：“这道怎么办呢？中了魔了吗？这道怎么办呢？兴盛又不在家里。阿贵，我的儿。”他停一呼，又哭着说道：“你怎么弄到这个样子？你……
Looking at his terrifying face in a daze, he said to himself, What should I do now? Are you possessed by a demon? What should I do? Xing Sheng is not at home. Ague. My son. She paused and cried again. How did you get like this? You.
你是怎么样弄的？我的天王爷！谁？阿贵睁开眼睛，向他母亲说了这两个字。他这时心中忽然有点希望了。他想到，还好，他还能说话，还知道要水喝。
How did you do it, my God? Water. Ague opened his eyes and said these two words to his mother. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little hope in her heart. She thought, it's okay. He can still talk and knows how to ask for water. I know I need water.
这不是说他的心内还明白吗？还好，他还不至于有什么，呵呵。我的天王爷，菩萨保佑！他于是有点放心了。他不敢怠慢，急忙从水缸内盛了一碗凉水送给他喝。他没有力气拿碗。
Doesn't this mean that he still understands in his heart? Fortunately, he doesn't have anything. Haha. My God. Bodhisattva bless you. Then she felt a little relieved. She didn't dare to neglect, so she quickly filled a bowl of cold water from the water tank for him to drink, but he didn't have the strength to take the bowl.
于是他端着送到他口边，他就同着这甘露一样，一口气将一碗凉水喝干了。是的，他真是渴了。他晒了半天，身上的水分都化为汗而消散了。这时他身上简直可以说不大有水分了。
So she brought it to his mouth, and he drank up the bowl of cold water in one breath, just like receiving manna. Yes, he was really thirsty. He had been in the sun for a long time, and all the moisture on his body had turned into sweat and dissipated. At this time, it could be said that he didn't have much moisture on his body.
他的喉咙干燥得很痛，当他将一碗凉水喝将下去之后，他觉得就好像他的身上的火已经被扑灭一大半了。我还要喝。当阿贵喝了第二碗凉水之后，他的神气清醒得很多了。
His throat was so dry that after he drank the bowl of cold water, he felt as if more than half of the fire in his body had been extinguished. I still want to drink. After Ague drank the second bowl of cold water, he felt much clearer.
他的面色已经不如先时的可怕，他的两眼所放射的光已经不如先时那般的如中了魔一样。他这时更大为放心了。呵，阿贵好了，阿贵绝对不会有什么危险，阿贵一定是会好的。
His complexion was no longer as terrifying as before, and the light radiating from his eyes was no longer as demonic as before. She felt even more relieved at this time. Ha! Ague is ready. Ague will definitely not be in any danger. Ague will definitely be fine.
他于是又想起观世音菩萨来了。他想到，这一定是有观世音菩萨在暗中保佑，不然的话，也不知要弄得什么样子。这正是他应当向观世音菩萨面前烧香磕头的时候。于是他将手洗一洗。
Then she thought of Guanyin Bodhisattva again. She thought, this must be protected by Guanyin Bodhisattva secretly, otherwise, I don't know what it would be like. This was the time when she should burn incense and kowtow in front of Guanyin Bodhisattva, so she washed her hands.
很虔心地烧起香来，表示他对于观世音菩萨的感谢。阿贵真是疲倦极了，他看见母亲的这种神情，想开口向她说一些话，但是他没有力气说话了。他应当好好的休息一下。
She burned incense with great devotion to express her gratitude to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Ague was really tired. She burned incense with great devotion to express her gratitude to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Ague was really tired. Seeing his mother's look, he wanted to say something to her, but he didn't have the strength to speak. He should take a good rest.
于是他昏沉沉地睡去了。坐在他身旁的母亲，这时见着阿贵这般神情，知道他是睡着了，而不是别的什么现象。他不愿意他多劳神，所以他并不向他多说话。他继续拿起工作来。
So he fell into a deep sleep. The mother sitting next to him saw Ague's expression and knew that he was asleep and not something else. She didn't want him to take any more trouble, so she didn't talk to him much. She continued to pick up her work.
坐在他的旁边，补几针，看他几眼，看他几眼之后又补几针。他这时很放心了，因为他相信观世音菩萨隐隐的在暗中保佑。到了晚上了，阿贵的父亲王兴盛今天推了半天的小车子。
Sitting next to him, she gave him a few injections and looked at him a few times. After looking at him a few times, she added a few more injections. She felt relieved at this time because she believed that Guanyin Bodhisattva was secretly blessing her. It's evening. Agui's father, Wang Xingsheng, pushed the car for a long time today.
只得了四脚小羊的代价，若这四脚小羊的代价是平平安安得来的，那么王兴盛今天也够高兴的了，因为四脚小羊并不算少啊。往常有时一天不开市，连一个同元都推不着。
He only got the price of 4 corners of the ocean. If the price of the 4 corners of the ocean was obtained peacefully, then Wang Xingsheng would be happy enough today, because the 4 corners of the ocean are not that small. Sometimes the market is closed for a day, and not even 1 copper dollar can be sold.
而今天半天居然也推到了四脚小羊，这或者也是因为观世音菩萨在暗中保佑的缘故罢。可是王兴盛因为这四脚小羊肩背上吃了7、8下木棍，受了红头阿三的一场毒打。
Today, I actually pushed it to the 4 corners of the ocean in half a day. This may be because Guanxian Bodhisattva is secretly blessing me. But Wang Xingsheng received 7 or 8 wooden sticks on his shoulders and back because of the 4 corners Xiaoyang, and received a severe beating from the red-headed Asen.
王兴盛已经是50多岁的人了，虽然还能勉强推小车子，但是他的骨头的确是很老了。他又是一个害痨病的人，如何能多吃红头阿三手中打人不顾死的哭丧棒呢？
Wang Xingsheng is already over 50 years old. Although he can still push a small car, his bones are indeed very old. He is also a tuberculosis person. How can he eat more and ignore the red-headed Asen who beats people in his hands? Where's the damn morning stick?
因之，四脚小羊对于王兴盛虽然是一个很大的数目，而吃了7、8下木棍，这对于王兴盛却是一场很大的灾祸。事情是这样发生的，他推了一小车子木器，当他走到4路中间的当。
Therefore, although the 4 corners of Xiaoyang were a large amount to Wang Xingsheng, eating 7 or 8 sticks was a great disaster for Wang Xingsheng. What happened was this: he pushed a small cart of wooden objects, and when he reached the middle of the 4-way street, he pushed a small cart of wooden objects.
忽然呜的一声，飞来了一辆汽车，险一点把他的车连人都冲倒了。也许是因为菩萨保佑的缘故罢，他没有被汽车压死。红头阿三，一个印度巡捕，见着这种情景，怒冲冲地跑将上来。
Suddenly, a car flew over with a roar, almost knocking down his car and the people. Perhaps because of the blessing of Bodhisattva, he was not crushed to death by the car. The red-headed Asen, an Indian patrolman, saw this scene and ran up angrily.
先给他吃了几下哭丧棒，然后才开口骂他为什么不知道让路，为什么这样笨。可怜的王兴盛已经被汽车把魂都害掉了，哪还有胆量向巡捕讲理？他就这样的白白的吃了一顿毒打。
I gave him a few whale sticks first, and then I scolded him for why he didn't know how to give way and why he was so stupid. Poor Wang Xingsheng had been frightened out of his soul by the car, so how could he still have the courage to reason with the policeman? He just got a beating in vain.
倘若王兴盛愿意请医生看看自己的伤痕，买1-2副药吃，调养，那他今天所得到的4脚小羊能够分配吗？他往时虽然也时常领受过红头阿三手中的哭丧棒。
If Wang Xingsheng is willing to ask a doctor to look at his scars, buy some medicine or two, and nurse him back to health, can he distribute the four-cornered ocean he received today? Although he had often received the morning stick from the hands of red-headed Asen in the past.
但他今天却觉得往时从没有这样的痛过。他没有反抗的力量，他只有很可怜的痛哭。天要黑了，王兴盛约摸着再找不到生意，于是就决定将小车子推回家来。
But today he felt that he had never been in such pain before. Well, he had no strength to resist, he could only cry pitifully. It was getting dark, and Wang Xingsheng couldn't find any business anymore, so he decided to push the car home.
在路上想起适才红头阿三对于他的欺侮，不禁暗自流泪。肩背上的伤痕虽然还没有到出血的地步，然而是很重的，经受汗液的洗濯，越发痛得厉害。
On the way, he remembered the insult the red-headed Asen had just given him, and he couldn't help but cry secretly. Although the scar on the shoulder and back has not yet reached the point of bleeding, it is still very serious. On the way, he remembered the insult the red-headed Asen had just given him, and he couldn't help but cry secretly. Although the scar on the shoulder and back has not yet reached the point of bleeding, it is still very serious. After being washed away by sweat, the pain becomes more and more severe.
他觉得他不应当受这种无道理的欺侮，但他毫不起一点反抗或报仇的念头。他只叹他自己的命运是应该如此的。有什么办法呢？没有办法。反正穷人生来就是要吃苦的。忍受吧。
He felt that he should not be subjected to such unreasonable bullying, but he had no thoughts of resistance or revenge. He only lamented that his own fate should be like this. What can be done? He felt that he should not be subjected to such unreasonable bullying, but he had no thoughts of resistance or revenge. He only lamented that his own fate should be like this. What can be done? There is no way. After all, poor people are born to endure hardship. Just bear with it. Well.
只有忍受，没有办法。他只是这样的想着，他脑筋也只会这样的想着，从没发生过别的什么不安分的念头。老王，你回来了。当他推着小车子走到离家不远的
There is no other way but to endure it. He just thought like this, and his mind would only think like this. He never had any other restless thoughts. Old Wang. Are you back? When he pushed the car not far from home.
迎头遇着了一个相识的工人，这个工人先向他打招呼。老王是一个很和气的人，每逢与人说话的时候，总是带着满脸的笑容。今天的肩背上虽然有很重的痛伤，虽然满肚子不快活。
He met a worker he knew, who greeted him first. Lao Wang is a very kind person. Whenever he talks to others, he always has a smile on his face. Although I have severe pain on my shoulder and back today, even though my stomach is full of unhappiness.
但他一见着这个工人向他打招呼，也就即刻笑着答道：“呵，我回来了，阿四，你已经下工了吗？不是，我今天没有上工， 你知道吗？你的儿子已经被厂里开除了。什么啊？老王这样惊异地问道。
But as soon as he saw the worker greeting him, he immediately smiled and replied, Ha! I'm back, see. Have you finished work yet? No, I didn't go to work today. Did you know? Your son has been fired from the factory. What? Lao Wang asked in surprise.
脸上已经变色了。你的儿子被厂里开除了。好一个消息，好一个消息！老王听了阿四的话，身体几乎凉了半截。他感觉到天大的灾祸落到他的身上了，他又如中了魔一样。
The color on his face has changed. Your son was fired from the factory. Good news. Good news. The color on his face has changed. Your son was fired from the factory. Good news. Good news. After hearing Ah Si's words, Lao Wang's body almost became cold. He felt that a great disaster had befallen him. He seemed to be possessed by a demon.
一句话也说不出来，直直挺挺地吃立着，如木鸡一般，两眼望着阿四。阿四见着他这种神情，不明白他这时精神上所受的打击是如何的巨大，便不十分注意地离开了他。
He couldn't say a word. He just stood upright like a wooden chicken, looking at Ah Si. Seeing his expression, Ah Si didn't understand how huge the mental blow he had suffered at this moment, so he left him without paying much attention.
又走自己的路去了。老王吃力了几分钟之后，重新推起小车子走回家来。当他走到门口的时候，他的小车子向门旁边一竖，不作声不作气地走进屋内，向门后边一个小木凳子上坐下。
He went his own way again. After Lao Wang stood there for a few minutes, he pushed the car back up and walked home. When he walked to the door, his car stood up next to the door, walked into the house silently, and sat down on a small wooden stool behind the door.
他就同没有看见屋内的人一样。躺在竹床上的阿贵还没有醒来。阿荣见着他的爸爸今天回来这种不高兴的样子，也不敢上前去亲近他，只远远地向他望着。
It was as if he had not seen the people in the house. Ague, who was lying on the bamboo bed, hadn't woken up yet. Seeing her father coming back today, Arong didn't dare to get close to him, so she just looked at him from afar.
这时，他的老婆正在烧晚饭吃呢。他见着老王回来了，便离开灶台，走到老王的面前，与他打招呼：“你回来了，今天推了多少钱？”老王用双手搂着自己的头，两眼向地上望着。
At this time, his wife was cooking dinner. When she saw Lao Wang coming back, she left the stove and walked to Lao Wang to greet him. Are you back? How much money did you push today? Lao Wang held his head with both hands and looked at the ground. At this time, his wife was cooking dinner. When she saw Lao Wang coming back, she left the stove and walked to Lao Wang to greet him. Are you back? How much money did you push today? Lao Wang held his head with both hands and looked at the ground.
如木头一样的坐着不动。他见着他不回答他，摸不着头绪，便又高声地问他一句：“你今天到底是怎么着了？为什么人家问你的话，你连回答都不回答一声呢？”老王还是依旧的不答。
Sitting motionless like a log. When she saw that he didn't answer her and was confused, she asked him again loudly, You, what's wrong with you today? Why don't you even answer when people ask you? Lao Wang still didn't answer.
他看见这种神情，知道又有什么不好的事情发生了，便不敢再问他。他重复回到灶台后坐下，几乎也变成痴呆的人了。他这是不知道做什么是好。
Seeing this look, she knew something bad had happened, so she didn't dare to ask him again. She repeatedly returned to the stove and sat down, almost demented. She didn't know what to do at this time.
暗暗地觉得有什么可怕的灾祸快要到临了，或者已经到临了。他真不知道将要怎么办了。你看，一个没了，又是一个。阿贵回来时几乎要害死了人，红头赤脸的，而他回来又这种样子。
Secretly I feel that some terrible disaster is about to come, or has already come. She really didn't know what she was going to do. Look, one is gone, and another. Ague was almost frightened to death when he came back, with red head and red face, and he came back like this.
令人一点头绪都摸不到，这倒如何是好呢？莫不是今天真个是什么黑道的日子，遇着什么鬼了？不然的话，为什么一个个都弄成这个样子呢？哎。
It makes people have no clue at all. What should I do about this? Could it be that today is really a day for the underworld? And what kind of ghost did you encounter? Otherwise, why would everyone be like this? Well,
穷日子都不能安安稳稳地过下去，偏偏生出许多花头来。哎，这真是要人命，活要人命啊！他不禁很伤心地哭起来了。你还不知道吗？老王抬起头来，忽地很苦丧地问了这一句。
You can't live peacefully in poverty, but you end up with a lot of flowers. Well, this is really life-threatening. She couldn't help crying sadly. Don't you know yet? Lao Wang raised his head and suddenly asked this sentence very sadly.
这可把他的老婆害了一跳。她停止了哭，两眼看着她的丈夫，半晌才反问一句：“我还不知道什么呢？”老王重新又把头低降下来了。这时屋内已经暗黑了，深深地陷入沉寂的空气里。
This shocked his wife. She stopped crying, looked at her husband, and asked after a while, What don't I know yet? Lao Wang lowered his head again. By this time, the room was already dark, deep in the still air.
沉寂里只闻着阿贵在竹床上翻身的声音。阿荣见着他的爸爸和妈妈的这种样子，一颗小心也为之跳动，很模糊地猜到有什么不好的事情发生了，因之也静立在板门的旁边。
In the silence, only the sound of Ague turning over on the bamboo bed could be heard. Rong's heart skipped a beat when she saw her father and mother looking like this. She vaguely guessed that something bad had happened, so she stood quietly next to the door.
不敢多说一句话，但是阿荣终归是一个小孩子，他的肚子饿了，他要吃饭，不能再跟着他的爸爸和妈妈沉默下去了。妈，我饿了，我要吃饭。阿荣的话将沉寂无声的空气打动了。
Don't dare to say another word. But Rong is still a child after all. She is hungry and wants to eat. Don't dare to say another word. But Rong is still a child after all. She is hungry and wants to eat. She can no longer follow her father and mother in silence. Mom. I'm hungry, I want to eat. Rong's words moved the silent air.
老王随着阿荣的话音说道：“你还不知道吗？阿贵被厂里开除了。”他的老婆听了他的话，沉吟了半晌，似答非答地叽咕了一句：“呵，阿贵被厂里开除了。”他又重新沉默下来了。
Lao Wang followed Rong's words and said, "Don't you know yet? Ague was fired from the factory." After listening to his words, his wife pondered for a long time and mumbled something like a non-answer. Ha! Lao Wang followed Rong's words and said, "Don't you know yet? Ague was fired from the factory." After listening to his words, his wife pondered for a long time and mumbled something like a non-answer. Ha! Ague was fired from the factory.
这时，他的一颗心似乎被浆糊糊涂住了，想不出说什么话为好。如此，在表面上，他似乎并不曾受了这个消息的打击，但是在内心里，他简直表示不出他的悲痛来。
At this moment, her heart seemed to be confused, and she couldn't think of anything to say. So, on the surface, she didn't seem to be shocked by the news, but in her heart, alas, she could hardly express her grief.
他这时实在说不出话来，他有什么话可说的呢？呵，事情是这样的，完了，没有希望了。妈，我饿了，我要吃饭啊。阿荣的妈还是不理他，最后他走到他的妈跟前去了。
She was really speechless at this time. What did she have to say? Oh, it's all over, there's no hope. Mom, I'm hungry, I want to eat. She was really speechless at this time. What did she have to say? Oh, it's all over, there's no hope. Mom, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Rong's mother still ignored her, and finally she walked up to her mother.
他要求他的妈给他饭吃。这时，大约老王也觉着有点饿了罢，便也就说道：“开饭吃罢。”老太婆听了他的话，便起身将煤油灯点着，不则声不则气地将饭菜摆到屋中间一张矮木桌子上来。
She asked her mother to give her food. At this time, Lao Wang probably felt a little hungry, so he said, "Let's eat." After hearing what he said, the old woman got up, lit the kerosene lamp, and quietly placed the food on a low wooden table in the middle of the room.
阿荣拿起饭碗来就吃，两只小眼向着菜碗里望，就同菜碗里盛着满满的有味的好吃的肉一样，他巴不得一下子都吞下去。其实那里并不是肉，并不是什么鲫鱼鸭。
Rong picked up the rice bowl and ate, looking into the vegetable bowl with her two little eyes. It was like the vegetable bowl was full of delicious meat. She wanted to swallow it all at once. In fact, there was nothing there. Meat is not chicken, fish, or duck.
而是些油盐不足的白菜。阿贵不起来吃饭腰。老王问：“不，他不久已经吃了一点东西，现在让他睡罢，他病了。他真病了吗？”老王很不安地这样问他的老婆，可是他这时就同要哭的神气。
But some cabbage with insufficient oil and salt. Why don't you get up and eat? Lao Wang asked. No, he has eaten something recently. But some cabbage with insufficient oil and salt. Why don't you get up and eat? Lao Wang asked. No, he has eaten something recently. Let him sleep now. He is sick. Is he really sick? Lao Wang asked his wife uneasily, but she looked like she was about to cry.
似乎悲哀地在想什么，没有答他。他看着他的这种可怜的样子，便也就不再问下去了。他又不禁暗暗地在可怜他，可怜的老太婆真是受苦的命鹤。他们静默地吃了晚饭。
He seemed to be thinking sadly and didn't answer him. Seeing her pitiful appearance, he stopped asking any more questions. He couldn't help but feel pity for her secretly. Poor old woman, she really suffered a fate. They ate their supper in silence.
就到门外边坐着乘凉。这是大地乌黑的可怕，一点风都没有，闷燥的令人难耐。两夫妻都低着头各想各的，唯有阿荣坐在他的妈妈的旁边，一点儿也不思想。
Just sit outside the door and enjoy the cool air. At this time, the earth was terribly dark, there was no wind at all, and it was unbearably boring. Both husband and wife lowered their heads and thought about their own things. Only Ah Rong was sitting next to her mother, not thinking at all.
两只眼睛只有趣地望着西北角上的那远远的飞射着的金色的闪光。这时屋内竹床上的阿贵似乎是已经醒来了，但是浑身烧得如火炉一样，弄得头脑混乱，神思不清。他似乎是要起来。
The two eyes only looked at the distant golden flash in the northwest corner with interest. At this time, Ague, who was sitting on the bamboo bed in the house, seemed to have woken up, but his whole body was burning like a furnace, making his mind dizzy and unclear. He seemed to be getting up.
然而没有起来的力气，似乎要喊人，然而只能口张一张，喊不出声音来。他是在朦胧的混沌的状态中，脑海中并没有什么很清晰的波纹，也或者可以说，他是在半死的状态中。
However, he didn't have the strength to get up. He seemed to want to call someone, but he could only open his mouth and no sound came out. He was in a hazy and chaotic state, with no clear ripples in his mind. Or it could be said that he was in a half-dead state.
老王这时是在深想自己的悲哀的命运，一从生下地来就没有过一天的好日子，推了10-20年的小车子，劳苦了一辈子，现在阿贵稍微能够挣点钱养家糊口，穷日子稍微过得舒服些。
At this time, Lao Wang was thinking deeply about his sad fate. He had never had a good day since he was born. After pushing a small car for 10 or 20 years, he worked hard all his life. Now Ague is able to earn a little money to support his family, and his poor life is a little more comfortable.
不幸又来了这么一下，被开除了。哎，这简直怎么了局？都是阿贵自己的不是。常理不开除别人，为什么单开除他呢？这可见的是阿贵自己的不是了。我老早就听到一些风声。
Unfortunately, it happened again. I was fired. Well, what a ending. It's all Ague's fault. If the factory doesn't fire others, why should they fire him alone? This is clearly Ague's fault. I've heard some rumors a long time ago.
说他在厂里干什么工会的事情，反对什么资本家。呵，这样反对资本家才反对的好，把自己的饭碗都反对掉了。 哎，胡闹！生来就是当工人的命，生来就是受苦的命。
He said he was doing union work in the factory and opposing capitalists. Ha! It is good to oppose the capitalists in this way, and you will lose your own job by opposing it. Well, he said he was doing union work in the factory and opposing capitalists. Ha! It is good to oppose the capitalists in this way, and you will lose your own job by opposing it. Well, nonsense. We are born to be workers, and we are born to suffer.
好好的在厂里做工也就罢了，偏偏要干些什么不相干的事情，什么工会，哎，不安分。老王的老婆所想的倒偏于乐观的一方面，好歹总有菩萨保佑，没有什么可怕的。
It's just a good job in the factory, but you have to do something irrelevant, such as a labor union, alas. Restless. What Lao Wang's wife thinks is more optimistic. At any rate, there will always be a bodhisattva to bless her, and there is nothing to be afraid of.
也许明天到厂里哀求一下，阿贵还是可以回到厂内做工的。也许这个厂里不要他了，他还可以到别的厂里做工去。真要没有办法的时候，也可以推小车子，反正有菩萨保佑，总不会饿死。
Maybe I can go to the factory tomorrow and beg, so Ague can still go back to work in the factory? Maybe this factory no longer wants him, and he can still work in another factory? When you really have no choice, you can also push the cart. Anyway, with the blessing of Bodhisattva, you will never starve to death.
只要良心存得正，阿贵这小东西的良心该多么好！难道说他还会饿死不成吗？不会的，不会的。他又决定了，今天晚上临睡觉的时候，应当在观世音菩萨面前好好的烧几炷香。
As long as your conscience is upright. Ague, this little guy, must have such a good conscience. Could it be that he will starve to death? No. No. She also decided that before going to bed tonight, she should burn a few sticks of incense in front of Guanyin Bodhisattva.
多磕几个响头，求他老人家保佑。她相信观世音一定会保佑她，保佑她的丈夫，保佑她的阿荣，尤其保佑她的亲爱的儿子阿贵。她不十分相信别的菩萨。
Kowtow a few times and ask for her blessing. She believed that Guanqian would definitely bless her, her husband, her Arong, and especially her dear son Ague. She doesn't really trust other bodhisattvas.
但她相信观世音菩萨可以说是到了极度了。她每每向人说，观世音菩萨是不可不信的啊。她真灵，我有几次梦见过她，她是一个白发苍苍的、和蔼可亲的老奶奶。
But her belief in Guanyin Bodhisattva can be said to be extreme. She always said to people, Guanyin Bodhisattva must not be disbelieved. She is so smart. I have dreamed of her several times. But her belief in Guanyin Bodhisattva can be said to be extreme. She always said to people, Guanyin Bodhisattva must not be disbelieved. She is so smart. I have dreamed of her several times. She is a gray-haired, amiable old woman.
有时白天我也见着过她显圣，当她这样说时，就同她真看见过了观世音菩萨一样。但是她真看见过了吗？只有天晓得。轰轰轰，咔嚓，轰轰，雷声逼近了。这两位可怜的夫妻的沉思。
Sometimes I have seen her manifest herself during the day. When she said this, it was as if she had really seen Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. But whether she has really seen it, only God knows. Boom, 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 click, boom, boom, thunder is approaching. Musings on these two poor couples.
被响亮的雷声所震断了。这时又起了风，很大的风，接着就落下稀疏的很大的雨点。呵呵，下大雨了，快进去，外边不能够坐了。他们刚一进门，大雨就如倾盆也似地下了起来。他们将门关上。
It was shattered by loud thunder. At this time, the wind picked up again, very strong, and then sparse and heavy raindrops fell. It's raining heavily. Come in quickly. You can't sit outside. As soon as they walked in, the rain started pouring down. They closed the door.
但是阴风刮得太大了，两扇板门几乎有抵抗不住的形势。两间茅屋似乎被风雨激动得乱晃的样子，就同快要倒塌了。木桌上的煤油灯被风吹得忽明忽暗。
But the wind was so strong that the two panel doors were almost unable to withstand it. The two thatched huts seemed to be shaking wildly due to the wind and rain, as if they were about to collapse. The kerosene lamp on the wooden table was blown by the wind.
这时屋内的闷热的空气渐渐地消散了，顿时凉爽起来。大家感觉得爽快异常，但同时又惧怕这两间茅屋真莫不要被这般大风雨所根本推翻呢。那时才是真正的糟糕。
At this time, the stuffy air in the room gradually dissipated, and it suddenly became cooler. Everyone felt extremely happy, but at the same time they were afraid that the two huts would be completely destroyed by such a strong wind and rain. That's when it really sucks.
那时才是真正的灾祸。哇！那墙角上漏雨。阿荣指着墙角这样说。老王听了这话，向前一看，果然漏雨，并且漏得很多。他想到，真是倒霉，这真是如俗语所说，祸不单行呀。
That's when the real disaster begins. Mom, that corner is leaking, it's leaking. Rong pointed to the corner and said. After hearing this, Lao Wang looked forward and saw that it was indeed leaking, and there was a lot of leakage. He thought, alas, what bad luck. This is really as the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly.
天老爷故意与我们穷人捣乱。如果这两间茅屋真正的要倒塌了，那时道怎么办呢？我的天啊！阿荣的妈，快拿盆来接着，慢一点，这屋内快要成了河呢。天老爷真是故意与穷人为难呀。
God is deliberately causing trouble with us poor people. If these two huts are really going to collapse, what will we do then? Well, OMG. God is deliberately causing trouble with us poor people. If these two huts are really going to collapse, what will we do then? Well, OMG. Rong's mother, hurry up and get the basin. Wait a little longer, this house is about to become a river. Alas. God really deliberately makes things difficult for the poor.
阿荣的妈听了她丈夫的话，急忙将洗澡的木盆拿上去接漏雨。幸而只有这一处漏雨，若漏雨的处所太多了，纵使不将屋子漏得倒塌，但怕真要把屋内弄成河流了。
Rong's mother listened to her husband's words and hurriedly took the bathing basin up to catch the leaking rain. Fortunately, there was only one leak. If there were too many leaks, even if the house wouldn't collapse, it would turn into a river.
这时，凉爽的空气将阿贵身内身外的热度减低得多了，他于是有点清醒过来。他的两眼已将烧得透红的两眼睁开望一望，他看见屋内的情景甚为诧异，不明白发生了什么事情。
At this time, the cool air greatly reduced the heat inside and outside Ague's body, and he woke up a little. His eyes were already burning red. At this time, the cool air greatly reduced the heat inside and outside Ague's body, and he woke up a little. His eyes were already burning red. When he opened them and looked around, he was very surprised when he saw the scene in the room and didn't understand what happened.
他想说话，但觉喉咙很痛，很不容易说出话来。他哼了半晌，才哼出来一句话：“哇，我渴了。”当他喝了一碗凉水之后，他的神智更为清醒了。他虽然没有力气多说话。
He wanted to speak, but his throat hurt and it was difficult to speak. He hummed for a long time before humming a sentence. Mom, I'm thirsty. After he drank a bowl of cold water, his mind became clearer. Although he didn't have the energy to talk much. He wanted to speak, but his throat hurt and it was difficult to speak. He hummed for a long time before humming a sentence. Mom, I'm thirsty. After he drank a bowl of cold water, his mind became clearer. Although he didn't have the energy to talk much.
但他已经很明白地知道他现在是病了，是躺在竹床上。他看见他的父母的愁容，知道他们完全都是因为他一个被工厂开除了的，而现在病了躺在竹床上的儿子。
But he already knew clearly that he was sick now and was lying on the bamboo bed. He saw the sad faces of his parents and knew that they were all because of him, because he was fired from the factory and now his son was sick and lying on the bamboo bed.
他于是很清楚地想起日间的事了。他今天早晨是如何的预备进工厂上工，如何的走进工厂的大门，如何的被张金奎喊住，如何的被张金奎欺侮了一顿，如何失望地走出工厂。
He then remembered the events of the day clearly, how he prepared to work in the factory this morning, how he walked into the factory gate, how he was stopped by Jiang Guangci, how he was bullied by Jiang Guangci, how he was disappointed walked out of the factory.
当时心中是如何的难过，他不禁很深长地叹了一口气。阿贵，你到底怎样的就被开除了？阿贵不回答他的父亲。老王接着又说道：“不开除别人，单将你开除了，真是怪事。”
How sad he felt at that time. He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Ague. How on earth did you get fired? Ague didn't answer his father. Lao Wang then said, It's really weird to fire you instead of firing others.
为什么单将你开除了呢？阿贵还是沉默着。他现在身体不舒服，请你别要苦苦地追问他爸。等他好了，你再问也不迟呀。老王不听老婆的哀求，又继续地说道：“我晓得。”
Why did Sean fire you? Ague is still silent. He is not feeling well now. Please don't ask him so hard. Why did Sean fire you? Ague is still silent. He is not feeling well now. Please don't ask him so hard. When he gets better, it's not too late for you to ask. Lao Wang didn't listen to his wife's plea, and continued. I know, I know.
大约是因为什么工会的事情，哎，你倒不想想，资本家是怎么能够反对得了的？你不问3721，仗着自己的血气乱闹，真乱闹得好，现在把饭碗都乱闹掉了。老王停了一呼。
It's probably because of some trade union thing. Sigh. You don't want to think about how the capitalists can oppose it. You don't care about anything, but just rely on your own blood to make trouble. It's so good to make trouble, and now you have lost your job. Lao Wang paused for a moment.
声音略放低一点，又继续地说道：我们穷人生来就是穷命，应当好好的安分守己，有晚饭吃，不会饿死就得了，哪还能做什么非分的想头呢？我们穷人只好吃亏，只好受一点气，没有办法。
He lowered his voice slightly and continued, We poor people are born poor. We should live in peace and contentment. As long as we have a bowl of food to eat and don't starve to death, how can we have any unreasonable thoughts? We poor people have no choice but to suffer a loss and suffer a little. There is no other way.
譬如我今天受了红头阿三的一顿毒打，到现在我的肩背上还在痛，想起来，这都是我自己的不是啊。怎么？你今天受了红头阿三的一顿毒打？老王的老婆很惊异地问他，他很平和地。
For example, I received a severe beating from the red-headed Asen today, and my shoulders and back are still hurting. When I think about it, this is all my fault. How? For example, I received a severe beating from the red-headed Asen today, and my shoulders and back are still hurting. When I think about it, this is all my fault. How?
如同不关紧要的回答道：可不是嘛，我的肩背上现在还在痛呢。我们生来就是穷人的命，只好忍受点。是的，只好忍受点。他沉默下去了。他的老婆痴呆地望着他，也不说一句话。
As if it didn't matter, he replied, Isn't it? My shoulder and back are still hurting now. We were born poor, so we have to endure it. Yes, we have to endure it. He fell silent. His wife looked at him stupidly and didn't say a word.
阿贵起初听见他父亲的话，似乎觉着也有点道理，也许是我自己的不是罢，也许是因为我太不安分了罢，也许我不应当干什么工会的事情，现在连饭碗都干掉了，不但我自己受累。
When Ague heard his father's words at first, he seemed to think there was some truth to them. Maybe it's my own fault? Maybe it's because I'm too restless? Maybe I shouldn't have done anything in the trade union. Now I've lost my job, and it's not just me.
而且连累了一全家，这倒怎么办呢？事情是已经不可挽回的了。他已经预备在他的父母面前承认自己的过错，千不是，万不是，总是我王阿贵自己的不是。
And it affects the whole family. What should we do? Things are irreversible. He is ready to admit his fault in front of his parents. It is absolutely not the fault. It is always my fault, Wang Agui's.
忽然日间蚂蚁的事情飞到他的脑海里来了。他想象起那小蚂蚁与黑色的蚂蚁斗争的情形，那小蚂蚁英勇不屈的气概，他不禁打了一个寒战，接着他似乎陷入万丈深的羞辱的海里。
Suddenly, the incident about the ants during the day came to his mind. He imagined the struggle between the little ant and the black ant, and the heroic and unyielding spirit of the little ant. He couldn't help but shudder, and then he seemed to fall into a sea of humiliation.
羞辱的要死了的样子。他想到，怎么了？我连一个小蚂蚁都不如吗？不如一个小蚂蚁，还算是一个人吗？啊！我被开除了，难道说这是我的过错吗？张金奎陷好于资本家，把我弄得开除了。
He looked so humiliated that he died. He thought, what's wrong? Am I worse than a little ant? Not as good as a little ant, but still a person. Ah! I was fired. Is it my fault? Jiang Guangci showed favor to the capitalists and got me fired.
我就此能同他算了吗？他这般的欺侮我，我真能就好好的忍受下去吗？不，绝对的不能！我一定要报仇，我不报仇，我就不是人呀！我连小小的蚂蚁都不如，我没有过错。
Can I just let him go? Can I really endure it when he bullies me like this? No, absolutely not. I must take revenge. If I don't take revenge, I won't be a human being. I'm not even as good as a little ant. I am not at fault.
我一点过错都没有。他的愤火燃烧起来了，他的心窍似乎迷惑起来了。他隐隐的似乎看见那只小蚂蚁在笑他，在鄙视他。接着他看见了许多的小蚂蚁都在笑他，在鄙视他。呀！
I'm not at fault at all. His anger burned. His mind seemed confused. He vaguely seemed to see the little ant laughing at him and despising him. Then he saw many little ants laughing at him and despising him. Ah!
不好了！无数的小蚂蚁爬到身上了，钻进到他的耳里、鼻里、口里，似乎又钻进他的心里去了。他觉得痛痒的难过极了，他就同着了魔，疯狂地乱叫起来。他承认蚂蚁们是在惩罚他。
Not good. Countless little ants crawled on his body, got into his ears, nose, mouth, and seemed to have got into his heart. He felt the pain and itching so much that he became possessed and screamed wildly. He admitted that the ants were punishing him.
他于是哀求地叫道：“哎呦，请你们离开我吧！我一定报仇就是了。我一定去杀死我的仇人，我一定去杀死张金奎。”两位老夫妻看着阿贵无缘无故的忽然乱叫，手足乱动起来，就同疯了一样。
Then he cried out imploringly, "Ouch! Please leave me. I will definitely take revenge. I will definitely kill my enemy. I will definitely kill Jiang Guangci." The two old couples saw Ague suddenly screaming for no reason and moving his limbs wildly, as if he was crazy.
不禁惊骇地对望着，连话都说不出来。还是阿荣首先问道：“妈，阿哥是怎么着了啊？”阿贵忽然跳下竹床，口中嚷道：“好，我去报仇，我去杀我的仇人。”他说了这话，即跑向门前，要开门出去。
They couldn't help but look at each other in horror, unable to even speak. It was Arong who asked first. Mom, what's wrong with my brother? Ague suddenly jumped off the bamboo bed and shouted. Okay. I'm going to take revenge, I'm going to kill my enemy. After saying this, he ran to the door to open it and go out.
这时大风雨还未停息，屋外就如万马奔腾的一个样子。两个老夫妻见着阿贵开门要出去，这可是惊骇的要命，连忙上前将阿贵抱住，不让他开门。小阿荣见着这种情景，害得哭起来了。你
At this time, the strong wind and rain had not subsided, and it looked like thousands of horses galloping outside the house. The two old couples were horrified when they saw Ague opening the door to go out. They quickly stepped forward and hugged Ague, preventing him from opening the door. Seeing this scene, little Arong was so horrified that she started crying. You.
你怎么了？你疯了吗？外边这样大的雨。阿贵的母亲说着说着，同她的丈夫又把阿贵推到竹床上坐下来了。阿贵这时似乎明白了，他定一定神，向他的父母看了一看，又将头低将下去了。
What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? It's raining heavily outside. As Ague's mother talked, she and her husband pushed Ague onto the bamboo bed and sat down. Ague seemed to understand at this time. He calmed down and looked at his parents. After taking a look, he lowered his head again.
不说一句话。过了一忽，他的父母见着他平静下来了，这才将手松开，稍微放了一点心。最后他的父亲轻轻地向他问道：“阿贵，你是怎么着了？”啊，没有什么，爸爸，我是才做了一个梦。第二章，爱。
Don't say a word. After a while, his parents saw that he had calmed down, and then they released their hands and felt a little relieved. Finally, his father asked him gently, Ague. What's wrong with you? Huh? Nothing, Dad. I just had a dream. Chapter 2. Well.
这简直是什么世界？6月里的风雨来的时候固然很突然，可是消散的时候也很迅速。昨夜的暴风雨几乎延长了大半夜方行停止，今天早晨又重新是清朗无云的天气。
What a world this is. The wind and rain in June come very suddenly, but they also dissipate very quickly. What a world this is. The wind and rain in June come very suddenly, but they also dissipate very quickly. The storm last night lasted for almost half of the night and stopped, and it was clear and cloudless again this morning.
不过比昨天凉爽的许多了。照着阿贵的父母所猜想，阿贵幸托菩萨的保佑，在夜里没有发生什么令人可怕的事情，很平安地过去了。今天早晨起来，他俩看见阿贵的神志甚为清白。
But it's much cooler than yesterday. According to what Ague's parents had guessed, thanks to the blessing of Bodhisattva, Ague passed away peacefully without anything terrible happening during the night. When they woke up this morning, they saw that Ague's mind was very innocent.
心中异常的安慰，如卸了千钧重担子也是的。他俩似乎忘却阿贵的罪过了，或者因为怕引起他的心境的不安，关于昨天的事情，连一个字都没有提起。这一对可怜的。
I felt unusually relieved, as if a huge burden had been lifted off me. They seemed to have forgotten Ague's sin, or because they were afraid of causing him to feel uneasy, they didn't even mention a word about what happened yesterday. This pair is poor.
穷苦的老夫妻只有这一个儿子，虽然一时的甚为恼恨阿贵不该不守本分，弄得被厂里开除了，可是爱子的心 终归是把这一种恼恨压低下去。他俩只有这么一个儿子。
The poor old couple only had this one son. Although they were very angry at Ague for not abiding by his duties and were fired from the factory, their love for their son finally suppressed this anger. They only have one son.
倘若将阿贵责备狠了，逼得阿贵弄到别的差池来，那将如何是好呢？而况且阿贵又在病中，病人是不能受气的。他俩想到，阿贵虽然现在一时被厂里开除了，没有工作了。
What would happen if Ague was blamed so hard that Ague was forced to make other mistakes? Besides, Ague is also ill, and the patient cannot accept his anger. They both thought that although Ague was temporarily fired from the factory, he had no job.
难道说就此永远没有工作了吗？不会的，绝对不会的。阿贵并不是一个无用的傻孩子，无论如何是可以找到事情做的。因此，他俩慢慢的也就将昨天的事情忘却了。
Does it mean that there will never be a job? No, absolutely not. Ague is not a useless and stupid child. In any case, he can find something to do. Therefore, they slowly forgot about what happened yesterday.
他俩是指望阿贵养老的，是的，他俩应当好好的爱惜阿贵，不要使阿贵生出什么不幸的差池来。倘若阿贵有了什么不幸，那他俩这两条老命怕也是活不成了。阿贵若死了，
They were counting on Ague to take care of him in old age. Yes, they should take good care of Ague and not cause anything unfortunate to happen to Ague. If something bad happens to Ague, then I'm afraid they won't be able to survive these 2 old lives. Agiruo is dead.
那他俩将依靠何人呢？岂不是老来更要受罪吗？而况且阿贵被厂里开除了，这恐怕也不尽是阿贵的过错，也许是张金奎这小鬼故意要害他。你看他那一脸横肉，一双鬼眼睛，是的。
So who will they rely on? Doesn't it mean that you will suffer even more when you get older? Moreover, Ague was fired from the factory. This may not be entirely Ague's fault. Maybe it was Jiang Guangci who deliberately wanted to harm him. Look at his sinister face and ghost eyes. Yes.
恐怕是这小鬼做的怪，阿贵是没有什么过错。现在一对老夫妻只希望阿贵的病早些好，早些康健起来。就是阿贵现在没有工作，闲着手坐在家里，但他若能康健地坐在家里。
I'm afraid it's the kid's fault. Ague is not at fault. Now an old couple only hopes that Ague's illness will get better soon and he will be healthy soon. Even if Ague has no job now and sits at home with nothing to do, but if he can sit at home in good health.
那倒也没有什么，怕的是他有病，怕的是他发生别的不幸的花样来。不过因为阿贵失了业的缘故，这两位老夫妻要更加努力地挣钱了。阿贵在工厂做工的时候，还可以领到工钱养家。
That's nothing. What I'm afraid of is that he is sick, and what I'm afraid of is that other unfortunate things will happen to him. But because Ague lost his job, the 2 old couples had to work harder to make money. While Ague was working in the factory, he could also receive wages to support his family.
但是现在阿贵在家里坐着，他是要成为被人养活的一个人了。因此，阿贵的父亲不得不将小车子推出去，早些寻生意。阿贵的母亲，虽然她那一双烂红的眼睛妨碍她工作，
But now? Now that Ague is sitting at home, he will be the one being supported. Therefore, Ague's father had to push the car out to look for business early, and Ague's mother, although her red eyes hindered her from working,
不得不将盛着破布毡的竹筐子早些提将出去，到处去询问：要补衣服吗？要补衣服吗？生活是这样的艰难，钱是这样的难挣。阿贵的一家所消费的数目是非常的微细。
I had to take the tattered bamboo basket out early and go around asking, "Do you want to mend your clothes? Do you want to mend your clothes? Life is so hard. Money is so hard to make. The amount consumed by Ague's family is very small."
但因为要维持这点微细的消费，他的母亲、他的父亲不得不拼命的如牛马一般的工作，不得不尽自己的力量，可怜的去探求。阿贵与他小妹妹阿荣留在家里。阿贵今天早晨起来。
But in order to maintain this small amount of consumption, he, his mother, and his father had to work as hard as cattle and horses, and had to do their best to explore pitifully. Ague and his little sister Arong stayed at home. Ague got up this morning.
虽然他的神智恢复了常态，但他觉着四肢无力，软弱的非常。他从没有这样的软弱过。他深恨自己太不中用了，为什么小病了一场，就弄得这样的软弱起来？从前虽然也小病过。
Although his consciousness returned to normal, his limbs felt weak and extremely weak. He had never been so weak before. He deeply hated himself for being so useless. Why did a minor illness make me so weak? Even though I had minor illnesses before.
但不过觉着不舒服而已，一时的就过去了。但是现在弄到这般软弱的地步，两条腿几乎都没有移动的力气，真是万万料不到的事情。也许我受了不成人形了吧。
But I just felt uncomfortable and it passed away for a while. But now that he is in such a weak state, his legs have almost no strength to move. This is really unexpected. Maybe I lost weight and lost my human shape.
他于是想起来，他还有一块小镜子放在供桌的抽屉里面，何不拿出来照一照呢？看看到底瘦成了什么样子。当他拿起小镜子一照时，他见着镜子里面是一个不相识的面貌。
Then he remembered that he had a small mirror in the drawer of the tribute table. Why not take it out and take a look at it to see how slim he looked? When he picked up the small mirror and took a look, he saw an unfamiliar face in the mirror.
头发蓬松着，如囚犯一样，面色红而黑，一双眼睛深深的凹进，显得是非常大的眼睛，两颊瘦削的可怕。喂，这是谁呀？这简直不是阿贵了。阿贵还能记起从前的面貌，头发梳得很光润。
His hair is as fluffy as a prisoner's, his complexion is red and black, his eyes are deeply sunken and look very big, and his cheeks are horribly thin. Hey! Who is this? This is simply not Ague anymore. Ague can still remember his old appearance. His hair was combed smoothly.
面色虽不十分白，然而也并不黑得讨厌，两颊是很丰圆的，一双清丽而有神的眼睛。但是现在这镜子中的人，这简直是鬼了。但是阿贵素来不十分相信有鬼。
Although his complexion is not very white, it is not unpleasantly dark either. His cheeks are very plump and round, and he has a pair of clear and lively eyes. But the person in the mirror now? This is simply a ghost. But Ague has never really believed in ghosts.
而况且，纵使有鬼，也只能在夜里出现，哪能大清早起就有鬼呢？阿贵一刹那间似乎真看见鬼了，但他即刻就觉悟到了，这不是鬼，也不是别人的面貌，这正是他自己。
Moreover, even if there are ghosts, they can only appear at night. How can there be ghosts when you get up early in the morning? For a moment, Ague seemed to really see a ghost, but he immediately realized that this was not a ghost, nor was it the face of someone else. This was exactly himself.
这正是拿镜子自照的王阿贵。阿贵不禁长叹了一口气，唉，我现在变成了这个样子。阿贵起了床，踉跄地走出门外，换一换空气。这时朝阳出现，草上的露珠在阳光的辉映中闪耀着。
This is Wang Ague who is looking at himself in the mirror. Ague couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Oh, I've become like this now. Ague got up and stumbled out of the door for a change of air. At this time, the morning sun first appeared, and the dewdrops on the grass shone in the sunlight.
空气是异常的新鲜，他震一震肩背，伸一伸手腕，向着朝阳长长的呼吸了几口气。他这时觉得异常清爽，就如同从黑暗的、空气稚闷的、深沉的牢狱里出来一样。
The air is unusually fresh. He braced his shoulders, stretched his wrists, and took a few long breaths toward the rising sun. He felt extremely refreshed at this moment, as if he had just come out of a dark, stuffy, and deep prison.
往日他一起身急胡乱地吃了饭之后，急匆促地离家走入工厂的大门，并没曾注意过这可爱的朝阳，这鲜明的露珠，这令人清爽的空气。但是今天他却感觉到这些了。
In the past, he ate haphazardly as soon as he got up. After eating, he hurriedly left home and walked into the factory gate. He never noticed the lovely sunrise, the bright dewdrops, and the refreshing air. But today he felt this.
他似乎才开始感觉到自然界的生趣，似乎第一次感觉到早晨的好处。他这是很奇怪，为什么往日天天起早都没有感觉到这些呢？难道说今天的早晨是特别的吗？他呼吸了几口气之后
He seemed to have just begun to feel the vitality of nature, and seemed to feel the benefits of morning for the first time. He was very surprised at this time. Why didn't he feel this when he got up early every day in the past? Could it be said that today's morning is special? After he took a few breaths,
觉得清爽极了，因之他很满意。他很满意，他今天能够感觉到他往日所感觉不到的东西。哦，哦，他听见了工厂的烟囱吼叫了几声之后，慢慢的。
It felt very refreshing, so he was very satisfied. He was very satisfied that he could feel things today that he could not feel in the past. Woo! Woo! After he heard the factory chimney roaring several times, he slowly,
很不愿意地将自己的目光挪到那工厂所在的方向去。他看见工厂的房屋了，他看见烟囱突突地冒着乌烟了，他又遥遥地听见工厂内的机器声，他不禁深深地叹了几口气。
He was very reluctant to move his eyes in the direction of the factory. He saw the factory building, he saw the smoke coming out of the chimney, and he heard the sound of machinery in the factory in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh deeply.
他一方面似乎很高兴地脱离了这种特别的牢狱，在这个牢狱中，他消磨了他的黄金时代、儿时的光阴，一直到现在，他才脱离了它，才能感觉到这清晨的美丽。但他一方面又想到，
On the one hand, he seemed happy to be freed from the peculiar prison in which he had spent his golden years, his childhood, and from which he could only now feel the beauty of this morning. But on the other hand, he thought,
他不愿再往下想去，因为他很怕再往下想去关于他以后的事情了。他将来怎样生活呢？做什么事好呢？还是到别的厂里去找工作？还是如父亲一样推小车子？还是去
He didn't want to think about it any further because he was afraid of thinking about what would happen to him in the future. How will he live in the future? What should I do? Or go to another factory to find a job? Or push a cart like your father? Better go,
他真不愿意再往下想去了，因为这很苦恼他。阿贵向着工厂叹了一口气，又无精打采地走进屋内来了。这时，阿贵的母亲已经把早饭烧好了，叫他吃饭。在吃饭的时候
He really didn't want to go any further because it was very distressing to him. Ague sighed towards the factory and walked into the house listlessly. By this time Ague's mother had already cooked breakfast and asked him to eat. While eating,
他暗暗地瞟看他的父母，他俩老是沉默着不说话，也不向阿贵身上注意，似乎阿贵并没弄出什么事情的样子。但是在他俩的面容上都有很深的忧郁的表情。
he secretly glanced at his parents. They were always silent and did not pay attention to Ague, as if Ague had not caused anything. But there was a deep melancholy expression on both of their faces.
虽然他俩勉力地做着如平常一样的态度，不愿对于阿贵加以丝毫的苦恼，但是阿贵在他俩的面容上，却深深地感觉到他俩的心境是如何的苦痛，是如何的不安。
Although they tried their best to behave as usual and did not want to trouble Ague in the slightest, Ague could feel deeply how painful their moods were on their faces. The ground is restless.
阿贵想向他俩述说自己在厂里的经过，想说几句话来安慰他俩，可是不知为着怎的，只是没有说出来。唯有天真的小阿荣，他不知道忧愁，不知道烦恼，更不知道计算。他只要有饭吃。
Ague wanted to tell them about his experience in the factory, and wanted to say a few words to comfort them, but for some reason, he just didn't say it. Only the innocent little Arong does not know sorrow, worries, and calculations. As long as she has food to eat.
至于他吃的这饭是从什么地方来的，是不是他的父母用尽血汗换来的，他实在问不着这些。不过他的命运并不算好，他有时一颗小心灵也深深地感觉到苦恼。
As for where the food she ate came from, and whether her parents paid for it with their hard work, she really couldn't ask these questions. However, her fate was not good, and sometimes her little heart felt deeply distressed.
别人家小孩子时常穿新衣服，时常买糖果吃，时常买好玩的东西，可是阿荣只能看着他们，只能羡慕他们。他实在不明白这个道理，为什么别人家的小孩子都有好衣服穿，糖果吃？
Other people's children often wear new clothes, often buy candies, and often buy fun things, but our own can only look at them and envy them. She really doesn't understand this. Why do other people's children have nice clothes to wear and candies to eat?
东西玩呢？ 我的爹爹妈妈为什么不买给我呢？难道说我的爹爹妈妈不疼我吗？饭吃完了之后，阿贵看着一对可怜的老父母匆促地出门去了，母亲拿着盛着破布蘸的竹篮子。
What to play with? Why don't my parents buy it for me? Does it mean that my parents don't love me? After the meal was finished, Ague watched a pair of poor old parents go out in a hurry. The mother was holding a bamboo basket filled with repairs.
父亲推着小车子，阿贵，你留在家里与小妹妹看门。阿贵听了他母亲临行时的话，心中不禁又难过又害羞。难过的是，母亲那一双红烂的眼睛，那一副可怜的老太婆的相貌。
The father pushed the cart. Ague, you stay at home and guard the door with your little sister. After hearing his mother's words before leaving, Ague couldn't help but feel sad and shy. What's sad is, my mother's red eyes, her appearance of a poor old woman.
父亲的憔悴的形容，那表现他因为推小车子而练成的驼背，这么大的年纪，身体又这么不康健，而还是天天劳苦个不休，想起来好不令人难过啊！难道说他俩真个生来就是穷苦的命？唉。
My father's haggard expression reflects the hunchback he developed from pushing a cart. It's so sad to think of him at such an old age, with such an unhealthy body, yet still working endlessly every day. Could it be that they were both born into poverty? Well,
他俩从没有过过好日子，从小到老一直在穷苦灾难之中这样的生活着，这样可怜的生活着。害羞的是，喂，我阿贵留在家里，儿子留在家里，让年老的父母出外劳苦去。
they have never lived a good life. From childhood to old age, they have been living in poverty and disaster, living in such wretchedness. The shy one said, "Hello. I, Ague, stay at home." Should the son stay at home and let his elderly parents go out to work?
我还能算是一个儿子吗？我不但不能挣钱养家，而反使他俩老人家吃苦受累，这是从何说起呢？我是他俩的儿子，唉，我枉为他俩的儿子了。阿贵想到这里，一颗心如被滚油煎熬着也似的。
Can I still be considered a son? Not only can I not make money to support my family, but I have also made them suffer and suffer. Where do we start? I am their son, alas. I am their son in vain. When Ague thought of this, his heart felt like it was being boiled with oil.
脸上和身上不禁出了一阵冷汗。往时在工厂里做工时，尤其是在炎热的天气，觉得非常的吃苦，虽然是无法可想，但是总想设法休息休息。今天阿贵是在家休息了。
A cold sweat broke out on his face and body. In the past, when I was working in the factory, especially in hot weather, I felt it was very hard. Although it was impossible to imagine, I always wanted to find a way to take a rest. Ague is resting at home today.
照理是不应感觉着什么痛苦了，但是他这时情愿在厂里做工，情愿吃那炎热的痛苦，而不愿留在家里闲坐着。他这时所感觉的痛苦，是更为令人难以忍受的痛苦。
Logically, he shouldn't feel any pain, but at this time, he would rather work in the factory and suffer the heat than stay at home and sit idle. The pain he felt at this time was even more unbearable.
是为他往日所未感觉得到的。阿贵拿起一张小矮短的木凳子， 放在门口，背靠着板门坐下。他走入深沉的幻想里，将两眼闭着，似乎睡熟了。他这时并没想起他的小妹妹。
It was something he had never felt before. Ague picked up a short wooden stool, placed it at the door, and sat down with his back against the door. He went into deep fantasy, closed his eyes, and seemed to be fast asleep. He did not think of his little sister at this moment.
因知这时他的小妹妹在做什么，他也没有注意。阿哥，阿哥，你看这墙根底下有很多的蚂蚁在打架呢，黑蚂蚁、黄蚂蚁。啊，蚂蚁在打架。阿贵在深沉的幻想中被他的小妹妹唤醒了。
So he didn't pay attention to what his little sister was doing at this time. Brother. Brother. Look, there are a lot of ants fighting under the wall. Black ants, yellow ants. Oh. Ant? So he didn't pay attention to what his little sister was doing at this time. Brother. Brother. Look, there are a lot of ants fighting under the wall. Black ants, yellow ants. Oh. Ant? Ants fighting? Ague was awakened from his deep fantasy by his little sister.
他不禁全身震动了一下，如听见了什么惊人的消息也似的。他没有回答他的小妹妹了，可是接着他又听到他的小妹妹叫道：“阿哥，阿哥，快来看，他们打得真好玩呐！”
He couldn't help but trembled all over, as if he had heard some shocking news. He didn't answer his little sister, but then he heard his little sister shout again, dash. Brother. Brother. Come and see, they are having so much fun playing.
阿贵很惊颤地回答了一句：“好，你在那里好好的玩吧。”阿贵这时想起昨日蚂蚁的事来了，那一只大黑蚂蚁的无礼，那小蚂蚁的英勇的气概，不屈的精神，他的身心渐渐颤动得很厉害了。
Ague replied in shock. Okay, you can have fun there. At this moment, Ague remembered what happened to the ants yesterday, the rudeness of the big black ant, the heroic spirit and unyielding spirit of the little ant. His body and mind gradually began to tremble violently.
同时他觉得被羞辱所包裹着了，难过得非常。他想到，怎么，我连那一只小蚂蚁都不如吗？蚂蚁被他的同类所欺侮了，还要拼命的抵抗。我是一个人，哎，我是一个人啊，我受了人家的欺侮。
At the same time he felt wrapped up in humiliation and very sad. He thought, what? Am I not as good as that little ant? The ant has been bullied by its own kind, but it still has to resist desperately. I am a person, alas. I am a person. I have been bullied by others. Of bullying.
难道就这样的算了吗？喂，我这个人连一只小蚂蚁都抵不上啊！是的，我要报仇，我要不报仇，我就不能算是一个人，我应当投到粪池里淹死掉。
Is it just like this? Hello. This person, I am not even worth a little ant. Yes, I want revenge. If I don't take revenge, I can't be considered a person. I should be thrown into the cesspool and drowned.
我有什么对不起张金奎的地方？他为什么要效力于资本家，这样苦苦的害我？我难道就这样的放他过去吗？我一定要做死他！是的， 我应当毫不迟疑地把他弄死。唉，
How can I feel sorry for Jiang Guangci? Why does he want to work for the capitalists and harm me so hard? Should I just let him go like this? I must kill him, yes, I must kill him without hesitation. Well,
这小子也不知道害死了多少人，他害死了我亲爱的朋友李全发，害死了那没有一点罪过的沈玉芳先生。他想到这里，忽然沈玉芳的往事浮现在他的眼前了。这是今年正月底的事情。
I don't know how many people this kid has killed. He killed my dear friend Li Chuanfa and Mr. Shen Yufang, who was not guilty at all. He thought of this, and suddenly Shen Yufang's past reappeared in front of him. I don't know how many people this kid has killed. He killed my dear friend Li Chuanfa and Mr. Shen Yufang, who was not guilty at all. He thought of this, and suddenly Shen Yufang's past reappeared in front of him. This happened at the end of the first month of this year.
阿斯路提里内开设了一所平民义务学校，分日夜2班。这所学校是谁个开办的？经费从什么地方筹来的？关于这些事情，谁个也不晓得。不过因为学校是义务的。
A compulsory school for civilians was opened in T Lane, S Road, with 2 classes, day and night. Who opened this school? Where did the funds come from? No one knows about these things. But because school is compulsory,
所以一般工人子弟进校读书的很多。阿贵是一个很聪明的年轻工人，很早就想读点书，认得一点字。他常常感觉到不认字的痛苦，因之他读书的心非常的切。可是他是一个工人。
Therefore, many workers' children go to school. Ague is a very smart young worker. He has long wanted to read some books and know some words. Therefore, many workers' children go to school. Ague is a very smart young worker. He has long wanted to read some books and know some words. He often feels the pain of not being able to read, so he is very
始终没有读书的机会，不过空想想罢了。阿贵听到替里内开设平民义务学校的消息，不禁高兴得非常。他所想的读书的机会，现在是临到了，于是他报名入了夜班。
I never had the chance to study, but I just fantasized about it. Ague couldn't help being very happy when he heard the news about the opening of a compulsory school for civilians in T. The opportunity to study that he had dreamed of had now arrived, so he signed up for the night shift.
日班他是没有功夫读书的，因为日里他为工作所羁绊着了。当他出上第一堂光课的时候，教师是一个约莫22、23岁的女子。这个是女学生的装束，穿着一身很朴素的。
He didn't have time to study during the day shift because he was tied up with work during the day. When he took his first Chinese language class, the teacher was a woman of about 22 or 3 years old, wearing the attire of a female student, very simple.
然而又很雅致的衣裳，她的面孔是圆圆的，很白净的，两眼笑眯眯地显出很和蔼而可爱的神气。她的身体似乎很瘦弱，然而她的精神却很壮健。在未上课之前
However, her clothes are very elegant, her face is round and fair, and her eyes are smiling, showing a very kind and lovely look. Her body seemed frail, but her spirit was strong. Before class,
他先说了一些勉励学生的话，他的声音是很温柔，然而同时又是很响亮的。他所说的大意如此： 我们因为穷人没有读书的机会，所以才开设了这一所平民义务学校。
She first said some words of encouragement to the students. Her voice was very gentle, but at the same time it was very loud. What she said was to this effect: We opened this compulsory school for civilians because the poor did not have the opportunity to study.
希望你们进了学校之后，好好的诚心诚意的读书，千万不要儿戏。现在只有有钱的人有读书的机会，而穷人是没有的。因之，社会上一切事情只有有钱的人知道，只有有钱的人去问。
I hope that after you enter school, you will study hard and sincerely, and don't make fun of it. Nowadays, only rich people have the opportunity to study, but poor people do not. Therefore, only rich people know about everything in society and only rich people ask. I hope that after you enter school, you will study hard and sincerely, and don't make fun of it. Nowadays, only rich people have the opportunity to study, but poor people do not. Therefore, only rich people know about everything in society and only rich people ask.
而我们穷人就如傻子一样听着他们摆布。可是现在我们既然有一点机会，我们就应当好好的来读，就应当把自己的知识增高起来。在这一位女教师演说的时候
And we poor people are like fools, listening to their mercy. But now that we have a little chance, we should read it carefully and improve our knowledge. When this female teacher was giving a speech,
阿贵的两眼瞪着他在电灯光下一张嘴洞，只见着他忽而温和，忽而又严厉起来的神气。阿贵表面上似乎也注意听他的演说，其实他几乎一点都没听见他说些什么。
Ague stared at her as she opened her mouth under the electric light, and saw her expression that was gentle and stern at times. On the surface, Ague seemed to be paying attention to her speech, but in fact he was almost not paying attention at all. Didn't hear what she said.
阿贵这时只是沉入于痴想的渊底了。这是一位小姐，也许是那家的少奶奶，也许是在大学堂读书的女学生。这个学校是平民义务学校，我们来念书的又不给钱，可见得她是白教书的了。
At this time, Ague just sank into the abyss of fantasy. This is a young lady, maybe the young lady of that family? Maybe a female student studying in the university hall? This school is a compulsory school for civilians, and we are here to study. If she doesn't pay, it's obvious that she is teaching for nothing.
她为什么要来白白的教书？难道说有什么好处？坐在家里当小姐少奶奶不好，为什么来与我们这些穷人打混？奇怪得很，我简直一点儿不明白。怪事，她是这样的和蔼，是这样的可爱。
Why should she come and teach for free? Is there any benefit? It's not good to sit at home and be a young lady. Why come and hang out with poor people like us? Very strange. I simply don't understand it at all. Weird thing. She is so kind and lovely.
但又是这样的庄严，我真是很少见过这种样子的女子。奇怪得很，居然有这样的女子来教我们穷人的书。是的，阿贵这时简直不明白他眼中所看见的女子是什么样的人。
But she is so solemn. I have rarely seen a woman like this. Very strange. There is such a woman to teach us the poor man's book. Yes, Ague simply didn't understand what kind of person the woman he saw was at this time.
但是阿贵觉着这位女教师第一次所给他的印象， 他将永远地保留在自己的记忆中，无论什么时候都忘却不掉。从此，阿贵就成为平民义务学校的学生了。他越与这位女教师熟识。
But Ague felt that the impression this female teacher gave him for the first time would remain in his memory forever, and he would never forget it. From then on, Ague became a student in a civilian compulsory school. The more he got to know the female teacher,
越与她亲近些，越感觉到她是一个非凡的女子。她的笑容，她的说话，她的动作，以及她的一切，阿贵都觉得是神圣的。阿贵觉着她是一个非常可爱的女子。
The closer I get to her, the more I feel that she is an extraordinary woman. Her smile, her words, her movements, and everything about her felt sacred to Ague. Ague thinks she is a very lovely woman.
同时又是一个非常可尊敬的女子。阿贵在自己短小的生命史中，从没有感觉到自己是幸福的时候。若这个幸福的时候是有的，那恐怕就是他与这位女教师说话。
At the same time, she is a very respectable woman. In his short life history, Ague never felt that he was happy. If there was such a happy moment, it would probably be when he was talking to this female teacher.
或是他看见她的笑容的时候了。女教师无论带那一个学生，都就如同母亲姊妹或是朋友带自己的儿子兄弟或是朋友一样。阿贵的天真、聪明、忠实，格外地引起女教师的注意。
Or maybe it was time he saw her smile. No matter which student a female teacher treats, she treats her son, brother, or friend just as a mother, sister, or friend treats her. Ague's innocence, intelligence, and loyalty particularly attracted the attention of the female teacher.
因之，他常微笑地向阿贵说道：“阿贵，你很好，好好的读将下去吧，你是很有希望的。”阿贵听了女教师对于自己夸奖之后，更异常地努力起来。这时恐怕是他一生中最幸福的时候了。
So she often said to Ague with a smile, "Ague, you are very good. Just read it carefully. You are very promising." After Ague heard the female teacher's praise for him, he worked even harder. This was probably the happiest time in his life.
有时女教师用很温柔的、很挂念的口气问起阿贵家中的情形、工厂中的待遇。当阿贵很细心地向她述说了之后，他常常很深沉地叹道：“哎，这简直是什么世界？这难道说是人的生活吗？呵。”
Sometimes the female teacher asked Ague about the situation at home and the treatment in the factory in a very gentle and caring tone. After Ague told her in detail, she often sighed deeply, Alas! What a world this is! Is this human life? Ha!
这样是不能长此下去的。这话并不是对阿贵说的，但是阿贵听了这话，却深深地感觉到他的心灵是如何的为着他，为着他的父母，为着一些劳苦的穷人在忍受痛苦呢。
This cannot continue like this. These words were not said to Ague, but after hearing these words, Ague deeply felt how her heart was for him, for his parents, and for some hard work. Poor people are suffering.
从没有人曾这样温存地问过阿贵的话，曾这样注意地挂念阿贵家中的生活。因此，阿贵待他不但如先生一样，而且暗暗地感觉到他是一个是一个什么呢？
No one has ever asked Ague so tenderly, or cared so much about Ague's life at home. Therefore, Ague not only treated her like a husband, but also secretly felt that she was, oh, what was she?
阿贵很明显的也并没曾当他是一个恰当的什么人，不过他总觉得他是一个为他所最敬爱的一个人，也许在无意识之中，他当他是自己的姐姐、母亲。
Ague obviously never regarded her as a proper person, but he always felt that she was the person he respected the most. Perhaps unconsciously, he regarded her as his sister and mother.
或是那个为母亲常说起的观世音菩萨吧。自从进了平民义务学校读书之后，因为一些教师们都是无神论者，所说的都是一些无神的话，阿贵慢慢的也就不相信起神来了。
Or the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva that my mother always talked about. After entering the civilian compulsory school, Ague gradually stopped believing in God because some teachers were atheists and all they said were godless words.
他曾如他的母亲一样，深深地相信过观世音菩萨，但是现在他却以为这是愚蠢的事了。他觉悟了，一切什么菩萨、什么神都是骗人的，都是不存在的东西。如果菩萨真正是有的，
Like his mother, he had deeply believed in Guanyin Bodhisattva, but now he thought this was a fool's errand. He realized, all bodhisattvas and gods are lies and do not exist. If bodhisattvas really exist,
那他们就应当保佑善人，保佑不做坏事的人。但是在现在的世界上，好人终日劳苦的人反来受苦，而恶人，例如我们的场主，例如张金奎这小子，例如他们偏偏有吃有喝有穿的。
then they should protect good people and protect people who do not do bad things. But in today's world, good people and people who work hard all day long suffer, while evil people, such as our factory owners, such as Jiang Guangci, such as, there is food, drink and clothing.
快活的要命，这到底是怎么一回事情呢？照这样看去，菩萨简直是穷人的死对头了，我们还相信他干嘛呢？啊，打倒菩萨，打倒一切什么观世音、什么观不音的。呵呵，也许观世音是真有的。
Extremely happy, what on earth is going on? From this perspective, the Bodhisattva is simply the enemy of the poor. Why should we still believe in him? Oh! Defeat the Bodhisattva. Defeat all Guanyin. Extremely happy, what on earth is going on? From this perspective, the Bodhisattva is simply the enemy of the poor. Why should we still believe in him? Oh! Defeat the Bodhisattva. Defeat all Guanyin and Avalokitesvara. He. Maybe Guanyin is real?
那么他的化身一定就是这位沈玉芳先生，我们的女教师吧？呵，她简直就如母亲所说的观世音菩萨一样，这么样好良心的女子。不过沈玉芳终究是个人，并且是一个很反对神的人。
Then her incarnation must be Mr. Shen Yufang, our female teacher. Oh! She is just like the Guanyin Bodhisattva her mother said. Such a conscientious woman. But Shen Yufang is a human being after all, and a person who is very opposed to God.
时常向阿贵解释观世音是没有的，因之阿贵也就不能断定他是观世音的化身了。如果沈玉芳是观世音化身的话，那他怎么会反对他自己呢？阿贵很会思索这个道理。
He often explained to Ague that Avalokitesvara does not exist, so Ague could not conclude that she was the incarnation of Avalokitesvara. If Shen Yufang is the incarnation of Guanyin, then why would she oppose herself? Ague is very good at thinking about this truth.
虽然他相信沈玉芳就如他的母亲相信观世音一样，但他很明白，在沈玉芳与观世音中间到底是没有什么关系的。同学之中，与阿贵最交好的，要算是李全发了。
Although he believed in Shen Yufang just as his mother believed in Guanyin, he knew very well that there was no relationship between Shen Yufang and Guanyin. Among the classmates, Li Chuanfa was the one who had the best friendship with Ague.
李全发也是 F 纱厂的工人，他的年纪略比阿贵的大些，这是一个很精明强干的青年，做事异常的认真。在知识方面，他比阿贵发展的多了，也就因此，阿贵对于他暗暗地怀着敬意了。
Li Chuanfa is also a worker in S cotton factory. He is slightly older than Ague. He is a very smart and capable young man who is extremely serious about his work. Li Chuanfa is also a worker in S cotton factory. He is slightly older than Ague. He is a very smart and capable young man who is extremely serious about his work. In terms of knowledge, he is much more developed than Ague, and therefore, Ague secretly respects him.
阿贵渐渐地觉察到沈玉芳与李全发多亲近些了。他有时将李全发喊到楼上，或离开课室较远的地方，秘密的、轻轻的，与他说一些似乎又亲近又很秘密的话。照着他俩的情形，
Ague gradually realized that Shen Yufang and Li Chuanfa were closer. Sometimes she would call Li Chuanfa upstairs, or far away from the classroom, and secretly and softly say something to him that seemed intimate and secretive. According to their situation.
并不像有什么爱情的关系在内，但是他俩是这样的亲近，说话是这样的秘密，这却使阿贵暗暗地感着不快。他想到，为什么沈先生这样的与李全发亲近呢？李全发差不多同我一样。
It didn't seem like there was any love relationship involved, but the fact that they were so close and spoke so secretly made Ague secretly feel unhappy. He thought, why is Mr. Shen so close to Li Chuanfa? Li Chuanfa is almost the same as me.
为什么他俩说话要避开我呢？难道说他俩有什么爱情的关系？不像，不像，绝对的不像。但是他俩为什么要这样的呢？沈先生也许讨厌我吧，也许他看不起我吧。不过我同李全发差不多。
Why do they avoid me when they talk? Could it be said that they have some kind of love relationship? Not like it. Not like it. Absolutely not the same. Why do they avoid me when they talk? Could it be said that they have some kind of love relationship? Not like it. Not like it. Absolutely not the same. But why are they doing this? Maybe Mr. Shen hates me. Maybe she looks down on me. But I am similar to Li Chuanfa.
为什么单要看不起我呢？也许他俩秘密的有什么事情，这种事情是不能公开的。也许，不过为什么要瞒着我呢？沈先生叫我做什么事情，我难道不去做吗？我一定会去做的。
Why do you have to look down on me? Maybe they have something secretly going on. This kind of thing cannot be made public. Maybe. But why hide it from me? Shouldn't I do whatever Mr. Shen asks me to do? I will definitely do it.
只要李全发可以做的事情，我王阿贵也是可以做的。 但是沈先生为什么不叫我做呢？阿贵想来想去，不能解决。他有时想公开地问问李全发，到底他与沈先生做些什么事情。
As long as Li Chuanfa can do anything, Wang Agui can also do it. But why didn't Mr. Shen ask me to do it? Agui thought about it and couldn't solve it. Sometimes he wanted to ask Li Chuanfa openly what he and Mr. Shen were doing.
可是阿贵不知因为什么，终究胆怯的没有问出来。他这时的心境似乎吃醋又非吃醋，抱怨又非抱怨，羞辱又非羞辱，说不出是一种什么滋味。他有时想到，沈先生所以不相信他。
But Agui didn't know why, so he was too timid to ask. His mood at this time seemed to be jealous but not jealous, complaining but not complaining, humiliated but not humiliated. I couldn't tell what it was like. He sometimes thought that was why Mr. Shen didn't believe him.
是因为他自己不如李全发，是自己的不好，他不禁又有点悲哀了。后来还是李全发先向阿贵解释他与沈先生的关系。他说，沈先生并不是一个平常的女教师，而是一个女革命党。他说
It was because he was not as good as Li Chuanfa. It was his own fault. He couldn't help but feel a little sad again. Later, it was Li Chuanfa who explained his relationship with Mr. Shen to Agui first. He said that Mr. Shen was not an ordinary female teacher, but a female revolutionary. He said,
场内有几个工友已经组织了一个秘密团体，倘若阿贵愿意的话，也可以加入。你真是混蛋，为什么不早向我说呢？怪不得你们鬼鬼祟祟的，弄得我莫名其妙啊！你真是混蛋。
Several workers in the factory have organized a secret group. If Agui is willing, he can join. You are such a bastard. Why didn't you tell me earlier? No wonder you are so sneaky and confusing to me. You are such a bastard.
到现在才向我说起，你难道说还不相信我吗？阿贵听了李全发的话，这样的反责问他。李全发当然表示非常的满意，从此就把阿贵介绍到所谓秘密的团体里边去了。在每次的会议中，
You've only told me about it now. Don't you think you still believe me? After hearing what Li Chuanfa said, Agui asked him this question. Of course, Li Chuanfa was very satisfied, and from then on he introduced Agui to the so-called secret group. In every meeting,
阿贵能更亲近地与沈玉芳谈话，能更明了地认识沈玉芳是一个什么人，因之对于沈玉芳更加爱敬起来。在别一方面说也奇怪得很，阿贵自从进了团体之后，
Agui was able to talk to Shen Yufang more intimately, and he could understand more clearly who Shen Yufang was, so he loved and respected Shen Yufang even more. On the other hand, it is strange to say that since Agui joined the group,
似乎渐渐地觉到自己是一个成人了，而不是一个很平常的什么事都不知道的小孩子。关于这一层，不但阿贵自己觉到，就是阿贵的父母也渐渐地觉到了。
It seems that I gradually feel that I am an adult, not an ordinary child who knows nothing about the world. Regarding this aspect, not only Agui himself was aware of it, but also Agui's parents were gradually aware of it.
一对老夫妻时常暗暗地说道：“奇怪得很。”阿贵进来说话，行动都变了样子。菩萨也不相信了，什么都不相信了。你看，这样的读书读得好，读得连菩萨都不相信了。
An old couple often said secretly. It's very strange. Ague's words and actions have changed recently. The Bodhisattva doesn't believe it anymore. He doesn't believe anything. An old couple often said secretly. It's very strange. Ague's words and actions have changed recently. The Bodhisattva doesn't believe it anymore. He doesn't believe anything. You see, reading like this is so good. Even the Bodhisattva doesn't believe it anymore.
一对可怜的老夫妻当然不能明了阿贵内心的变迁，只能感觉着奇怪而已。他俩的年纪已经太大了，因之他俩的脑筋被旧的锁链束缚得紧紧的，无论如何。
Of course, the poor old couple couldn't understand the changes in Ague's heart. They could only feel it was strange. They are both too old, so their minds are tightly bound by old chains, no matter what.
不会想到一个人如何能不相信菩萨而生活着，尤其是对于阿贵的母亲，她若不是相信有菩萨在保佑她，她恐怕久已离开人世了。今年4月间，阿斯部发生了空前的政治的变动。
I never thought how a person could live without believing in bodhisattvas. Especially for Ague's mother, if she didn't believe that a bodhisattva was protecting her, she might have passed away a long time ago. In April this year, unprecedented political changes occurred in Esport.
阿贵参加过几次群众示威的运动，亲眼看见许多工人，这期间也有老头子、老太婆、年轻的小姑娘、很小很小的小孩子，大批的被枪杀的枪杀、刺伤的刺伤、逮捕的逮捕，种种无人性的惨象。
Ague participated in several mass demonstrations and saw with his own eyes many workers, including old men, old women, young girls, very small children, who were shot and stabbed in large numbers. Arrest after arrest, all kinds of inhumane horrors.
阿贵希尔逃脱了一条命，然而他的悲愤，他的悲愤非言语所能尽。他曾几次的痛哭过。这样革命急得好，连我们穷人的命都根本急掉了。喂，造他娘！我们非干不行。
Fortunately, Ague escaped with his life, but his grief and indignation, oh, his grief and indignation cannot be expressed in words. He cried bitterly several times. Haha. This kind of revolution is so good that it even saves the lives of us poor people. Hey! Make his mother. We have to do. Fortunately, Ague escaped with his life, but his grief and indignation, oh, his grief and indignation cannot be expressed in words. He cried bitterly several times. Haha. This kind of revolution is so good that it even saves the lives of us poor people. Hey! Make his mother. We have to do it.
终究不过是一死而已。这时，沈玉芳还是继续他的秘密的工作。一天晚上，沈玉芳正在讲堂上课的时候，张金奎带领5、6个巡捕将他捉住了。李全发见着神情不对，即刻想设法逃脱。
It's just death in the end. At this time, Shen Yufang continued her secret work. One night, when Shen Yufang was in the lecture hall, Jiang Guangci led 5 or 6 patrols and caught her. Li Chuanfa saw that she looked wrong and immediately thought try to escape.
可是张金奎的眼睛非常的敏捷，已经看见李全发坐在什么地方了。他上前一把将李全发的头发抓住，带骂带讥讽地说道：“哈哈，你还想跑吗？从今后管教你不再作怪了。”
But Zhang Jingkui's eyes were very sharp and he had already seen where Li Chuanfa was sitting. He stepped forward and grabbed Li Chuanfa's hair, scolding and sarcastically saying, Dash. Haha. Do you still want to run away? From now on, I will discipline you and stop being weird.
我看你去在组织什么工会，在反对我们，哈哈。阿贵这时自量自己也是跑不脱的了，不如坐着不动，看他们怎么样处置。却不料他们将沈玉芳和李全发捕住了之后，即开步走出去了。
Let me see if you organize another trade union and oppose us again. Haha. At this time, Ague thought that he couldn't escape, so he might as well sit still and see how they dealt with them. Unexpectedly, after they captured Shin Yufang and Li Chuanfa, they walked out.
阿贵一方面庆幸自己没有被捕，但一方面看着沈玉芳和李全发就如强盗一般被他们拉走了，心中真是难过的要命，他不禁放声哭起来了。这时上课的学生有20几个，小孩子也有。
On the one hand, Ague was glad that he was not arrested, but on the other hand, seeing Shin Yufang and Li Chuanfa being dragged away by them like robbers, he felt so sad that he couldn't help but burst into tears. There were more than 20 students in class at this time, including children.
成人也有，大家见着阿贵哭起来了，便都哭僵起来，就如死了父母一样。阿贵料定他俩的性命难保，不禁想到，我为什么不跟着他们一块儿去呢？他俩死了，我一个好独活着吗？
There were adults too. When everyone saw Ague crying, they all burst into tears, as if their parents had died. Ague expected that their lives would be hard to save, so he couldn't help but think, why don't I go with them? If they are dead, can I live alone?
在这种世界活着有什么意思？真的，不如死了还好些啊！哎，这简直是什么世界？简直没有一点道理可讲了。这张金奎这小子为什么能这样的下毒手呢？真是一点良心都没有了。
What's the point of living in this kind of world? Really, it would be better to die. Well, what a world this is. There is simply no sense left. Here, why is this guy Jiang Guangci so vicious? I really have no conscience at all.
丧尽天良的狗东西！阿哥，快来看，这些黑蚂蚁被黄蚂蚁打败了呢！黄蚂蚁真厉害！一桩一桩的往事正在阿贵的脑海中涌现的时候，阿荣又将蚂蚁打仗的事情扰乱了阿贵的回忆。
What a shameless piece of shit! Brother, come and see, these black ants have been defeated by the yellow ants. Yellow ants are so powerful. What a shameless piece of shit! Brother, come and see, these black ants have been defeated by the yellow ants. Yellow ants are so powerful. When one after another past events were emerging in Ague's mind, Arong disturbed Ague's memory with the incident of ants fighting.
阿贵又重新想到昨日蚂蚁的情形，就是这样的决定吧。我应当学蚂蚁，我真难道连蚂蚁都不如吗？如果沈先生和李全发死了有之，他俩怕要在地下暗暗地笑我呢。
Ague thought again about the situation of the ants yesterday. That's the decision. I should learn from ants. Am I really worse than an ant? If Mr. Shen and Li Chuanfa knew better after they died, they would probably laugh at me secretly underground.
他俩要笑我这不中用的怕死的东西。是的，我要为他俩报仇啊！阿贵自言自语地说了这几句话，他的小妹妹只当是他的哥哥叫他，所以走到阿贵的面前来了。阿贵见着小妹妹走来，
They both want to laugh at my worthless thing. Yes, I want to avenge them both. Ague said these words to himself. His little sister just thought she was her brother, so she came to Ague. Ague saw the little sister coming.
便把她拉到自己的怀里，用手抚摸她的小辫子。阿贵是很爱小妹妹的，当他每次下工的时候，一走进门来，即要同小妹妹亲热一下，或者将她抱一抱，或者与她亲亲嘴。
He pulled her into his arms and stroked her braid with his hands. Ague loved his little sister very much. Whenever he walked in the door after work, he would make love to her, give her a hug, or kiss her.
阿荣的父母是没有给过零钱与他买东西吃的，但是阿贵却有时给他一个铜板或2个铜板买东西吃，因之他也就很欢喜自己的哥哥。阿贵待他的小妹妹是温柔极了，很少时候打骂他。
Rong's parents never gave her change to buy food with her, but Ague sometimes gave her 1 or 2 copper coins to buy food, so she was very happy with her brother. Ague was very gentle with his little sister and rarely beat or scolded her.
也就可以说，从没曾打骂过他。有时阿荣被他的父母打骂的时候，他总是跑到哥哥的怀中，以他为自己的保护者。阿贵很关心小妹妹的生活，他没有哥哥姐姐，也没有弟弟。
It can be said that he has never beaten or scolded her. Sometimes when Rong was beaten and scolded by her parents, she would always run into her brother's arms and regard him as her protector. Ague is very concerned about the life of his little sister. He has no older siblings or younger brothers.
只有这个小妹妹，因之他很不愿意这个小妹妹吃苦。他以为这个小女孩子生来做他的妹妹，不能吃穿好的，已经是很不幸了，如何还能虐待她呢？而且阿荣一双伶俐的眼睛。
There is only this little sister, so he doesn't want this little sister to suffer. He thought that it was unfortunate that this little girl was born as his sister and could not have good food and clothing. How could he still abuse her? And Rong has a pair of smart eyes.
一副圆圆的小面庞，看起来是很可爱的一个小女孩子。阿贵那有不爱她之理呢？阿荣很天真地向他哥哥述说蚂蚁打仗的事情，他的2只小手并形容出蚂蚁打架时的样子。
She looks like a very cute little girl with a round face. How can Ague not love her? She looks like a very cute little girl with a round face. How can Ague not love her? Rong innocently told her brother about the ants fighting, and her 2 little hands described what the ants looked like when they were fighting.
但是阿贵只是用手抚摸她的小辫子，不曾注意她说些什么。他这时似乎在思维什么，但到底是在思维什么，就是他自己也没有一定的观念。阿荣起初说得很起劲。
But Ague just stroked her braids with his hands and didn't pay attention to what she said. He seemed to be thinking about something at this time, but even he himself had no idea of what he was thinking about. Rong spoke very enthusiastically at first.
后来他看见他的哥哥并不热心听他所说的一些什么，也就慢慢地松懈下来了。最后他扭过脸来，从衣袋里掏出许多小石头子来数着玩，这些小石头子是他自己拾的。
Later, She saw that her brother was not enthusiastic about listening to what she said, and she slowly relaxed. Finally she turned around and took out many small stones from her pocket to count and play with. These small stones were picked up by herself.
也就是她唯一的玩具了。这时阿贵似乎感觉到有点对不起小妹妹的样子，但这也只是一瞬间的事。他仍然继续地抚摸着她的小辫子，目不转睛地似乎注视她抚摸着的东西。
It's her only toy. At this time, Ague seemed to feel a little sorry for his little sister, but it only happened for a moment. He continued to stroke her pigtails, seemingly staring at what he was stroking.
其实他这时的心境很是茫然，说不出他的确是在想什么。后来他开始回忆过去的事情，然而也就在这时，他又如同做梦一个样子。他似乎一天晚上与李全发一道，也不知因为什么事情。
In fact, he was in a very confused state of mind at this time and couldn't tell what he was really thinking. In fact, he was in a very confused state of mind at this time and couldn't tell what he was really thinking. Later, he began to recall the past, but at this moment, he seemed to be dreaming again. He seemed to be together with Li Chuanfa one night, for some unknown reason.
从什么地方来，到什么地方去，他俩路经4马路，这时街道两旁的电灯非常明亮得很，来往的行人轰轰地拥挤着，就如浪潮一样，很是热闹。他俩走到青莲阁门口。
Where they came from and where they were going, the two of them passed by the 4th Avenue. At this time, the electric lights on both sides of the street were very bright, and the pedestrians were crowded like a wave, which was very lively. The two of them walked to the entrance of Qinglian Pavilion.
见着上下梯的人们非常之多，似乎楼上有什么特别引诱观众的东西。这时阿贵想到，这是什么地方呢？莫不是一个很好玩的地方吗？顶好上楼去看一看，看一看上面到底是什么玩意儿。
There were so many people going up and down the stairs, and it seemed like there was something particularly tempting to the audience upstairs. At this time, Ague thought, what kind of place is this? Isn't it a very fun place? It's better to go upstairs and have a look and see what's up there.
他想到这里，正要向李全发提议的时候，忽听李全发说道：“阿贵，你来过这里吗？这里是茶馆，让我们上楼去吃一杯茶去，我渴了。那我们就上去吧。”当他俩上到楼梯口的时候，
He thought of this and was about to propose something to Li Chuanfa when he suddenly heard Li Chuanfa say, Ague, have you been here? This is a tea house. Let's go upstairs and have a cup of tea. I'm thirsty. Then let's go up. When they reached the stairs,
就有许多穿着鲜艳的衣服的女人上来欢迎，并且还有许多老太婆，似乎是他们的母亲，又似乎不是他们的母亲的样子，共同帮助他们来拉他俩。这时阿贵惊吓得非常。
Many women wearing bright clothes came up to welcome them, and there were also many old women, who seemed to be their mothers but not their mothers, who helped them pull them in. At this time Ague was very frightened.
一颗心在那里扑通地跳动起来了。我的天王爷，这是什么地方呢？这些女人怎么就这样的硬拉人？这还成个什么样子？不如下去吧。这里一定不是好地方。阿贵还是一个童男。
A heart was beating hard inside. My God! What kind of place is this? Why are these women dragging people down like this? What kind of situation is this? Why don't you go down? This place must not be a good place. Ague is still a virgin.
很怕接近女人，这时见着这些如妖精一般的女人来拉他，不禁惊吓得要喊叫起来了。他忽然觉得他的右手被人拿住了，他的腰被人搂住了，他的衣裳被人扯住了。总而言之，
He was afraid of approaching women, and when he saw these goblin-like women coming to pull him away, he couldn't help but scream in fright. He suddenly felt that someone was holding his right hand, hugging his waist, grabbing his clothes, in short.
他在紧急的包围之中了。他正要喊叫救命的当，恰好这时李全发一把把他的左手拉住，横冲直撞的把他从人中救出，脱离了重围。李全发捡一张茶桌与阿贵坐将下来。
He was surrounded by urgency. Just when he was about to shout for help, Li Chuanfa grabbed his left hand, rushed to the ground, rescued him from the crowd, and escaped from the encirclement. Li Chuanfa picked a tea table and sat down with Ague.
这时，阿贵的头已经惊吓得昏眩起来了，一颗心还是继续哭里扑通地跳动着。阿贵，你吓傻了吧？哈哈哈！你从前没有来过吗？今天要不是我，老兄，你可是糟了！哈哈哈！你这个人真混蛋！
At this time, Ague's head was already dizzy with fright, but his heart continued to beat witheringly. Ague. Are you scared? Ha ha ha, have you never been here before? If it weren't for me today, man, you would be in trouble. Ha ha ha. You are such a bastard.
谁个叫你把我带到这儿来呢？这个地方，哎，真是来不得的。李全发只笑着不答。这时茶房已将茶泡好了，阿贵一边厢拿着茶杯喝茶，一边厢将两眼环视着周围的景象。人生是这样的嘈杂。
Who asked you to bring me here? This place, alas, is really hard to come by. Li Chuanfa just smiled and didn't answer. At this time, the waiter had already brewed the tea. While Ague was drinking tea with a teacup, he looked around at the surrounding scene. The human voice was so noisy. Miscellaneous.
头颅是这样的众多，男的、女的、老的、少的、光头的、有胡子的、粉面的，浑陶陶地摇动着，这逼得阿贵的头更加昏眩了。忽然他觉着一些油头粉面的女人都对着他笑，起初是很谄媚的笑。
There were so many heads, male, female, old, young, bald, bearded, pink-faced. The heads were shaking in a confused manner, which made Ague's head dizzy even more. Suddenly he felt that some women with oily hair and pink faces were smiling at him, and at first they smiled flatteringly.
后来变为苦楚的笑，似乎两眼含着眼泪，要向他哭起来的样子。最后，他们的面孔渐渐地青肿起来了，就如鬼一般的向着阿贵狰狞地笑着。这逼得阿贵打了一个寒噤，不敢再看他们了。
Later, it turned into a bitter smile, as if they were about to cry to him with tears in their eyes. Finally, their faces gradually became bruised and swollen, and they smiled ferociously at Ague like ghosts, which forced Ague. Ague shivered and didn't dare to look at them anymore.
慢慢地将头低下，他的一颗心这时是在不可遏抑地苦痛异常地跳动着，同时又如同遇着了什么大危险的事情，吓得他毛发都竖起来了，周身出了一阵冷汗。他是异常的怀疑、苦痛、 惧怕。
Lower your head slowly. His heart was beating uncontrollably and painfully. At the same time, it seemed as if he had encountered something dangerous. He was so frightened that his hair stood on end and he broke out in a cold sweat. He was extremely doubtful, miserable, and afraid.
但是他表示不出来。停了一会，他似乎听见右边隔座的人在说话，一个是40-50岁老头子的声音，一个是14-15岁小姑娘的声音。这种声音是异常的娇嫩而可怜。
But he couldn't express it. After a pause, he seemed to hear the people in the next seat on the right talking. One was the voice of an old man in his 40s or 50s, and the other was the voice of a girl of 14 or 15. This voice was unusually delicate and pitiful.
就如同小鸟的哀鸣也是的。你的面孔倒很标致的，可是不知道你的那件小东西好不好，哈哈。不要纠缠了，请你老爷到我屋里白象去罢。快去，快去，好不好呢？几块钱住一夜。
Just like the cry of a bird. You have a pretty face, but I don't know if that little thing of yours is good, haha. Stop pestering me. Invite your master to come to my room and show off. Go quickly. Go quickly. Okay? How much does it cost to stay a night?
随你老爷的便罢。阿贵抬起头来，向隔座一看，见是一个50几岁的、蓄着八字胡的老头子，搂着一个年纪很轻的小姑娘，至多也不过15岁的光景，正在那里调戏呢。
Just do as you please. Ague raised his head and looked at the next seat. He saw an old man in his 50s with a mustache holding a very young girl, who was only 15 years old at most. The scene is teasing over there.
老头子用左手抱着他的孱弱的腰，用右手在他的身上乱磨，最后他戏弄他那还未十分发育、因之还未十分凸起的2个小乳头。他并不拒绝这些行动，似乎以为这是很平常的事情。
The old man held her weak waist with his left hand and rubbed her body with his right hand. Finally, he teased her 2 small nipples that were not very developed and therefore not very protruding. She did not refuse these actions. Seems to think this is a common thing.
他只是勉强地做着假意的微笑，2只圆圆的小眼睛向他射着哀求的光，用手里他那很硬直的胡子，故意地向他献媚。这时，老头子的一种猥亵的表情，及小姑娘的那种可怜的模样。
She just forced a fake smile. Her 2 round little eyes shot a pleading light at him, and she ran her hands through his very straight beard, deliberately flattering him. At this time, the old man had an obscene expression and the little girl had a pitiful look.
引起了阿贵的怀疑与怨恨，这是一回什么事情？这难道说是真的吗？世界上如何能有这等事？呵，这简直是真正的岂有此理啊！50几岁的老头子与一个14、15的小姑娘。
This aroused Ague's suspicion and hatred. What happened? Is this true? How can such a thing exist in the world? Oh, this is really unreasonable. An old man in his 50s and a little girl in her 14th and 15th.
而且老头子是这般的肥大，小姑娘是这般的弱小，这真正是岂有此理的事啊！阿贵一刹那间似乎不相信自己所见的是真实事情，他又重新将头低下，默想这种异常残酷的。
Moreover, the old man is so fat and the little girl is so weak. This is really unreasonable. For a moment, Ague seemed not to believe that what he saw was real. He lowered his head again and meditated on this extremely miserable situation.
不公道的现象。阿贵，你还在想什么哟？你能这样不关心的看着人家舞弄你的小妹妹吗？阿贵听了这话，抬头一看，见着与自己坐在对面的不是李全发，而是沈玉芳沈先生。
Unfair phenomenon. Ague. What are you still thinking about? Can you watch someone insulting your little sister with such indifference? After hearing this, Ague looked up and saw that the person sitting opposite him was not Li Chuanfa, but Mr. Shen Yufang.
这却使得他惊异莫定了。这时，沈玉芳还是如平素一样的装束，可是他脸上的表情是异常悲苦而严肃的，两眼饱含着泪珠，嘴唇是异常的颤动。当阿贵莫名其妙。
This made him surprised and confused. At this time, Shen Yufang was still dressed as usual, but the expression on her face was extremely sad and serious. Her eyes were full of tears, and her lips were trembling abnormally. Dang Ague was confused.
正要开口问沈玉芳的当，忽又听着沈玉芳说道：“阿贵，你晓得吗？在这个社会里，穷人家的女子总是要被富人侮辱的。你看你的小妹妹现在是什么样子？”沈玉芳说至此时
Just when he was about to ask Shen Yufang, he suddenly heard Shen Yufang say, Ague, do you know? In this society, girls from poor families are always insulted by rich people. Look at what your little sister looks like now. Shen Yufang said this.
将手往右边一指，意思是叫阿贵顺着他所指的方向望去。阿贵顺从他的意思，便向原来的阁座望一望，见着老头子与小姑娘还在那里调戏着玩呢。过了一忽
Pointing her hand to the right, she meant to ask Ague to look in the direction she pointed. Ague obeyed her wishes and looked towards the other seat where he had been, and saw the old man and the little girl still teasing and playing there. A while passed.
靠在老头子怀里的小姑娘将脸转过来，笔直地将眼光射到阿贵的身上来。阿贵起初还不十分惊异，后来慢慢地觉着他的面孔与阿荣的相似。一等阿贵一叫到这个时，说也奇怪。
The little girl who was leaning on the old man's arms turned her face and cast her eyes straight on Ague. Ague was not very surprised at first, but then he gradually realized that her face was similar to Arong's. When Ague realized this, it was strange to say the least.
他便越看她越像自己的小妹妹，这两只圆圆的小眼睛，这两个圆圆的小笑窝，这一个如樱桃也是的小口，这一切，这简直是阿荣，这简直是阿贵的小妹妹了。这难道真是我的小妹妹吗？
The more he looked at her, the more she looked like his little sister. These two round little eyes, these two round little smiles, this small mouth like a cherry, all of this is simply Arong, this is simply Ague's little sister. Is this really my little sister?
阿贵无论如何不能相信他眼前的景象，以为在电灯光底下，或者容易眼花，或者认错了人，于是便将两眼用手揉一揉，看看是真的还是假的。但是审视的结果，这的确是阿荣。
Ague couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. He thought he might be dazzled under the electric light, or he might have recognized the wrong person, so he rubbed his eyes with his hands to see if they were real or fake, but the result of the inspection was, this is indeed our own.
这的确是阿贵的小妹妹。这时，阿贵的愤火爆发了，便不一句地走上前去，一把将小姑娘从老头子的怀里拉到自己的身边，接着向老头子开口骂道：“你是什么混账的东西！”
This is indeed Ague's little sister. At this time, Ague's anger broke out, so he walked forward without fear, pulled the little girl from the old man's arms to his side, and then cursed at the old man, What the hell are you?
敢这样欺侮我的小妹妹！你这个狗娘养的！阿哥，阿哥，你……阿贵被阿荣的声音唤醒了，睁眼一看，见着小妹妹在自己的前面站着，而老头子、沈玉芳、李全发，一切都没了痕迹。阿贵呆了半晌。
How dare you bully my little sister like this? You son of a bitch. Brother. You. Ague was awakened by Arong's voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw the little sister standing in front of him, and the old man, Shen Yufang, Li Chuanfa, all were gone. Ague stayed for a long time.
才渐渐地觉悟到自己才是在梦里，一切的景象都是不真确的。但是这梦中所见的一切印在他的脑际非常之深，沈玉芳所说的话，他也是一字一句的记得非常清楚。在这个社会里
Then I gradually realized that I was in a dream, and all the scenes were unreal. But everything he saw in this dream was deeply imprinted on his mind, and he remembered very clearly what Shen Yufang said word for word. In this society,
穷人的女子总是要被富人侮辱的。阿贵回味这两句话的意思，不禁有点站立起来了。这是阿荣见着他的哥哥的这种情形，只是将两个小小的眼珠转动着，猜不透他遇着了什么。
Poor women are always insulted by rich men. Ague couldn't help but tremble a little as she recalled the meaning of these two sentences. At this time, Arong saw her brother in such a state and just rolled her two little eyes, unable to guess what he was encountering. Poor women are always insulted by rich men. Ague couldn't help but tremble a little as she recalled the meaning of these two sentences. At this time, Arong saw her brother in such a state and just rolled her two little eyes, unable to guess what he was encountering. What?
阿贵一边厢望着立在他面前的小妹妹，一边厢又回忆着梦中的情形。最后，他将他的小头抱到自己的口边，重重地吻几下，深深地叹了几口气。在这个社会里
Ague looked at the little sister standing in front of him and recalled the scene in his dream. Finally, he brought her little head to his mouth, kissed her hard several times, and sighed deeply. Tone. In this society,
穷人的女子总是要被富人侮辱的。阿贵越想越觉得这两句话是不义的定理。他想到纱厂的女工有几个是能保持着清白身子的？厂主、账房先生、管工的大班。
Poor women are always insulted by rich men. The more Ague thought about it, the more he realized that these two sentences were difficult theorems. He thought, how many female workers in the cotton mill can maintain their innocence? Poor women are always insulted by rich men. The more Ague thought about it, the more he realized that these two sentences were difficult theorems. He thought, how many female workers in the cotton mill can maintain their innocence? Factory owner, accountant, foreman.
稍微有点姿色的女工都要忍受他们的侮辱，就是我亲眼也看见了许多。就是张金奎这个混账王八蛋，他也就奸污了许多年轻的女工啊！哎，穷人的女子卖了力还不算，还要卖身子。
Even the slightly pretty female workers had to endure their insults. Even I saw a lot of them with my own eyes. Even Jiang Guangci, the bastard, raped many young female workers. Well, a poor woman has to sell her body as well as her strength.
当娼妓的当然都是穷人家的女子，大半都是因为没有饭吃，逼得没有法子。哎，现在的世界，现在的社会。阿贵想到此地，梦中的情形又在他的脑际盘旋了。
Of course, those who become prostitutes are women from poor families. Most of them are forced to do nothing because they have no food to eat. Alas! The world now. Today's society. When Ague thought of this, the scene in his dream again circled in his mind.
50几岁的肥胖的老头子与14、15岁的娇弱的小姑娘，这个小姑娘最后变成了他的小妹妹了。阿贵不禁大大的打了一个寒战，一颗心也就因之大大的跳动起来了。那么阿荣将来呢？
A fat old man in his 50s and a delicate little girl of 14 or 15 years old. The little girl finally became his little sister. Ague couldn't help but shuddered greatly, and his heart was filled with tears. It jumped greatly. So, what's the future for our own?
他这样自问自地问了一句。阿荣这时本来已离开他了，自己蹲在地上玩着小石头子，忽然听见阿贵说他的名字，便抬头向阿贵望了一眼，但阿贵并不理他，还继续地想到。
He asked himself this question. Rong had already left him and was squatting on the ground playing with pebbles. Suddenly she heard Ague say her name, so she raised her head and glanced at Ague, but Ague ignored her and continued to think. Road.
阿荣是穷人家的女子，现在虽然还小，虽然还不能做事，但是将来呢？将来她长大了呢？到沙场做工去，那她不也要将被人舞弄吗？也许我的小妹妹将来也要当娼霸，这谁个能断得定？喂！
Rong is a girl from a poor family. Although she is still young and cannot work yet, what will happen in the future? What will happen when she grows up in the future? Going to work in a cotton mill? Then wouldn't she also be bullied? Maybe my little sister will become a prostitute in the future, who can tell for sure? Hello.
我的小妹妹也要当娼，也要到青莲阁去，也要……喂！无论如何，我不愿意这个。这时阿贵全身颤动起来了，一颗心就如同要碎了的样子。他自己觉得就同快要疯狂的样子。
My little sister also wants to be a prostitute, and also wants to go to Qinglian Pavilion, and also… Hey! Anyway, I don't want this. At this time, Ague's whole body began to tremble, and his heart seemed to be broken. He felt as if he was about to go crazy.
接着他整个渐次地陷入疯狂的状态，就是他自己也不知是因为什么。在模糊的判断力不清醒的状态中，他决定了，也罢，与其将来受人舞弄，不如现在把他弄死罢。反正早迟都是一死。
Then he gradually fell into a state of madness, even he himself didn't know why. In a state of unclear judgment, he decided, forget it, rather than being insulted in the future, it is better to kill her now. She will die sooner or later anyway.
不过要死得干净。这个决定真是发生的突然，为阿贵平素所梦想不到的决定。阿贵是很爱他的小妹妹的，平素差不多从没曾打骂过他，但是现在他却忽然决定要把她弄死。
But die cleanly. This decision really happened suddenly, a decision that Ague had never dreamed of. Ague loved his little sister very much and had almost never beaten or scolded her, but now he suddenly decided to take her killed.
弄死这个无辜的、为他平素所钟爱的小妹妹小阿荣。但是怎么样把她弄死？阿贵又继续地想到：用刀杀死，用绳勒死，还是……呵，有了！前头离此地不远，有一个很深的水池。
Killing this innocent little sister that he always loved, little Arong. But how to kill her? Ague continued to think. Kill her with a knife? Strangle her with a rope? Or... Oh, yes. Not far from here, there is a deep pool.
不如把她丢到水里淹死。阿贵于是很坚决的、毫不疑惧的这样的决定了。这时阿荣正蹲在地上玩耍着小石头子，却不防到被他的哥哥一把将她抱将起来。
It would be better to throw her into the water and drown her. Ague decided this way resolutely and without any hesitation. At this moment, Arong was squatting on the ground playing with pebbles, but unexpectedly her brother picked her up.
接着，他的哥哥就很迅速地走出门去，这却不得不把他大大的惊骇了一下。阿荣又看见阿贵脸上表情大与寻常不同，他的两只眼睛红得如同要滴出血来的样子。
Then her brother walked out the door very quickly, which startled her greatly. Arong saw that the expression on Ague's face was unusual. His eyes were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed.
表现出一种怕人的杀气。阿荣见着这种情形，于是一颗小心灵便感觉到有什么可怕的祸事了，便惊骇地哭将起来。他挣扎着要他的哥哥把他放下来。
Showing a murderous aura that is afraid of others. Seeing this situation, Arong's little heart felt that something terrible had happened, and she was so frightened that she was about to cry. She struggled to get her brother to put her down.
但是阿贵一言不发地将她紧紧地抱着，飞也似的向着池边跑去。阿贵，阿贵，你将小妹妹抱到什么地方去啊？她为什么这样拼命地哭啊？哇呀，哇呀，快来，快来！
But Ague hugged her tightly without saying a word, and ran towards the pool like flying. Ague. Ague. Where are you taking your little sister? Why is she crying so hard? Oh my God. Oh my God. Come on. Come on.
小阿荣一见着他的妈提着一个竹篮子迎头走来，便向他拼命地喊叫起来。这时阿贵见了他的母亲，不知为什么便及时惊怔了一下，这一惊怔却把他的神智便清醒了。
As soon as little Arong saw her mother walking towards her carrying a bamboo basket, she shouted desperately to her. At this time, Ague saw his mother and was startled for some reason. It brought him to his senses.
他于是连忙将阿荣放下，觉悟到自己适才的心境是在疯狂的状态中，不禁脸上发起烧来，觉着有无限的羞愧。他承认，他几乎做了一件极残忍的事，差一点害死了自己的小妹妹。阿贵，
So he quickly put our Rong down and realized that his state of mind just now was in a crazy state. He couldn't help but feel a fever on his face and felt infinite shame. He admitted that he almost did something extremely cruel and almost killed his little sister. Ague.
你到底是怎么一回事呢？为什么不好好的在家里看门？阿荣扑到母亲的怀里，就同得到了救星也是的。而阿贵羞愧的没有答复他母亲的话，只转过脸来，低着头。
What the hell is going on with you? Why not take care of the door at home? Rong threw herself into her mother's arms, as if she had found a savior. But Ague was so ashamed that he did not reply to his mother's words. He only turned his face and lowered his head.
慢慢地向着那有街道的地方走去。虽然他的母亲喊他，但他连头也不回一下。第3章，你应当想怎么样消灭你的敌人，而不应当想怎么样消灭你自己。已经是正午了，一轮火热的太阳。
Walk slowly towards the street. Although his mother called him, he didn't even look back. Chapter 3. You should think about how to destroy your enemies, instead of thinking about how to destroy yourself. It's already noon. Walk slowly towards the street. Although his mother called him, he didn't even look back. Chapter 3. You should think about how to destroy your enemies, instead of thinking about how to destroy yourself. It's already noon. A fiery sun.
这时正是最严厉的显耀着它的光芒，减少了街上来往的行人。空气是这般的热燥，逼得令人只有是汗的功夫。倘若没有必要一定要在街上行走的话，那街上将见不着一个行人的踪影。
It is at this time that its brilliance is most severely displayed, and the number of pedestrians passing through the streets is reduced. The air is so hot and dry that you can only wipe your sweat. If you don't have to walk on the street, there will be no trace of a pedestrian on the street.
这一天是很热的一天，温度达到105度。在这一天，因受热而死的很多。听说有一个站岗的巡捕死在自己的岗位上，而有许多黄包车夫正在拖着车前走的当。
It was a very hot day, with the temperature reaching 105 degrees. Many people died from the heat on this day. It is said that a policeman on guard died at his post, while many rickshaw drivers were dragging the rickshaw away.
忽然扑哧一声伏倒在地上，就这样吐了几口血，断了气。这是在严酷的阳光下，在有名的繁华的恩马路上，有一个穿着白粗布的小褂裤，一双破鞋，而头上没有戴帽子的青年工人赤处着。
Suddenly he fell to the ground with a puff, vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, and died. At this time, under the scorching sunshine, on the famous and bustling N Road, there was a young worker wearing a white coarse cloth coat and trousers, a pair of worn shoes, and no hat on his head.
没有目的地赤处着，他茫茫然的来，又茫茫然的去，拥挤的行人没有注意到他身上，而他的心目中却也没有这些行人的印象。这些行人自然有自己的事务，没有功夫询问这位青年工人。
Wandering without any destination, he came and went in a daze. The crowded pedestrians did not notice him, and there was no impression of these pedestrians in his mind. Naturally, these pedestrians had their own affairs and had no time to ask the young worker.
你走来走去干什么呢？就算有人像他这样的询问，那他也将回答不出来为的是什么。 有时立在 S 公司玻璃窗外，看看玻璃窗内陈列的一些珍贵的、奇异的、华丽的货物。
What are you doing walking around? Even if someone asked him this question, he would not be able to answer the question. Sometimes he would stand outside the glass window of Company S and look at some of the precious, strange, and gorgeous goods displayed inside the glass window.
这些货物他叫不出名字来，也并不知道它们有什么用处，怎么用法。他看看它们，也只是很漠然的，毫不动一点羡慕的心情，或者他也有点意识到。
He couldn't name these goods, and he didn't know what they were for or how to use them. He just looked at them indifferently and showed no signs of envy, or he was somewhat aware of them.
这些大约都是有钱的人们用以开心的东西，对于穷人，对于像他这样的穿着粗布的工人是没有什么用处的，而且穷人也并没有许多时间来摆布这些玩意。
These are probably things that rich people use for fun. They are of little use to poor people and workers like him wearing coarse cloth. Moreover, poor people do not have much time to play with these things.
玻璃窗内站立着一个美丽的西洋女人，樱唇是那样的红，两腮是那样的柔嫩，两眼是那样的妩媚，两个乳峰是那样的凸起，简直如活的美人一般。他想来想去，这难道也是卖的吗？
Standing in the glass window was a beautiful Western woman. Her lips were so red, her cheeks were so soft, her eyes were so charming, and her breasts were so protruding, she was like a living beauty. He thought about it, is this also for sale?
但他总不能决定它的用处。最后，他为它假设了一种用处，这大约是有钱的人买去作为白相的东西，也许他能陪着男人睡觉。想至此处，在他的被阳光所晒成的红而黑的面孔上。
But he couldn't always decide her use. In the end, he hypothesized a use for her. This is probably something that rich people buy as white makeup. Maybe she can accompany the man to sleep. Thinking of this, on his red and black face that was tanned by the sun. On the face.
显出一点笑纹来了。朱罗，混账！你没有眼睛吗？我们的这位青年工人正低着头向前茫然地行走的当，不意与一个穿着纺绸长衫的、蓄着八字胡的先生撞了一个满怀。
A little smile lines are showing. Pig. Damn. Don't you have eyes? Our young worker was walking forward blankly with his head lowered. Unexpectedly, he bumped into a man with a mustache in a silk gown.
把他手中的一个包裹也撞落在地上了，这使得这位八字胡先生大怒，破口骂将起来。倘若不是撞了之后回身就走的话，那我们的青年工人一定要吃他几个耳光。
A package in his hand was also knocked to the ground. This made the mustache man furious and started to curse. If he hadn't turned around and left after being hit, our young worker would have slapped him in the face.
我们的青年工人大约知道自己闯了祸事了，所以便回头就走，任着他骂。可是也就因为这一骂的刺激，他才自觉地想到，我现在在这街上走来走去干什么呢？他不能给自己一个回答。
Our young worker probably knew that he had caused trouble, so he turned around and left, letting him scold him. But just because of the stimulation of this scolding, he consciously thought, what am I doing walking up and down the street now? He couldn't give himself an answer.
便决定走回家去。朱罗，你娘个造皮呀！压杀你这个赤佬！ 当他走至 C 路玉果街的当，忽然呜的一声，一辆汽车从他身旁飞过，险些儿就要被汽车撞倒了。他不禁吓了一跳。
I decided to walk home. Pig. You motherfucker. I'll kill you, you red guy. When he reached Road C and was about to cross the street, a car suddenly whined past him and he was almost hit by the car. Fell down. He couldn't help being startled.
同时听着有人在骂他，他转脸一看，见是一个印度巡捕走向前来，就像要举哭丧棒来打他的样子，不禁又吃了一惊，不明白为着何事，但他明白红头阿三的哭丧棒是没有理讲的。
At the same time, he heard someone scolding him. When he turned around, he saw an Indian patrolman approaching him, as if he was about to hit him with a morning stick. He couldn't help being surprised again. He didn't understand why, but he understood that the red-headed policeman was coming. Ah San's morning stick is unreasonable.
便即刻跑过街那边去了。但是我能够回家去吗？汽车与印度巡捕对于他的惊吓，在别一方面又鼓起他的思想来了。我回去，妈妈不要骂我吗？险些儿阿荣被我弄死了，我简直是一个罪人。
He immediately ran across the street. But will I be able to go home? The shock of the car and the Indian patrol stirred his thoughts in another way. Mom, don't you want me to scold me when I go back? Ah, Rome was almost killed by me. I am simply a sinner.
我不能够回家去，他于是又徘徊起来了。他现在把自己当成了一个逃犯，以为做了一件天大的罪过，将永远没有面目见爸爸和妈妈的面，更没有面目见亲爱的小妹妹的面。
I can't go home. Then he wandered again. He now regarded himself as a fugitive, thinking that he had committed a huge crime and would never be able to see his father and mother face to face, let alone face each other. My dear little sister.
回去干什么呢？他又想到去看爸爸和妈妈一双可怜的苦脸，去回家里闲坐着吃饭，再将小妹妹丢到池里。回去干什么呢？他还是一面走一面想着，但他走的路是茫然的。
What are you going back for? He thought again, to see the pitiful faces of father and mother? Go home and sit around and eat? Throw the little sister into the pool again? What are you going back for? He was still thinking as he walked, but the way he walked was at a loss.
并不是回家的方向，但是不回家去又怎么办呢？我现在向什么地方去呢？他有点着急起来了。最后他打定了一个糊涂的主意，就是这样的在街上闲走吧，走到晚上再讲。
It's not the way home. But what if I don't go home? Where should I go now? He became a little anxious. It's not the way home. But what if I don't go home? Where should I go now? He became a little anxious. Finally, he made up a vague idea. Let's just walk around the street like this. We'll talk about it in the evening.
让汽车压死了也好，免得活着受罪。汽车压死了之后，爸爸和妈妈还可以得到50块钱的抚恤费，至少也可以过2个月很快活的穷日子。也好。
It's better to be crushed to death by a car, so as not to suffer the consequences alive. After being crushed to death by a car, my father and mother could still receive 50 yuan in compensation, and they could live a happy and poor life for at least 2 months. That's fine.
就拿这50块钱作为报答父母养育之恩吧。一条命虽然只换得50块钱，但是我现在活着是1个钱都得不到啊。他于是打定了这样的糊涂主意。主意虽然是很可笑的。
Just use this 50 yuan to repay your parents for raising you. Although I can only exchange for 50 yuan for one life, I can't get any money while I'm alive now. Then he made up such a stupid idea. Although the idea was very ridiculous.
但是他却以为这是最好的一条路了，除此而外，他是没有别的出路的。他一面走一面想着，最后决定要将他心中所想的实现出来，便胡乱地胡走起来，从街这边走到街那边。
But he thought this was the best way, and he had no other way out. He thought about it as he walked, and finally decided to realize what he wanted in his heart, so he started walking randomly, walking from one side of the street to the other.
从街那边又走向街这边，很迫切的希望忽地飞来一辆汽车将他撞倒，顶好及时就断了气。不知者看着他这种状态，在街上乱走的情形，一定断定他是在发神经病。
He walked from the other side of the street to this side of the street, desperately hoping that a car would suddenly fly over and knock him down, or that he would die immediately. Those who don't know, looking at him in this state, walking around on the street, will definitely conclude that he is going crazy.
或者是一个已经疯了的疯人。一个神经健全的人绝对不会这样东倒西歪的乱走。但是在实际上，他这时并不是在发痴，而的确抱着一种目的，虽然这种目的是很糊涂的。
Or a madman who has gone mad. A sane person would never wander around like this. But in fact, he was not crazy at this time, but indeed had a purpose, although this purpose was very confused.
幸而他现在所走的一条路是僻静的，并没有什么很多的汽车来往，因之他终没有达到他的目的。也许他的命运注定他不应该死在汽车的底下，也许观世音菩萨在暗地保佑。
Fortunately, the road he was taking was quiet and there were not many cars, so he failed to achieve his goal. Maybe his fate dictated that he should not die under the car, maybe Guanyin Bodhisattva was secretly blessing him.
因为他受了他母亲在家中的祷告，也许这只有天晓得。你不是王阿贵吗？他正在低着头继续乱走的当，忽然听见有人叫他的名字，便抬起头来，定一定神，张一张朦胧的双眼一看。
Because she received his mother's prayers at home, maybe, only God knows. Aren't you Wang Agui? While he was continuing to walk around with his head lowered, he suddenly heard someone calling his name, so he raised his head, composed himself, and took a look with hazy eyes.
见着自己的面前立着一个工人模样的30几岁的中年人，戴着一顶草帽，穿着一套白粗布的然而很干净的小褂裤，不似自己所穿的那般龌龊。这时他的面容虽然是黝黑。
Seeing a middle-aged man in his 30s who looked like a worker standing in front of him, he was wearing a straw hat and a set of white coarse cloth, but very clean coat and trousers, which was not as dirty as what he was wearing, although his face was dark at that time.
然而是很和善很同情的，两眼射着诚实而有力的光芒，令人发生深刻的感觉。阿贵向他审视了一下，面相似乎是很熟的，然而一时想不起他的名字来。你难道不认识我了吗？
However, he is very kind and sympathetic, and his eyes shine with an honest and powerful light, which makes people feel deeply. Agui looked at him, his face seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember his name. Don't you know me?
2个月前我们还在一块儿办过事情。呵哈，原来是应生叔，一时倒把我糊涂住了。阿贵现出无限快乐的神情，笑僵起来了。应生叔，我问你，你现在好吗？还是在工会里做事情吗？
We did things together 2 months ago. Haha. It turned out to be Uncle Ingsheng, which confused me for a moment. Ague showed an expression of infinite happiness and started laughing. Uncle Ingsheng, let me ask you, how are you now? Are you still working in the union?
也无所谓好不好，反正是活着一天就干一天罢了。张应生带着笑，很自然地说道：“现在我还是从前那个样子，你现在好吗？你的脸色却比从前黑得多了，是怎么弄的呢？”哎，说起来话长。
It doesn't matter if it's good or not, it's just a day's work. Jiang Guangci smiled and said naturally, I am still the same as before. How are you now? Your face is much darker than before. How did you do it? Well, it's a long story.
阿贵将头低降下来了。昨天我听见一个人说，你已经被厂里开除了，是不是？是的，被张金奎这个混账东西把我弄得开除了。阿贵很凄苦的，同时又是很愤恨的回答他：“哎，这个婊子造的。”
Ague lowered his head. Yesterday I heard someone say, you have been fired from the factory, haven't you? Yes. Ague lowered his head. Yesterday I heard someone say, you have been fired from the factory, haven't you? Yes. That bastard Zhang Jinkui got me fired. Ague answered him miserably and at the same time angrily. Oh. This bitch made it.
专门同我们作对，真是可恨极了。你晓得吗？他差一点也把我害了呢。张应生说到此时，将眉头一皱，叹了一口气，沉默下来了。霎时间记起了往事，那是一天晚上。
It's really hateful to specifically work against us. Do you know? He almost killed me too. When Jiang Guangci said this, he frowned, sighed, and fell silent. In an instant, he remembered the past. That was one night.
张应生正在和平里那一幢房子的前楼上，与4个同志开秘密会议，讨论目前工作的大纲。当时个人都是很谨慎的，不敢高声说话。张应生与一个名叫王的全的，还将手枪放在身边。
Jiang Guangci was holding a secret meeting with 4 comrades in the front building of a house in Hepping Lane to discuss the outline of the current work. At that time, everyone was very cautious and did not dare to speak loudly. Jiang Guangci and a man named Wang Dequan also put pistols beside them.
防备临时的变故，忽然听见楼下有人很急剧的敲门，大家知道有点不对，便决定2个无枪的同志先翻过天花板逃走，留下张应生与王德全2人观看动静。敲门的声音愈行急剧了。
Be prepared for temporary changes. Suddenly they heard someone knocking on the door sharply downstairs. Everyone knew something was wrong, so they decided that the 2 comrades without guns climbed over the ceiling to escape first, leaving Jiang Guangci and Wang Dequan to watch the scene. The knocking on the door became louder and louder.
他2人便走下楼来，静悄悄地走至大门，向门缝一看，原来是3个武装巡捕，其形式是来捉人的模样。他2人又向后门缝一看，那里也有2个武装巡捕把守。 张应生想到，坏了，怎么办呢？
The two of them walked downstairs, walked quietly to the door, and looked at the crack in the door. It turned out that there were 3 armed patrolmen, who looked like they were here to arrest someone. The two of them looked at the crack of the back door and saw that there were also 2 armed patrolmen guarding it. Jiang Guangci thought, "It's broken. What should I do?"
抵御好，还是逃走好？张应生还未决定方策的时候，巡捕已经将大门打开了。王德全及时就放起枪来，打死了一个首先进来的巡捕。可是王德全自己也受了伤，倒在地上。
Is it better to resist or run away? Before Jiang Guangci could decide on a strategy, the patrol officer had already opened the door. Wang Dequan immediately fired his gun and killed a patrol officer who came in first. However, Wang Dequan himself was injured and fell to the ground.
其他2个巡捕没有看见张应生匿在门旁的墙角边，便走进课堂内搜索，不提防张应生溜至门外，连向他们放了2枪。张应生放了枪之后，便飞也似的跑了。
The other 2 patrol officers did not see Jiang Guangci hiding in the corner next to the door, so they walked into the living room to search. Jiang Guangci slipped out of the door without warning and fired 2 shots at them. After Jiang Guangci fired the gun, he ran away like flying.
也不知道那2个巡捕到底受了伤没有。事后有人说，这事情的发生是由于张金奎到巡捕房的告密。应生说：“我现在是无路可走的人了。”阿贵的话打断了张应生对于过去的回忆。
I don't know if the 2 patrolmen were injured. Afterwards, some people said that this happened because Jiang Guangci went to the patrol room to report. Uncle Ingsheng. I have no way out now. Agui's words interrupted Jiang Guangci's memories of the past.
他并没有听清阿贵向他说了一句什么话，便如从梦中醒来也似的，连忙向阿贵问道：“你现在向什么地方去呢？”“什么地方也不去，只是想被汽车撞死。”“笑话！一个人好好的，要想被汽车撞死。”
He didn't hear what Agui said to him clearly, and as if he woke up from a dream, he quickly asked Agui, "Where are you going now?" "I'm not going anywhere, I just want to be hit by a car." Joke. A man wants to be hit by a car.
呵，我问你，你吃过中饭了没有？阿贵从早上流浪到现在，从没想起吃饭的问题，肚子内也不觉得饿。现在忽然听见张应生问他吃过饭没有，便很迅速地用手将肚子一摸。
Hey, let me ask you, have you had lunch? Agui has never thought about eating since he wandered around in the morning, and he doesn't feel hungry in his stomach. Now he suddenly heard Jiang Guangci asking him if he had eaten, and he quickly touched his stomach with his hand.
即刻就感觉到异常的饥饿，并且是异常的难受。我还没有吃饭。阿贵很没有力气的样子，将头摇一摇。我忙的也没有吃饭。好，现在到我的家里去吃饭吧。到了张应生的家里。
I immediately felt extremely hungry and uncomfortable. I haven't eaten yet. Agui shook his head as if he was weak. I was so busy that I didn't even eat. Okay, let's go to my house to eat now. I immediately felt extremely hungry and uncomfortable. I haven't eaten yet. Agui shook his head as if he was weak. I was so busy that I didn't even eat. Okay, let's go to my house to eat now. Arriving at Jiang Guangci's home.
这是一间狭小的、墙壁污痕斑斑的亭子楼，摆设是很简单的，一张帆布床，一张四方的木桌，两张圆形的小木椅及一些零碎的东西。这是一个秘密工作者的通常的格式，倘若是门内汉。
This is a small pavilion with stained walls. The furnishings are very simple: a canvas bed, a square wooden table, 2 small round wooden chairs, and some odds and ends. This is the usual form of a secret worker, if a layman.
一望即知道这种屋内住的是哪一种人，尤其是一个由工人出身的秘密的工作者，他的屋内的摆设将格外的简单。阿贵大约是因为行走太多，或是由于饥饿，弄得身体太疲弱了。
You can tell at a glance what kind of person lives in such a house. Especially for a secret worker who is a worker, the furnishings in his house will be extremely simple. Ague was probably too weak from walking. You can tell at a glance what kind of person lives in such a house. Especially for a secret worker who is a worker, the furnishings in his house will be extremely simple. Ague was probably too weak from walking too much or from being hungry.
走进了亭子楼之后，便一下躺倒在帆布床上，直挺得如死尸也似的。张应生无暇同阿贵说话，便打起汽油炉煮起饭来。不一刻饭便熟了，他即将抽屉内所贮藏着的2碗菜，一碗是咸菜。
After entering the pavilion, he lay down on the cot, as straight as a dead body. Jiang Guangci had no time to talk to Ague, so he turned on the gasoline stove and started cooking. The rice was cooked in a moment. He took the 2 bowls of vegetables stored in the drawer, one of which was pickles.
一碗是豆皮炒肉，拿出来摆在桌上。这样，他便开始向躺在帆布床上的阿贵叫道：“起来，我们吃饭啊！”阿贵真是太疲倦了，这时虽然是肚子内觉着饿，但是不想起来吃饭。
A bowl of fried pork with bean skin was taken out and placed on the table. In this way, he began to shout to Ague, who was lying on the cot, "Get up, let's eat." Ague was so tired. Although he felt hungry, he didn't want to get up to eat. A bowl of fried pork with bean skin was taken out and placed on the table. In this way, he began to shout to Ague, who was lying on the cot, "Get up, let's eat." Ague was so tired. Although he felt hungry, he didn't want to get up to eat.
经张应生再三的催促，才很吃力地立起身来。阿贵，我告诉你。两人坐下之后，张应生忽然很郑重地说道：“我这个地方是没有人知道的，是很秘密的，你千万别要告诉别个啊。”
After Jiang Guangci's repeated urging, he stood up with great difficulty. "Ague, let me tell you," Jiang Guangci suddenly said solemnly after the 2 sat down, "no one knows about my place. It is very secret, you must not tell anyone else."
现在是这样的时代，我们做的是这样的事情。应生叔，请你放心，我也不是一个小孩子，绝不会随便乱说的。两人开始吃饭，沉默下来了。差不多经过1、2分钟的光景。
This is an era like this, and this is what we do. Uncle Ingsheng, please rest assured, I am not a child, and I will never say anything casually. The 2 began to eat and fell silent. This is an era like this, and this is what we do. Uncle Ingsheng, please rest assured, I am not a child, and I will never say anything casually. The 2 began to eat and fell silent. Almost a minute or 2 passed.
张应生 忽然将筷子放下，就同发觉了什么也似的，自言自语地笑道：“好啊，原来我忘记了先吃酒，难怪的我总觉着吃饭没有什么味道也是的。”说至此地，便向阿贵道：“阿贵，你能吃酒吗？”“不吃。”
Jiang Guangci suddenly put down his chopsticks, as if he had discovered something, and smiled to himself. Okay. It turns out that I forgot to drink wine first. No wonder I always feel that eating has no taste. After saying this, he said to Ague, "Ague, can you have wine? Don't you want to eat?"
哎，我有一个坏脾气，就是每顿吃饭之前总要吃一点酒，若不是这样，那是吃不下去饭的。阿贵，你说怪不怪？这种脾气实在是要不得的啊！我总想改，但是到现在还没有改掉，讨厌。应声说
Well, I have a bad temper, that is, I always drink a little wine before every meal. If I don't do this, I won't be able to eat. Ague, do you think it's strange? This kind of temper is really unacceptable. I always want to change it, but I still haven't. I hate it. Uncle Ingsheng.
我饿过火了，现在反而吃不下去饭。你一个人吃吧，我很疲倦，想睡觉。阿贵未将一碗饭吃完，便把筷子放下，走向帆布床上躺下了。张应生也不去干涉他，自己一个人开始吃起酒来。
I'm so hungry that I can't eat now. You can eat alone. I'm very tired and want to sleep. Before Ague finished a bowl of rice, he put down his chopsticks, walked to the cot and lay down. Jiang Guangci didn't interfere with him and started eating wine by himself.
阿贵不一刻的功夫就沉沉的睡去，毫没觉察到张应生什么时候吃完饭，什么时候出门去。张应生是一个盲人，他并不能像阿贵的这样的在家内睡觉。下午还有2个会要开。
Ague fell into a deep sleep within a short time, unaware of when Jiang Guangci finished his meal or went out. Jiang Guangci is a busy man, and he cannot sleep at home like Ague. There are 2 more meetings to be held in the afternoon.
还有2个地方要去。他于是吃完饭将门关好，就匆忙地出门去了。整个的下半天光阴在阿贵的浓睡中消去。到了7点钟的晨光，张应生已经将事办完，回转家里，而阿贵还是在睡乡中。
There are still 2 places to go. So after finishing his meal, he closed the door and hurried out. The entire second half of the day disappeared in Ague's deep sleep. At 7 o'clock, Jiang Guangci had finished his work and returned home, but Ague was still sleeping.
没有醒来。张应生静悄悄地将一盏不大明亮的电灯扭着之后，便预备做饭吃，并不去惊动他。等到张应生将饭做好之后，阿贵还是没有醒来，于是他不得不喊叫他了。
Didn't wake up. Jiang Guangci quietly turned on a small electric lamp and prepared to cook without disturbing him. After Jiang Guangci finished cooking, Ague still didn't wake up, so he had to call him.
阿贵睁开惺忪的睡眼，向室内的情景一看，又见张应生笑着立在床前，顿时又似乎入了梦境，不知自身现在何处。等到张应生向他说了：“你这一觉也睡得太长了，起来吃晚饭吧。”之后
Ague opened his sleepy eyes and looked at the scene in the room. He saw Jiang Guangci standing in front of the bed with a smile. He suddenly seemed to have fallen into a dream again. He didn't know where he was now. When Jiang Guangci said to him, "You are also sleeping this time. You slept too long. Let's get up and have dinner."
才渐渐地明白一切的经过。起来，起来吃晚饭吧。张应生又继续催促地说道：“这里有一盆水，你可以先洗洗脸。我难道睡了大半天吗？”阿贵很不相信，也似的这样问道：“我不回来。”
Only then gradually did I understand everything. Get up and have dinner, Jiang Guangci continued to urge. There is a basin of water here, you can wash your face first. Did I sleep for most of the day? Ague asked as if he didn't believe it. I'm not coming back.
张应生笑起来了，也不知你要睡到什么时候呢。好了，别再发痴吧，快洗脸，洗了脸吃饭。在吃饭的时候，两人并没有多谈什么话，只是默默地个人想个人的心事。
Jiang Guangci laughed. I don't know how long you are going to sleep. Okay, stop being crazy. Wash your face quickly and eat after washing your face. During the meal, the two of them didn't talk much. They just thought about their own concerns silently.
张应生所想的并不关于阿贵的事，而是今天他工作的经过，组织失业工人指导委员会，审查反抗工贼委员会的工作。阿贵这时也没想到张应生身上，而只是打算我到底做什么事情呢？
What Jiang Guangci was thinking about was not about Ague, but about his work today, organizing the steering committee of unemployed workers and reviewing the work of the anti-scab committee. Ague didn't think about Jiang Guangci at this time, but just planned to, what are you doing?
进别的工厂做工呢，还是依旧的去让汽车撞死？我到底怎么办呢？饭吃完了，即一切都收拾洗净了之后，已经是9点钟了。这时起了风，亭子楼内的空气已不如先前的燥热。
Should he work in another factory, or should he be hit by a car as usual? Well, what should I do? After the meal was finished and everything was cleaned up, it was already 9 o'clock. At this time, the wind started to blow, and the air in the pavilion was no longer as hot as before.
张应生决定阿贵今夜睡在帆布床上，而自己将一张竹席子铺开在地板上睡。两人没有什么事做，便都躺下，用扇啪啪地扇着。这时张应生决定问一问阿贵的事情了。
Jiang Guangci decided that Ague would sleep on the cot tonight, and he would spread out a bamboo mat on the floor to sleep. The two of them had nothing to do, so they both lay down and fanned themselves. At this time, Jiang Guangci decided to ask about Ague.
阿贵便一五一十地告诉张应生自己被厂里开除的经过。阿贵，你现在到底打算怎么办呢？张应生等阿贵说完了之后，这样的问他：怎么办？一点办法都没有。
Ague then told Jiang Guangci exactly how he was fired from the factory. Ague, what are you going to do now? Jiang Guangci asked Ague after he finished speaking. What should I do? There is no way.
我今天白天不是告诉过你了吗？我预备让汽车撞死，我的家中可以得到50块钱抚恤费。你这才是发痴呢！一个人死的要值得，或是被我们的敌人捉去枪毙，或是同敌人对垒而死，或是……
Didn't I tell you during the day? I'm going to be hit by a car and my family can get 50 yuan in pensions. You are crazy. A person's death must be worthwhile, either being captured and shot by our enemies, or dying against the enemy, or…
总而言之一句话， 我们死的要值得，怎么能让汽车白白的撞死呢？而况且你也不是没有事情做，也不是什么瞎子瘸子，你是还可以找到工作的。你被 F 沙场开除了。
In a word, if our death is worth it, how can we let a car hit us and kill us in vain? Besides, it's not like you have nothing to do, and you're not blind or lame. You can still find a job. You were fired from S Cotton Factory.
难道说你就不能进入别的纱厂做工吗？总而言之一句话，你是还可以找到事情做的。应声书，你晓得吗？我现在简直不想再做什么工了。不知道因为什么，我现在总觉得做工的人。
Doesn't it mean that you can't work in other cotton mills? All in all, you can still find something to do. Uncle Ingsheng, do you know? I simply don't want to do any more work now. I don't know why, but now I always think of people who work hard.
连畜生牛马都不如。我的父亲，我的母亲做了一辈子的工，只是吃一辈子的苦，得到了什么好处？我想，与其活着做工，不如死了还好些，你说可不是吗？人生终究是要死的。阿贵。
Not even as good as cattle and horses. My father and my mother have worked all their lives and suffered all their lives. What benefits have they gained? Not even as good as cattle and horses. My father and my mother have worked all their lives and suffered all their lives. What benefits have they gained? I think it would be better to die than work while alive, don't you think? Life is ultimately about death. Ague.
你这一种说法，简直是太糊涂了。不错，现在的工人的确连牛马都不如，但是你要知道，这不是永久都是这样的呵。你不是也听见过许多革命的理论吗？你现在为什么这样糊涂呢？
Your statement is simply too confusing. Yes, today's workers are indeed worse than oxen and horses, but you have to know that this won't always be like this. Haven't you heard many revolutionary theories? Why are you so confused now?
我们不应当灰心，我们应当干将下去。就是因为我们的生活不好，所以我们才要革命，所以我现在才做这种危险的事情。阿贵，寻死只是没有用处的人的出路啊！我们是不应当这样做的。
We should not be discouraged, we should keep going. It is because our life is not good that we want revolution, and that is why I am doing such dangerous things now. Gue, seeking death is only the way out for useless people. We should not do this.
阿贵听了张应生的话，沉默着不答。停了一呼，张应生又继续说道：“我的年纪比你大，所吃的苦大约也比你多吧。我从前也曾经因为吃苦不过，想投过几次黄浦江，以为活着没有意思。”
After listening to Jiang Guangci's words, Ague remained silent and did not answer. After a pause, Jiang Guangci continued, I'm older than you, and I've probably endured more hardships than you. In the past, I wanted to throw myself into the Huangpu River several times because I couldn't bear the hardships. I thought life was meaningless.
不如死了好些。后来渐渐觉悟到，这种思想是不应该的。一个人应当走着生路，而不应当向着死路走去。一个人应当为着自己的生活去反抗一切压迫他的东西。阿贵，你明白这个道理吗？
It would be better to die. Later, I gradually realized that this kind of thinking is inappropriate. A person should walk towards the road of life, not the road of death. A person should fight against everything that oppresses him for his own life. Ague, do you understand this?
你现在应当明白，你是一个受压迫的人，你应当想怎么样消灭你的敌人，压迫你的人，而不应当想怎么样消灭你自己。阿贵听到此处，不禁全身颤动了一下。
You should understand now that you are an oppressed person. You should think about how to destroy your enemies and people who oppress you, but you should not think about how to destroy yourself. Ague heard this. I couldn't help but tremble all over.
即时想起昨天蚂蚁争斗的情形，他霎时觉得好生羞愧，一颗心动了几动，两耳火熊熊地烧僵起来。用手将脸一摸，摸了一手冷汗，两眼朦胧中又似觉看见无数的蚂蚁向他狞笑，向他咒骂。
I immediately remembered the fight between ants yesterday. He felt so ashamed for a moment, his heart beat a few times, and his ears were on fire. He touched his face with his hands and felt cold sweat. With his eyes dim, he seemed to see countless ants grinning at him and cursing at him.
这逼得他的身体接连颤动了几下，全室内霎时间如同变了景色。躺在地板上的张应生这时也似乎变了相了，好似变成了一个伟大的、尊严的巨人，立在茫茫的荒漠上。
This forced his body to tremble several times in succession. The scenery in the whole room seemed to have changed in an instant. Jiang Guangci, who was lying on the floor, seemed to have changed his appearance at this time, as if he had turned into a great, dignified giant, standing on the vast desert.
巨大的手臂只是阿贵所应走的道路。阿贵，你明白吗？张应生又继续重复地说道：“你应当想怎么样消灭你的敌人，压迫你的人，而不应当想怎么样消灭你自己。”
The huge arm indicates the path Ague should take. Ague, do you understand? Jiang Guangci continued to say repeatedly, you should think about how to destroy your enemies and those who oppress you, but not how to destroy yourself.
阿贵很费力地将神定了一定，这时他似乎明白了今天白天他在街上胡乱走路的事情，简直是发痴，简直是莫名其妙。想到这里，他不禁又觉得有点好笑了。
Ague struggled to calm himself down. At this time, he seemed to understand that he was walking randomly on the street during the day. He was simply crazy and incomprehensible. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little funny.
就如同犯了罪而承认过错也是的，他轻轻地说道：“应生叔，你所说的我一切都明白。我并不是一定要去做让汽车撞死的傻事情。不过什么呢？”张应生跟着问他。应生叔
As if he had committed a crime and admitted his fault, he said softly, Uncle Ingsheng, I understand everything you said. I don't necessarily want to do something stupid like getting hit by a car, but what? Jiang Guangci asked him. Uncle Ingsheng.
我已经下了决心去做一桩事情，不知可能达到目的。做一桩什么事情？我已经下了决心把张金奎。阿贵没有把话说完，便停住了。张应生听到张金奎的名字，便坐僵起来，很惊异地问道
I have made up my mind to do something, but I don't know if I can achieve my goal. What thing should I do? I have made up my mind to bring Zhang Jinkui. Ague stopped before he could finish his words. When Jiang Guangci heard Zhang Jinkui's name, he sat up and asked in surprise.
你下了决心把张金奎怎样呢？我想把他……阿贵又停住不说了。你想把他怎样呢？你说啊。此地又没有旁人。我想把他打死。阿贵终于这样很胆怯也似的说了。张应生听了这话。
Now that you have made up your mind, what will you do to Jiang Guangci? I want him. Ague stopped talking again. What do you want to do with him? You say it. There is no one else here. I want to beat him to death. Ague finally said it timidly. Jiang Yingxing heard this.
不即刻说出什么，便将头低下，如有所思也似的。停了一忽，他抬起头来，向阿贵很镇静地说道：“本来张金奎这东西是死有余辜，我们老早就想把他除掉。不把他除掉，他总是要作怪的。”
If he didn't say anything immediately, he would lower his head as if thinking. After a pause, he raised his head and said calmly to Ague. Originally, Jiang Guangci deserves to die, and we have wanted to get rid of him for a long time. If we don't get rid of him, he will always cause trouble.
因为他的告密也不知害了多少人，破了多少机关。不过我怎样？阿贵这时也坐起来了，在不明的灯光下，也可以看出他的神情是很兴奋的。你以为我办不到吗？
Because of his whistleblowing, I don't know how many people were killed and how many institutions were broken. But what about me? Ague also sat up at this time. Under the unknown light, it can be seen that his expression was very excited. Because of his whistleblowing, I don't know how many people were killed and how many institutions were broken. But what about me? Ague also sat up at this time. Under the unknown light, it can be seen that his expression was very excited. Do you think I can't do it?
你以为我不能把他打死吗？不过他是一个力气有牛大、脚快又如狐狸的人，你怎么能将他打死呢？这件事情还是让别人去做吧，反正你的气也是可以出的。如果你愿意的话。
Do you think I can't beat him to death? But he is a man of great strength and cunning like a fox. How can you beat him to death? It's better to let others do this. You can vent your anger anyway. If you want.
我可以替你找到一件事情做。不，应声说，我不把他打死，那我的气就出不来，那我就连一个小蚂蚁都不如，那我就要遭那一个小黄蚂蚁的耻笑。你说什么？张应生有点奇怪起来了。
I can find something for you to do. No, Uncle Yingsheng. If I don't beat him to death, then I won't be able to get out of my anger. Then I am not even as good as a little ant. Then I will be laughed at by that little yellow ant. What did you say? Jiang Yingsheng is a little strange.
小黄蚂蚁？哪一个小黄蚂蚁？你怎么又扯到什么蚂蚁的身上来了呢？就是那个小黄蚂蚁，那个我应当拜他做老师的小黄蚂蚁。阿贵未将话说完，忽一阵很凄惨的哭声从窗外飞将进来。
Little yellow ants? Which little yellow ant? Why did you get involved with some ant again? It's that little yellow ant, the little yellow ant that I should worship as my teacher. Before Ague finished speaking, a burst of miserable crying came from the window.
听之令人心悸。阿贵将两耳尖起来，继续审听这种哭声，便一瞬间将话停将下来了。 沉默了一忽，阿贵如有所感也似的，便向张应生问道：“应生叔，你听见了吗？这哭声似乎是很近的。”
It's heart-stopping to hear. Ague continued to listen to the crying with his ears pointed, and then stopped talking for a moment. After a moment of silence, Ague seemed to feel something, so he asked Jiang Yingsheng. Uncle Yingsheng, listen. Do you hear it? The cry seems very close.
也许就是在隔壁吧。我为什么没有听见？我几乎天天听见。这是我们楼下在前课堂住着的一个老太婆的哭声。这个老太婆为什么天天哭呢？为什么天天哭？儿子被捉去枪毙了。
Maybe it's next door. Why didn't I hear it? I hear it almost every day. It was the cry of an old woman who lived downstairs from us in the front living room. Why does this old woman cry every day? Why do you cry every day? The son was captured and shot.
又怎能不哭呢？张应生时而很平静的，这时他的话音有点凄然了。不明的电灯光似乎陡然增加了阴漆而辉煌的颜色，全室的空气也降落了一半的热度。阿贵听了张应生的话之后
How can you not cry? Jiang Yingsheng was very calm at first, but now his voice became a little sad. The unknown electric light seemed to suddenly increase in gloomy and gray color, and the air in the whole room also dropped half of its heat. Ague listened after hearing what Jiang Yingsheng said.
一时想不出话来说，只是两眼睁着望着他。室内完全寂静下来了。经过了几分钟的光景，阿贵忽然很急促地问道：“被捉去枪毙了？被谁个捉去枪毙了呢？你真是糊涂！”
I couldn't think of words for a moment, so I just stared at him with my eyes open. The room fell completely silent. After a few minutes, Ague suddenly asked urgently, Caught and shot. By whom? You are so confused.
当然是被兵警捉去枪毙的。呵，应生叔，你听，似乎就在楼下又有一个女人带着哭声说话。这个说话的女人是这个老太婆的媳妇。这个女人真是一个再好没有的女人，她真是好，吃苦耐劳。
Of course he was caught and shot by the police. Oh. Uncle Yingsheng, listen. It seems that there is another woman talking with a crying voice just downstairs. The woman who spoke is the daughter-in-law of this old woman. This woman is truly a wonderful woman, she is so good. Bear hardships and be patient.
又诚实，又勇敢，又明白事理。张应生说至此地，将芭蕉扇摇了几摇，随即贴在精赤的胸脖上，沉默着不再说下去了。两眼笔直地向天花板望着，如像在深思着什么。我问你，应生叔。
Honest, brave, and sensible, Jiang Yingsheng said this, shook the banana fan a few times, then placed it on his bare chest, and said no more in silence. He stared straight at the ceiling. He looked like he was thinking deeply about something. I ask you, Uncle Yingsheng.
这个老太婆的儿子到底因为什么被捉去枪毙了呢？他的名字叫什么？阿贵这样的问他，打断了他的思维。那还能因为别的事情吗？他是一个 C 书馆的印刷工人。
Why was this old woman's son captured and shot? What's his name? Ague asked him like this, interrupting his thinking. Could it be because of other things? He is a printer at C Library.
平素对于革命是很热心的。1月前 ，C 书馆的工人因为要求加薪，闹成了罢工的风潮。当局说他是主要人物，是一个反动分子，就这样的捉去枪毙了。现在杀一个工人还算一回什么事情？
I have always been very enthusiastic about revolution. A month ago, workers at Library C went on strike because they demanded a wage increase. The authorities said he was a major figure and a reactionary, and he was arrested and shot. What is killing a worker now?
比较一个小鸡都容易啊！哎，想起来真是。停了一呼，张应生又继续说道：“他的名字叫周全福，为人是极好的，死的时候只有29岁。他的老婆，我们叫她做周大嫂，是一个再好没有的女人。”
It's easy to compare a chick. Well, thinking about it, it's really. After a pause, Zhang Yingxing continued. His name is Zhou Chuanfu. He was a very good man, and he was only 29 years old when he died. It's easy to compare a chick. Well, thinking about it, it's really. After a pause, Zhang Yingxing continued. His name is Zhou Chuanfu. He was a very good man, and he was only 29 years old when he died. His wife, we call her sister-in-law Zhou, is a wonderful woman.
自从周全福死后，这个老太婆周全福的母亲就是由她赚钱养活。她有一架小洋机，每天替人家织袜子，还勉强可以过日子。老太婆只有一个儿子，而且是一个极孝顺的儿子。
Since Zhou Chuanfu's death, this old woman, Zhou Chuanfu's mother, has been supported by her money. She owned a small foreign machine and knitted socks for others every day, and she could barely make a living. The old woman has only one son, and he is a very filial son.
这个好儿子死了，哪能不昼夜的哭呢？哎，我天天差不多都听见他的可怜的哭声。有时我去说几句话安慰他，哎，又怎么能安慰他的那一颗痛苦万丈深的心呢？他的媳妇本来是很痛苦的。
How can I not cry day and night when this good son dies? Well, I heard her pitiful cries almost every day. Sometimes I go and say a few words to comfort her, alas. How could he comfort her painful heart? Her daughter-in-law was originally in great pain.
不过因为老太婆这种样子，她也就不得不硬着心肠，做着很平静的样子。哎，她真是一个好女人。像她这样好的女人，我真是少见过。我想你可以娶她做老婆呵。阿贵带笑地说了这么一句。
But because the old woman looked like this, she had to harden her heart and act calm. Well, she is such a good woman. I have rarely seen a woman as good as her. I think you can marry her as your wife. Ague said this with a smile.
张应生听了阿贵的话，似乎有点难为情起来，便有点带气也似的说道：“别要胡说八道，我现在哪有闲工夫干这种事情？呵，睡觉吧，时候已经不早了，明天我还有许多事情要做。”
Zhang Yingxing seemed a little embarrassed after hearing Ague's words, and said in a somewhat angry tone, Don't talk nonsense. I don't have time to do this kind of thing now. Oh, go to bed, it's already late, I still have a lot of things to do tomorrow.
张应生立起身来，走到门边，用手很小心地将门关好之后，便又走到木桌子前，将抽屉打开，取出一支很小的手枪来。他凑近灯光，看一看手枪的各部分是否有了毛病。
Jiang Guangci stood up, walked to the door, closed the door carefully with his hands, then walked to the wooden table, opened the drawer, and took out a small pistol. He leaned closer to the light and looked to see if there was anything wrong with any part of the pistol.
等到详细的研究一番之后，便放在自己的枕边，即刻也就很笔直地躺下。停了一忽，他向阿贵问道：“我们将电灯闭起来睡好吗？”阿贵这时见了手枪之后，起了一种心思，并没有用话回答他。
After studying it in detail, he placed it beside his pillow and immediately lay down straight. After a pause, he asked Agui, "Shall we turn off the lights and sleep?" After Agui saw the pistol, he had a thought and did not answer him with words.
只向他点一点头，表示同意。张应生遂又立起身来，将电灯闭下。等到闭下之后，便又很平静地向地板躺下。临睡觉时，将手枪放在枕边，这是他的习惯，而且是应当的事情。
He just nodded to him in agreement. Jiang Guangci then stood up and turned off the light. After turning it off, he lay down on the floor calmly. It was his habit and the right thing to do to put the pistol next to his pillow before going to bed.
谁个也不能断定夜间不发生什么事情，也许巡捕来捉他，也许有人要来暗算他。总而言之，他应当时时刻刻有正当的防备。而且这一支小小的手枪与他的生命有很深切的历史。一方面，
No one can be sure that something will not happen at night. Maybe the patrol will come to catch him, maybe someone will come to plot against him. In short, he should always be properly prepared. And this little pistol has a deep history with his life. On the one hand,
倘若不是因为有了这一支小小的手枪，那他的性命就已没有了。一方面，这一支小手枪并不是用钱买来的，而是用性命换来的。这是今年3月间他从敌人。
If it weren't for this small pistol, his life would have been gone for a long time. On the one hand, this small pistol was not bought with money, but in exchange for his life. This was what he got from the enemy in March this year.
一个奉军的军官的手中夺取来的。在他的生命史中，无论他能否看得见他所想的伟大的理想之能否实现，但是这一支小手枪却是他所得着的胜利品，却是他的一个可宝贵的纪念物。
It was taken from the hands of an officer in the army. In the history of his life, no matter whether he could see whether the great ideal he imagined could be realized, this small pistol was his victory and a precious souvenir of him. Things.
因此，应生在劳苦的秘密的工作中，没有别的什么东西能够安慰他，能够安慰他的只有这一支与他相依为命的手枪。奔波了全日，现在应当是张应生睡觉的时候了。
Therefore, when Yingxing was working hard and secretly, nothing else could comfort him. The only thing that could comfort him was this pistol that depended on him for life. After running around all day, it should be time for Jiang Guangci to go to bed.
但是一个体力和智力都很健全的工人，生活的格式对于他只是革命、工作、思想、休息。这里所说的休息，并不是什么安逸的例外的娱乐，而是一种必要的动作，睡觉。
But for a worker who is physically and mentally sound, the pattern of life for him is just revolution, work, thinking, and rest. The rest mentioned here is not a comfortable and exceptional entertainment, but a necessary action, sleep.
于是张应生不几分钟的光景便呼呼地入梦了。阿贵这时在平静地躺着，但是没有睡。他或许想如张应生一样，呼呼地入了梦，可以抛弃一切凡人愁思。但是他无论如何睡不着。
So Jiang Guangci fell asleep within a few minutes. Agui was lying peacefully at this time, but not asleep. He may want to be like Jiang Guangci, falling into a deep sleep and abandoning all annoying thoughts. But he couldn't sleep anyway.
他一是因为在白天睡得太足了，二是因为张应生的那一支小手枪引动了他的思维。他知道这一支手枪的来历，也知道张应生是如何的爱护他。如果我开口向他借
Firstly, he slept too much during the day, and secondly, because Jiang Guangci's small pistol stimulated his thinking. He knew the origin of this pistol and how Jiang Guangci cherished it. If I ask him to borrow it.
阿贵这样自问自地想到，那他是不是答应我呢？接着阿贵便决定了，恐怕他一定是不答应的。而况且他又不赞成我做这一件事情，那他一定不答应我的。阿贵想来想去，结果只有失望。
Agui thought to himself, then will he agree to me? Then Agui decided, I'm afraid he will not agree. Besides, he doesn't approve of me doing this. Then he will definitely not agree to it. Agui thought about it, but in the end he was disappointed.
但是在别一方面，阿贵是决定了要实现自己的愿望，以为不把张金奎打死，那他简直没有做人的资格。这种决定在阿贵的心里已如泰山的稳定了，人有什么力量也不能将它移动。
But on the other hand, Agui decided to realize his wish, thinking that if he didn't beat Jiang Guangci to death, he would have no qualifications as a human being. This decision has become as stable as Mount Tai in Agui's heart, and no amount of force can move it.
但是有一个问题，用什么方法将张金奎打死呢？诚如张应生所说，张金奎是一个又有力又狡快的人，如公开的去同他厮打，那阿贵是一定要失败的。因此
But there is a question, how to beat Jiang Guangci to death. Just as Jiang Guangci said, Jiang Guangci is a powerful and cunning person. But there is a question, how to beat Jiang Guangci to death. Just as Jiang Guangci said, Jiang Guangci is a powerful and cunning person. If he fights with him openly, Agui will definitely fail. Therefore,
阿贵一定要寻到一个妥善的方法，否则断不能成功的。阿贵起初想来想去，想不出适当的方法，等到他见着了张应生的手枪，便一时间乐僵起来了。
Agui must find a proper method, otherwise he will never succeed. Agui thought about it over and over at first, but couldn't think of a suitable method. When he saw Jiang Guangci's pistol, he became happy for a while.
以为自己已经得到了可以置张金奎死命的东西，但是忽而想到这支手枪毕竟是张应生的，而且张应生是如自己的生命一般的宝贵他，绝不会将它借给阿贵，阿贵便有失望了。
He thought he had obtained something that could kill Jiang Guangci. But suddenly he thought that this pistol belonged to Jiang Guangci after all, and Jiang Guangci regarded it as precious as his own life and would never lend it to Agui. Agui was disappointed again.
张应生已经是深深的睡着了，对于阿贵在床上翻来覆去的声音，并没有一点觉到。 冷静的夜月光亮从窗口透将进来，皎洁地照到张应生的头部。
Jiang Guangci was already deeply asleep, and was not aware of the sound of Ague tossing and turning on the bed. The calm night moonlight shines through the window and shines brightly on Jiang Guangci's head.
一支小小的手枪很分明地在张应生的枕边躺着。阿贵侧着身子，只是目不转睛地注视着躺在张应生枕边的小手枪，而一副脑筋全盘地用到幻想上去。如果他有了这一支手枪。
A small pistol was clearly lying next to Jiang Guangci's pillow. Ague turned sideways and just stared at the small pistol lying beside Jiang Guangci's pillow, and used all his brains to fantasize, if he had this pistol.
他应当怎么样才能将张金奎打死？忽然间又听着楼下老太婆的哭声，阿贵的心为之冷战了一下。他不禁将他的思维暂时挪到老太婆的身上了。老太婆的命运是这样的悲惨。
How should he beat Jiang Guangci to death? Suddenly, he heard the cry of the old woman downstairs again, and Ague's heart trembled. He couldn't help but temporarily shift his thoughts to the old woman. The old woman's fate was so tragic.
他的媳妇是这样的贤明，做官的人是这样的残酷，现在的世界简直是不成一个世界，该有多少悲惨的事情呵！这样的世界简直不如把它消灭掉还好些。但是我的爸爸和我的妈妈呢？
Her daughter-in-law is so wise, and the officials are so cruel. The world today is simply a different world. There must be so many tragic things. It would be better to eliminate such a world. But where's my dad and my mom?
阿贵忽然将念头一转，想到自己的家内，他俩在家也不知怎么样在想我呵。他俩也真是吃苦的命，哎，他俩简直是活受罪，已经是这么大的年纪了，还是辛辛苦苦的。阿贵想到此地。
Ague suddenly changed his mind and thought of his home. They don't know how they are thinking about me at home. They are really suffering a hard life, alas. They are simply suffering. They are already so old, but they still work hard. Ague thought of this.
心中不禁有点难过起来，不禁深深地叹了一口长气。倘若我被捉去枪毙了，阿贵又继续想到，也不知他俩将要怎么办呵。周全福死了，还有他的贤良的老婆养活他的母亲。
I couldn't help feeling a little sad, and I couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. If I were captured and shot, Ague continued to think, I don't know what they would do. Zhou Chuanfu died, and his virtuous wife still supported his mother.
如果我死了的时候，那我的父母将靠着谁养活呢？阿贵暗杀张金奎的决心，至此时不禁动摇了一下。他的爸爸和妈妈的一双可怜的形象萦回于他的脑际。
If I die, who will support my parents? Ague's determination to assassinate Jiang Guangci could not help but waver. The pitiful images of his father and mother lingered in his mind.
并觉着他俩已经如同在自己的面前站着，表现着可怜的衰老的面容，射着哀求的眼光。阿贵有点茫然了，怎么办呢？照着自己的决定去做好呢，还是为着这两位可怜的老人的缘故？
And he felt that they were already standing in front of him, with pitiful and aging faces and pleading eyes. Ague was a little confused. What should I do? Do you follow your own decision and do it for the sake of these two poor old people?
打消自己的念头好呢？阿贵踌躇了几分钟，最后还是将牙齿一紧，下了最后的决心。我也问不了这许多，世界上的苦人多着呢，反正我也问不了这许多。阿贵，你照着原来的决定做去吧。
How about giving up your thoughts? Ague hesitated for a few minutes, and finally clenched his teeth and made up his mind. I can't ask so many questions. There are so many miserable people in the world, and I can't ask so many questions anyway. Ague. You just go with your original decision.
但是我用什么东西去把张金奎打死呢？阿贵现在所为难的就是在这一个问题的身上。这时，在月光照着下的张应生的面容似乎在那里轻轻的微笑。阿贵忽然注意到这个。
But what should I use to beat Jiang Guangci to death? What Ague is in trouble now is this issue. But what should I use to beat Jiang Guangci to death? What Ague is in trouble now is this issue. At this time, Zhang Yingxing's face under the moonlight seemed to be smiling softly, and Ague suddenly noticed this.
便暗暗怀疑起来，难道他没有睡着吗？难道他已猜透了我的心思，在那里暗暗地笑我吗？阿贵遂将头轻轻地抬起来，仔细地向张应生的面孔审视一番，见着他仍然是睡熟的样。
Then he secretly doubted, isn't he asleep? Could it be that he has figured out my thoughts? Then he secretly doubted, isn't he asleep? Could it be that he has figured out my thoughts and is laughing at me secretly? Ague then gently raised his head and looked at Zhang Yingxing's face carefully. After a while, I saw that he was still sleeping soundly.
这才放了心。枕边的一支小手枪还是在静静地躺着，阿贵又将目光注到他的身上。忽然他的脑海里起了一层波纹，发生了一种新的思想，我可不可以将它偷到手里呢？
Only then did I feel relieved. A small pistol beside the pillow was still lying quietly, and Ague paid attention to it again. Suddenly there was a ripple in his mind, and a new thought occurred. Can I steal it into my hands?
用了之后我还是可以还他的。向他公开的借，那他一定是不肯的，不如我来实行偷的办法。能不能将张金奎打死，那就全靠这一支手枪了。应生叔，请你原谅我吧，我是没有别的法子想啊。
I can still return it to him after using it. If you borrow it openly from him, he will definitely refuse. How about I steal it? Whether Zhang Jinkui can be beaten to death depends entirely on this pistol. Uncle Yingsheng, please forgive me. I have no other way to think of it.
想到此地，阿贵便轻轻地离开了床，走到张应生的身边。不知怎地，他这时的一颗心忽然哭里扑通地跳起来了。他及时觉悟到是在做贼，而做贼是一件很不正当的行为。他弯了几下腰。
Thinking of this, Ague gently left the bed and walked to Zhang Yingxing's side. Somehow, his heart suddenly started beating like crazy. He immediately realized that he was committing a thief, and being a thief was a very unfair act. He bent down several times.
是几时伸手去拿那一支手枪，但是总没有勇气把它拿到手里。忽然张应生翻了一身，口中又咕噜了一句什么也是的，这可是把阿贵几几乎吓倒了。他的一颗心越发跳得厉害。
I tried several times to reach for the pistol, but I never had the courage to take it. Suddenly Zhang Yingxing turned over and muttered something that seemed to be nothing. which almost frightened Guiji. His heart beat harder and harder.
似乎已经做了一桩大的罪过，现在要受刑的样子。时而他以为张应生已经觉察到了，后来见着张应生翻了身之后没有动静，才知道张应生还在梦中，这才略略放了一点心。
It seems that he has committed a big crime and is now going to be punished. At first, he thought Jiang Yingsheng had noticed it. Later, when he saw that Jiang Yingsheng turned over and there was no movement, he realized that Jiang Yingsheng was still dreaming, and he felt a little relieved.
他又是伸了几下手，已经挨着了手枪的身子，但总是缩将回来，没有把它拿到手里的勇气。喂，我连偷一支手枪都不敢偷，还能去把张金奎打死吗？好无用的东西。
He tried stretching out his hand a few more times, already close to the pistol, but always retracted, not having the courage to take it in his hand. Hey, I don't even dare to steal a pistol. How can I beat Zhang Jinkui to death? What a useless thing.
他这样的将自己责骂了一番之后，便战兢兢地伸手把手枪拿起来了。他不敢及时就拿起脚步走开张应生的身边，默等了1-2分钟之后，决定张应生毫没有一点觉察。
After scolding himself in this way, he tremblingly reached out and picked up the pistol. He did not dare to pick up and walk away from Zhang Yingsheng immediately. After waiting silently for a minute or two, he decided that Zhang Yingsheng was not aware of it at all.
才轻轻地走至门边，用手很小心地将门开了，生怕弄出了一点声音。从前他不知做贼是怎样的做法，现在他却很本能地得到了做贼的方法。他轻轻地移动脚步，慢慢地走下楼梯。
Then he walked gently to the door and opened it carefully with his hand, for fear of making any noise. In the past he did not know how to be a thief, but now he instinctively learned how to be a thief. Then he walked gently to the door and opened it carefully with his hand, for fear of making any noise. In the past he did not know how to be a thief, but now he instinctively learned how to be a thief. He moved his steps gently, slowly descending the stairs.
走2步之后，他总要停一下听听动静，不敢一下子就走出后门。最后他是很平安地走出后门了。一轮明月高悬在天空，全城沐浴在银白色的光海里，居民都在梦里，周遭是异常的寂静。
After taking 2 steps, he would always stop and listen to the noise, not daring to walk out the back door all at once. Finally, he walked out of the back door safely. After taking 2 steps, he would always stop and listen to the noise, not daring to walk out the back door all at once. Finally, he walked out of the back door safely. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and the whole city was bathed in a sea of silver-white light. The residents are all in their dreams, and the surroundings are unusually quiet.
这时，伴着阿贵的只有斜长的他自己的影子，一支冰冷的手枪。怎么办呢？现在智齿不过是半夜罢，我将到什么地方去呢？不过手枪总算是已经到手了，在月光底下。
At this time, the only thing accompanying Ague was his own long and slanted shadow, and a cold pistol. What should I do? It's only midnight at the latest. Where will I go? But I finally got the pistol. Under the moonlight.
阿贵将手枪仔细地审视了一番，又用手举了几举，练习射击的架势。他不禁满意地向着明月微笑了一笑。这是凉爽的晶莹的明月， 也似乎了解了阿贵的快乐与得意。
Ague examined the pistol carefully, then raised it a few times with his hand to practice the shooting stance. He couldn't help but smile at Mingyue with satisfaction. At this time, the cool and crystal clear moon also seemed to understand Ague's happiness and pride.
便也就回答了阿贵一个圆满的微笑。第4章，他们的灵魂永远埋在很臭很臭的粪堆里。阿贵为明媚的月光所迷恋住了，两眼只是不转睛地向着月轮望着。
Then he answered Ague with a perfect smile. Chapter 4. Their souls will forever be buried in a smelly dung heap. Ague was fascinated by the bright moonlight. His eyes just stared at the moon.
似乎那里有什么动人而奇异的东西，有什么美妙而不可测的秘密。深夜的凉风消散了一切烦躁的暑气，一阵一阵地吹到人的身上，就如轻软的浮尘的摆动，觉得异常的轻快。
It seems that there is something moving and strange there, some wonderful and unfathomable secret. The cool breeze in the middle of the night dissipates all the irritating heat. It blows on people's bodies one after another, just like the swing of a soft fly whisk, making them feel extremely refreshed.
阿贵刹那间觉着渺茫地离开了嘈杂的人境，而进入了虚幻的仙乡。手枪虽然还是在阿贵的右手持着，然而他这时已忘却了一切，不复想到他所应当做的事情了。
In an instant, Ague felt that he had left the noisy human world and entered the illusory fairyland. Although the pistol was still in Ague's right hand, he had forgotten everything and no longer thought about what he should do.
阿贵痴呆地继续向月轮望着。忽然他听见了他的背后的屋内有什么声音，先是咳嗽的声音，接着就似乎有人走着楼梯响，这使得阿贵恢复了原来的意识。
Ague continued to look at the moon in a daze. Suddenly he heard something in the room behind him, first a cough, and then there was the sound of someone walking up the stairs. Ague continued to look at the moon in a daze. Suddenly he heard something in the room behind him, first a cough, and then there was the sound of someone walking up the stairs. This made Ague regain his original consciousness.
差不多已经被他忘却的在他手中的手枪，这时似乎很剧烈的在他手中跳动起来，几乎落在地上。张应升起来了，他一定是为着手枪，我还不跑，还在这儿发痴呢。混蛋！想到这里
The pistol in his hand, which he had almost forgotten, seemed to be beating violently in his hand, almost falling to the ground. Jiang Guangci is up. He must be after the pistol. I haven't run away yet. I'm still here crazy. You bastard. I thought of this.
便提起腿来就跑，不敢稍回头看一下，似乎即刻张应生就要把他追到的样子。跑出弄堂口的当，阿贵如老鼠一般，很胆怯的、畏缩的向寺外一看，街上并没有人行走。
He picked up his legs and ran away, not daring to look back, as if Jiang Guangci was going to chase him immediately. When he ran out of the alley, Ague looked around like a mouse, timidly and cringingly, but there was no one walking on the street.
才沿着街的左边跑去，跑了几分钟之后，阿贵停一停步，转过头来看后边并无人追赶，一颗跳动的心才略为平静一点。可是他已累得满身都是汗了。他用左手嗅拭脸上的汗液。
Then he ran along the left side of the street. After running for a few minutes, Ague stopped and turned around to see that no one was chasing him. His beating heart calmed down a little, but he was already so tired that he was covered in sweat. He wiped the sweat from his face with his left sleeve.
右手还是紧紧地将手枪握着，这时他觉得对于他什么都可以，但是这一支手枪不可丢去，因为它已经成为他的生命了。倘若没有他，那阿贵将不能报仇，将不能除去张金奎。
His right hand still held the pistol tightly. At this time, he felt that anything could be done to him, but he could not throw away this pistol, because it had become his life. His right hand still held the pistol tightly. At this time, he felt that anything could be done to him, but he could not throw away this pistol, because it had become his life. Without it, Ague would not be able to take revenge and would not be able to get rid of Jiang Guangci.
将不能免去小蚂蚁的耻笑，如此，他将没有做人的资格了。阿贵现在很想做人，做一个很勇敢、很忠实、很有价值的人，但是怎么样做法呢？阿贵想，要做人，起码要将张金奎打死。
He will not be able to avoid the ridicule of the little ant. In this way, he will no longer have the qualifications to be a human being. Ague now wants to be a good person, a brave, loyal and valuable person, but how to do it? Ague thought that if he wanted to be a human being, he would at least beat Jiang Guangci to death.
为工友们除一个大害，不然的话，那阿贵就没有做人的资格，就连一个小蚂蚁都不如。一个人连一个小蚂蚁都不如，那还活着干什么呢？不如死去还好些。不，阿贵现在没有寻死的念头了。
Get rid of a big harm to the workers. Otherwise, Ague has no qualifications to be a human being, not even a little ant. If a person is not even as good as a little ant, then what is he still doing? It would be better to die. No, Ague has no thoughts of seeking death now.
他要活着，要做人，所以他很宝贵这一支手枪，就如张应生宝贵他一样。有了它，阿贵才可以达到自己的目的，才可以实现自己的幻想。阿贵低着头，一边走，一边想着。这时明媚的月光。
He wanted to live and be a human being, so he valued this pistol just as Jiang Yingxing valued it. With it, Ague can achieve his goals and realize his fantasies. Ague lowered his head, thinking as he walked. He wanted to live and be a human being, so he valued this pistol just as Jiang Yingxing valued it. With it, Ague can achieve his goals and realize his fantasies. Ague lowered his head, thinking as he walked. The bright moonlight at this time.
轻快的凉风以及街上的夜景，什么都不在他的脑海中了。充满他脑海中的，这时只有怎么样进行的计划。他也想到他不应该将张应生的手枪偷来了。
The refreshing cool breeze and the night scene on the street were nothing in his mind. What filled his mind at this time was only the plan of how to proceed. He also thought that he shouldn't have stolen Jiang Yingxing's pistol.
他很知道这一支手枪与张应生的关系，并且很知道张应生是一个很重要的人，他应当有自卫的武器，而他，阿贵，不过是一个很普通的工人，实不应当对于张应生做出这种事情来。
He knew very well the relationship between this pistol and Jiang Yingxing, and he knew that Jiang Yingxing was a very important person and he should have weapons for self-defense, and he, Ague, was just an ordinary worker and should not do anything to Jiang Yingxing. This kind of thing happens.
但是阿贵转而一想，又将自己的罪过宽恕了。 我现在偷他的手枪，并不是去做坏事情啊。我一者要为自己报仇，二者也为工友们除害，这并不是去做坏事情啊。等到事情成功之后
But Ague thought about it and forgiven his sin. I stole his pistol now, not to do bad things. One of them wanted to avenge myself, and the other of them was to eliminate harm for the co-workers. This it's not about doing bad things until they succeed.
我再把手枪还给张应生就是了，他一定是可以原谅我的。而且如果我将张金奎打死了，这对于他也是很有益处的。阿贵还是低着头走着，对于他所走的街上的景物毫不注意。喂
I'll just give the pistol back to Jiang Yingsheng. He must be able to forgive me. And if I beat Jiang Jinkui to death, it would also be very beneficial to him. Ague was still walking with his head down, paying no attention to the scenery on the street he was walking on. I'll just give the pistol back to Jiang Yingsheng. He must be able to forgive me. And if I beat Jiang Jinkui to death, it would also be very beneficial to him. Ague was still walking with his head down, paying no attention to the scenery on the street he was walking on. Hey!
要坐车吧。阿贵抬头一看，见是一个赤膊的黄包车夫，懒洋洋地拖着一辆黄包车立在他的面前，问他。在夜影的朦胧中，阿贵见着这个黄包车夫是一脸的苦相，黑瘦的可怕。
Want to take a car? Ague looked up and saw a shirtless rickshaw driver lazily dragging a rickshaw. He stood in front of him and asked him. In the hazy shadow of the night, Ague saw that this rickshaw driver was a man. His face had a grimace and was terribly dark and thin.
同时，他的神情是很哀求的模样。阿贵觉着他是异常的可怜。在此清凉的深夜，正是人们安息的时候，而他却拖着车如幽魂也似的在街上往来。唉，世间该有多少不平的事情。
At the same time, his expression was very pleading. Ague felt that he was extremely pitiful. In this cool night, it was the time when people were resting, but he was dragging his car back and forth on the street like a ghost. Well, how much injustice there must be in the world.
阿贵正欲向黄包车夫说话的当，忽然黄包车夫觉察出阿贵手中的手枪来，便拉着车子回身就跑，这使得阿贵吓了一跳。阿贵莫名其妙，不禁口中咕噜了两句：“这倒是一回什么事呢？”
When Ague was about to speak to the rickshaw driver suddenly noticed the pistol in Ague's hand, pulled the rickshaw and turned around and ran away, which startled Ague. Ague couldn't understand why, and couldn't help but mumbled a few words. What's going on?
这真是活见鬼！这时，在墙角边，一个印度巡捕正在倚着墙壁在那里打盹的当，忽然听见有人说话及黄包车夫拖着黄包车跑路的声音，便惊醒了，走到阿贵的身边来。
This is hell. At this time, an Indian patrolman in the corner was leaning against the wall and taking a nap. Suddenly he heard someone talking and the sound of a rickshaw driver dragging a rickshaw away. He woke up and walked to Ague's side.
阿贵只顾看着黄包车夫在前面跑，却没觉察到他身边走来了一个高大的，如夜神一般的印度巡捕。你在此地啥事体呀？娘个皂皮，夜里像不困觉。阿贵回脸一看，几乎惊吓地喊叫起来。
Ague only watched the rickshaw driver running ahead, but he didn't realize that a tall Indian policeman who looked like a night god was walking beside him. "What are you doing here?" "I'm a skin twitch, I never sleep at night." Ague looked back and almost screamed in fright.
但及时便镇定住了。他只当这个印度巡捕已经知道他是什么人，特地是来捉他的，一时间想逃跑，但及时想起自己还有一支手枪在手里，不必害怕。印度巡捕还未将话说完
But he immediately calmed down. He just thought that the Indian patrolman already knew who he was and was here to catch him. He wanted to run away for a moment, but then he remembered that he still had a pistol in his hand, so there was no need to be afraid. The Indian patrol officer has not finished speaking.
阿贵便举起手枪对准他的胸部，做着一种威逼的姿势。印度巡捕见着阿贵举起手枪来，吓得倒退了几步，两只大眼放着白光，接着他便将两手岔开的举起，表示他不预备反抗。
Ague then raised his pistol and pointed it at his chest, making a threatening gesture. When the Indian patrolman saw Ague raising his pistol, he took a few steps back in fright, his big eyes shining white. Then he raised his hands apart to show that he was not prepared to resist.
并向阿贵哀求地说道：“好朋友，阿拉同乃没仇气，是吧？好朋友，交关好的好朋友，阿拉同乃没啥仇气，是吧？”阿贵见着印度巡捕这种情形，觉得非常的可笑。
And he pleadingly said to Ague, "Good friend. Comrade Allah, I don't have any hatred, right? Good friend, a good friend who has good relationship with me. Comrade Allah, I don't have any hatred, right?" When Ague saw the situation of Indian patrols, he found it very ridiculous.
而1秒钟以前的恐怖的心情完全消失了。看着是这样大的块头，有点怕人，哪知道其实是一个草包啊！阿贵想到此地，几乎要笑出声来了。好朋友，交关好的好朋友，阿贵想到。
And the terrifying mood a second ago completely disappeared. Looking at such a big guy, I'm a little scared of people, but I didn't know he was actually an idiot. Ague almost laughed out loud when he thought of this. Good friends. Good friends who have good relations with each other. Ague thought.
与印度巡捕对立着持久，总不是好事，还是以逃跑为妙，便一面仍旧举着手枪，威逼着印度巡捕不敢移动，一面一步一步地退至转角的地方，转身就跑。
It is never a good thing to be in a long-term confrontation with the Indian patrol. It is better to escape. He still raised his pistol and threatened the Indian patrol not to move. At the same time, he retreated to the corner step by step, turned around and ran away.
这时他也不知道印度巡捕是否在后面追赶，但他却拼命地往前跑，一步也不敢怠慢。他似乎遥远地闻着警笛，似乎这警笛的声音就从那个印度巡捕的地方所发出来的。
At this time, he didn't know whether the Indian patrol was chasing after him, but he ran forward desperately, not daring to neglect a step. He seemed to smell the siren in the distance, as if the sound of the siren came from the Indian patrol place.
于是他未免有点慌张，觉着情形有点不利。但是因为已经跑得很远了，印度巡捕绝对不会追赶上来的，于是他觉得又可以放心了。他跑得满身是汗，只是喘气，最后他不得不停住了。
So he was a little panicked and felt that the situation was a bit unfavorable. But because he had already run far away, the Indian patrol would never catch up, so he felt that he could rest assured again. He was sweating and panting, and finally he had to stop.
已经跑到了什么地方，在夜里，阿贵辨别不出来。这一条街道似乎是很僻静的，阿贵没看出有一个行走的人影。他找一块靠着墙的水门厅砌成的阶沿坐下，觉着非常的疲倦。
He had gone somewhere, and Ague couldn't tell it in the night. This street seemed to be very secluded, and Ague didn't see a single person walking. He found a cement slab against the wall and sat down, feeling very tired.
两眼只是想合起来，虽然用力阻止，但结果是无效。阿贵入于半睡不睡的状态中了。忽然，他如梦初醒也似的，惊吓的一颗心只是勃勃的跳。他觉得他是太疏忽了。
He just wanted to close his eyes. Although he tried hard to stop it, the result was ineffective. Ague fell into a half-asleep state. Suddenly he seemed to wake up from a dream, and his heart was so frightened that he could only beat excitedly. He felt that he had been too negligent.
如何能拿着一支手枪在街上睡觉呢？如果被人家看出来了，那时将怎么办？若手枪被人偷去或是夺去，那岂不是什么事情都完了吗？阿贵想到此地，不禁责备自己做事太荒唐了。
How can one sleep on the street with a pistol? What will you do if someone finds out? If the pistol is stolen or taken away, wouldn't everything be over? Thinking of this, Ague couldn't help but blame himself for doing something ridiculous.
几乎误了正事，他用手又将手枪全身摸了一摸，觉着他还是依然无恙，不禁又很满意。但是两只眼皮只是不听阿贵脑筋的命令，拼命的要合拢起来，这真是讨厌的事情。
Almost missed the point. He touched the pistol all over again with his hand and felt that it was still in good condition, and couldn't help but feel satisfied. But the two eyelids just didn't listen to Ague's brain's command and tried desperately to close them. This was really annoying.
将手枪放在衣内罢，可是阿贵穿的是一套短衫裤，实没有地方可以把手枪藏起来而不使人看见。用一张纸把手枪包起来罢，但是在夜里到什么地方去找纸呢？阿贵想来想去。
He put the pistol under his clothes, but Ague was wearing a pair of shorts and pants, and there was really no place to hide the pistol without anyone seeing it. Wrap the pistol in a piece of paper, but where can you find the paper at night? Ague thought about it over and over again.
想不出一个妥善的办法，把小褂子脱下来罢，将手枪放在小褂子内包好，岂不是很妥当吗？这一种思想最后把阿贵的困难解除了。他将手枪用小褂子包好之后
Can't think of a proper solution. Wouldn't it be appropriate to take off your little jacket and put the pistol in the little jacket and wrap it up? This thought finally relieved Ague's difficulty. After he wrapped the pistol in a small coat,
便放在腹部与大腿的中间，并用裤带系好，使它不至于被人偷去。这样，阿贵可以安然地让着自己的眼皮合拢了。小褂子脱下之后，阿贵的上身完全是赤露着，幸而是在暑天的夜里。
he put it between his abdomen and thighs and tied it with a hakama belt to prevent it from being stolen. In this way, Ague can safely close his eyelids. After taking off the little coat, Ague's upper body was completely exposed. Fortunately, it was on a hot night.
不感觉什么寒冷。可是也就因此，阿贵的赤露的身体不免要大受蚊虫的侵害了。阿贵时而还用2只手驱逐蚊虫，可是因为睡神的催促，也就慢慢的、昏昏的走入梦乡了。
I don't feel any cold. But because of this, Ague's naked body was inevitably exposed to mosquitoes. At first Ague used his hands to drive away mosquitoes, but due to the urging of the god of sleep, he slowly and faintly fell asleep.
阿贵走到一处不知名的所在，周围是起伏的山丘，满山丘都繁殖着美丽的、鲜艳的花木。山丘的脚下平铺着一望如镜的湖水，湖水上漂浮着许多优雅的小舟，小舟上坐着快乐的男女。
Ague walked to an unknown place. Surrounded by rolling hills, the hills are covered with beautiful, brightly colored flowers and trees. At the foot of the hill, there is a lake that looks like a mirror. There are many elegant boats floating on the lake, with happy men and women sitting on the boats.
树林深处显现着高耸的楼阁，似乎那里住着的是隔绝了尘世的仙人。阿贵徘徊在绿湖的岸边，恍惚不知何来，更不知何去。一阵一阵的熏风吹得阿贵神清气爽，仿佛如升上了天。
Deep in the woods, towering pavilions appeared, as if immortals isolated from the world lived there. Ague was wandering on the shore of Green Lake, not knowing where he came from or where he was going. The waves of fumigating wind made Ague feel refreshed, as if he had ascended to the sky.
这到底是什么地方呢？阿贵一面瞻眺，一面想到，我从没有来过这个地方，这恐怕是仙境吧。这恐怕就是所说的天国吧。这个地方真好，就是在此地能住一天也是好的。
What on earth is this place? Ague thought as he looked around. I have never been to this place. I'm afraid this is a fairyland? I'm afraid this is what we call the kingdom of heaven? This place is so nice, it would be great to stay here for just one day.
世界上也有这样好的地方，我真是料不到呢。从前也听说过什么仙乡，什么天国，但总是不相信实有其事，不料现在我却身临其境了。阿贵不禁微笑着而快乐起来了。目前的奇异的景物。
I never expected that there are such wonderful places in the world. I have heard about fairyland and heaven before, but I never believed it was real. Unexpectedly, now I am immersed in it. Ague couldn't help but smile and became happy. The strange scenery at present.
清爽而芳香的空气，从树林中飞扬出来的鸟语，小舟上的悠婉而愉快的歌声，这一切使得阿贵忘却了自己，忘却了人世。莫非我也成了仙了吗？阿贵正这样在沉思的当。
The fresh and fragrant air, the chirping of birds flying from the woods, the gentle and pleasant singing on the boat, all of this made Ague forget himself and the world. Could it be that I have also become an immortal? Ague was thinking deeply.
忽听见有一个很熟的声音在喊他：“阿贵，阿贵，到这边来啊！”接着又听见一个女人的声音：“快过来吧，我们在等你呢。”阿贵不禁有点奇怪起来了。这里是仙乡，这里是天国。
Suddenly he heard a very familiar voice calling him. Ague. Ague. Come over here. Then I heard a woman's voice. Come here quickly, we are waiting for you. Ague couldn't help but feel a little strange. This is fairyland, This is heaven.
怎么会有人认得阿贵呢？阿贵满腹的狐疑起来，很有点畏怯也似的，慢慢的将脸转过左边来，搜索喊他的人的所在。他不敢具行答应。离阿贵站立着的地方有100步之遥。
How could anyone recognize Ague? Ague became suspicious and a little timid, and slowly turned his face to the left, searching for the location of the person who called him. He did not dare to agree hastily. It was 100 steps away from where Ague stood.
靠着山坡脚下的一条长的靠椅上坐着一男一女，这时正向阿贵招手呢。阿贵时而不相信自己的眼睛，以为是看得花了，但是详细的审视一下，觉着第一眼并没有看错。这却奇怪了。
Sitting on a long armchair at the foot of the hillside was a man and a woman, waving to Ague. Aguishi didn't believe his eyes, thinking that he was seeing too much, but after looking at it in detail, he felt that he was right at first sight. This is strange.
他俩为什么在这儿呢？他俩不是已经死了吗？我难道说遇着鬼了不成？阿贵一边想，一边将两足慢慢的移动，走向这2个人的地方。等到只有几步距离的时候，阿贵还是不敢开口。
Why are they here? Aren't they both dead? Am I saying that I encountered a ghost? Ague thought as he slowly moved his feet towards the two people. When they were only a few steps away, Ague still did not dare to speak.
生怕认错了人。啊哈，阿贵，你也来了吗？那个年轻的男人先立起身来，这样的欢迎阿贵说：“久违了啊，你还记得我吗？”啊！阿贵这时也连忙快走几步，走向那人的面前，将他的2手握着。
Afraid of admitting the wrong person. Aha! Ague, are you here too? The young man stood up first and welcomed Ague like this. It's been a long time. Do you still remember me? Huh? At this time, Ague quickly walked a few steps towards the man and held his hands.
很欢欣地说道：“原来全发哥你在这里喝，你进来好吗？我真挂念你呢。”阿贵，你还认得我吗？那个女子依旧坐着，这样微笑地问阿贵。阿贵连忙将李全发的手放开，走向女子的面前说道
He said happily. Brother Chuanfa, you are here. How are you doing? I really miss you. Ague. Do you still recognize me? The woman, still sitting, asked Ague with a smile. Ague quickly let go of Li Chuanfa's hand, walked towards the woman and said, Dash.
沈先生，我怎么不认得你呢？我是永远忘记不了你的，你晓得吗？哎，沈先生，你知道我是怎样的纪念着你啊？阿贵说到此地，不知怎的，觉着脸上有点发烧了。他将头低下，轻轻的
Mr. Shen. Why don't I recognize you? I will never forget you, do you know? Well, Mr. Shen. You know how I remember you. When Ague said this, he felt a little fever on his face for some reason. He lowered his head and gently,
如同胆怯也似的，继续向沈玉芳问道：“沈先生是同全发哥一块儿到这里来的吗？来了很久了吗？”沈玉芳点一点头，笑着说道：“是的，我是同全发一块儿来的。你晓得吗？我同全发已经结婚了。”
as if timid, he continued to ask Shen Yufang. Did Mr. Shen come here with Brother Chuanfa? Have you been here for a long time? Shen Yufang nodded and said with a smile. Yes, I came here with Quan Fa. Did you know? Quan Fa and I are already married.
阿贵觉着脸上的火更烧得厉害了，一颗心只是跳动着，似乎又有点发痛。这时阿贵才明白自己是在爱沈玉芳，并且爱情是很深的。现在他说他已经与全发结婚了。
Ague felt the fire on his face burning even more. Her heart was just beating and seemed to hurt a little. Only then did Ague realize that she was in love with Shen Yufang, and the love was very deep. Now she said that she had married Quan Fa.
这实在给他一个很大的打击。虽然阿贵承认沈先生与李全发是很相配，是很好的一对伴侣，但是阿贵是在爱他。阿贵无论如何不能不起一点醋意。他抬起头来向李全发瞟了几眼。
This really gave him a big blow. Although Ague admits that Mr. Shen and Li Chuanfa are very compatible and a good couple, Ague really loves her. Ague can't help but be a little jealous no matter what. He raised his head and glanced at Li Chuanfa.
似乎嫉妒他的幸福，但即时又觉得这是不应当的事情。阿贵，你应当替我们道喜啊！李全发很得意地说：“是的，我应当向你们道喜。”阿贵说这话时，带着一点哭声，现出异常可怜的样子。
She seemed jealous of his happiness, but immediately felt that this was something that shouldn't be done. Ague, you should congratulate us. Li Chuanfa said proudly. Yes, I should congratulate you. When Ague said this, he cried a little and looked extremely pitiful.
但他转而一想，以为自己这种态度是不对的，便强作镇定的样子，向他俩笑着说道：“你俩真是有福气呵，这也是由心血换来的呵。”李全发将阿贵拉到与自己并排坐下，说道。
But then he thought about it and thought that his attitude was wrong, so he forced himself to be calm, smiled at them and said, You two are so lucky. This is also earned with hard work. Li Chuanfa pulled Ague to sit down side by side with him and said,
你知道这里是什么地方吗？阿贵摇一摇头，表示不知道。李全发继续说道：“这里是革命党人的天国，凡是在人世上为着穷人、为着大多数人争自由、为着反抗统治阶级的压迫。”
Do you know where this place is? Ague shook his head and said he didn't know. Do you know where this place is? Ague shook his head and said he didn't know. Li Chuanfa continued. This is the paradise of revolutionaries. Whenever we are in this world, we fight for the poor, for the freedom of the majority, and to resist the oppression of the ruling class.
而被牺牲了的一些革命党人都到这里来，都住在这里。阿贵，你明白了吗？你看这里好不好？山是山，水是水，花是花，鸟是鸟，该多么美丽啊！这里是很平等自由的，什么压迫都没有。你看。
And some of the revolutionaries who were sacrificed came here and lived here. Ague, do you understand? Do you think this is okay? The mountains are mountains, the water is water, the flowers are flowers, and the birds are birds. How beautiful it is! There is great equality and freedom here, and there is no oppression at all. You see.
那些小舟上的唱歌的男男女女，他们生前都是很英勇的革命党人呐。这里只有很英勇的、很忠实的革命党人才能来，其他的人是不能够的。李全发环视了一下，停1-2分钟后，
The singing men and women on the small boat were all very heroic revolutionaries during their lifetimes. Only very brave and very loyal revolutionaries can come here, and no one else can come here. Li Chuanfa looked around and paused for a minute or two.
又继续面对着阿贵说道：“阿贵，你晓得吗？只有像我们这一类的人，才配入这美丽的天国。我们的灵魂是纯洁的，我们只知道民众的利益，为着正义奋斗，什么牺牲、艰难、危险都不怕。阿贵。”
Then he continued to face Ague and said, Ague, do you know? Only people like us are worthy of entering this beautiful kingdom of heaven. Our souls are pure. We only know the interests of the people and fight for justice, no matter what sacrifices, hardships, and dangers, and not afraid. Ague.
你说可不是吗？阿贵点一点头。这时，坐在阿贵左边的沈玉芳忽然笑道：“全发，你真不害羞，在这里表功劳呢？你曾做出多少有益于人类的事来？”阿贵转过脸来。
Don't you think so? Ague nodded. At this time, Shen Yufang, who was sitting on Ague's left, suddenly smiled and said, Full hair. You are really not shy, and you are here to show your credit. How many things have you done to benefit mankind? Ague turned around.
看见沈玉芳向李全发说话的神情是异常的温柔、亲密，宛然他俩是一对很和蔼的夫妇。这又不禁引动了阿贵的嫉妒和羡慕。但阿贵及时又把这种情绪按下去了。
When I saw Shen Yufang talking to Li Chuanfa, her expression was unusually gentle and intimate, as if they were a very loving couple. This couldn't help but arouse Ague's jealousy and envy, but Ague immediately suppressed this emotion.
他恐怕他们觉察出来他这时的心境，便连忙接着向沈玉芳说道：“沈先生，全发哥所说的话是真的呢。只有像你们这一类的人才能进入天国，尤其是沈先生你。”阿贵笑着不说了。
He was afraid that they could sense his state of mind at this moment, so he quickly said to Shen Yufang, Mr. Shen, what Brother Chuanfa said is true. Only people like you can enter the kingdom of heaven, especially Mr. Shen. Ague smiled and stopped talking.
沈玉芳似乎没听见阿贵的话，这时他的目光注视着湖水的波纹，大约在想什么。阿贵又转过脸来望一望李全发，李全发带着满脸的笑容，很有趣地望着那对面山丘间的亭阁。
Shen Yufang didn't seem to hear Ague's words. At this time, she was looking at the ripples of the lake, probably thinking about something. Ague turned to look at Li Chuanfa again. With a smile on his face, Li Chuanfa looked at the pavilions on the opposite hill with great interest.
三人都沉默下来了。阿贵趁着这沉默的机会，仔细地将他俩瞟视了一番，见着他俩还是原来的模样。沈玉芳穿着女学生的装束，白的上衣，青的裙子，显现的是异常的素雅。
All three fell silent. Ague took advantage of this opportunity of silence to look at the two of them carefully, and saw that they were still the same as before. Shen Yufang was wearing a female student's attire, a white top and a green skirt, looking extremely elegant.
他的面孔依旧是很清瘦，然而在清瘦中显现出有一种很壮健的神气，笑眯眯的两眼依旧是从前那般和蔼而可爱。李全发的装束还是工人的模样，这时穿着一身很洁白的小褂裤。
Her face is still very thin, but in her thinness, she shows a very strong look. Her smiling eyes are still as kind and lovely as before. Li Chuanfa was still dressed like a worker, now wearing a very white coat and trousers.
面容依旧是从前那样白皙中带着微微的紫黑，他的两只大眼炯炯有光，显现出他是一个很精明强干的青年。他俩难道说成了仙不成吗？忽然阿贵脑中起了一层波纹。
His face is still as fair as before with a slight purple-black color. His two big eyes are bright and shining, showing that he is a very smart and capable young man. Are they two immortals? Suddenly there was a ripple in Ague's mind.
很狐疑的这样想到，此地真个是天国吗？我为什么也来到此地呢？我难道说也成了仙不成吗？难道说我已经离开人世了？奇怪得很。阿贵，你在想什么呢？
He thought suspiciously, is this really the kingdom of heaven? Why did I come here? Could it be that I have become an immortal? Could it be that I have passed away? It's very strange. Ague, what are you thinking about?
李全发忽然将阿贵的右肩拍了一下，这样的问阿贵一句，阿贵受了一惊，不禁忘却了适才的疑思。他想问李全发许多话，但一时想不出，只得两眼带着疑问的神气向李全发注视着。
Li Chuanfa suddenly patted Ague on the right shoulder and asked Ague like this. Ague was startled and couldn't help but forget his suspicion just now. Li Chuanfa suddenly patted Ague on the right shoulder and asked Ague like this. Ague was startled and couldn't help but forget his suspicion just now. He wanted to ask Li Chuanfa many things, but couldn't think of anything at the moment, so he could only look at Li Chuanfa with a questioning look in his eyes.
李全发笑着继续说道：“你看，这天国里真个是与人世不同吧？我们虽然为着劳苦的群众而牺牲了性命，但是我们的纯洁的灵魂却能够享受这天国的幸福。”阿贵不等李全发的话说完，
Li Chuanfa smiled and continued. You see, this kingdom of heaven is really different from the world. Although we sacrificed our lives for the working people, our pure souls can enjoy the happiness of this kingdom of heaven. Ague didn't wait for Li Chuanfa to finish what he said.
便插着问道：“那些作恶的人呢？他们生前作威作福，压迫穷人无所不至，难道说死后都到地狱里去吗？地狱又在哪里呢？作恶的人自然都到地狱里去啊，他们的灵魂永远是不会解放的。”
Then he interrupted and asked, What about those who do evil? They are domineering and oppressing the poor while they are alive. Do you think they will go to hell after death? Where is hell? Those who do evil will naturally go to hell. Their souls will never be liberated.
永远埋在很臭很臭的粪堆里，你晓得吗？地狱在我们脚底下的一层，我们永远立在他们的上边。算了吧，全发。沈玉芳态度很严肃地插着说道：“这些话有什么多说头呢？”
Buried forever in a smelly dung heap. Do you know? Hell is a level beneath our feet, and we stand above them forever. Forget it, full hair. Shen Yufang interrupted in a very serious manner. What's the point of these words?
我们的责任是在将人类完全改变好，将人世也造成天国一样。阿贵，你说可不是吗？我们现在在天国里享福，这并不算什么很光荣的事情，因为人世间还同地狱一样呵。阿贵。
Our responsibility is to completely change mankind and make the world the same as the kingdom of heaven. Agwe, don't you think so? We are now enjoying happiness in the kingdom of heaven. This is not a very glorious thing, because the world on earth is still the same as hell. Agwe.
你回去努力吧，努力吧。这里不是你所应当留的地方。你忘掉你的责任了吗？张金奎还在那里继续害人呢。你的父母在吃苦，你的工友们在受压迫，你难道都忘掉了吗？去吧，去为我们复仇。
Just go back and work hard. Just work hard. This is not the place you should stay. Have you forgotten your responsibilities? Jiang Guangci is still there and continues to harm people. Your parents are suffering, and your co-workers are being oppressed. Have you forgotten that? Go. Go and avenge us.
去为被压迫的人们复仇，去为你自己复仇，赶快去吧。沈玉芳正在立起身来的当，阿贵忽然听见一声巨大的吼声，接着就吹来了一阵狂风，不禁惊吓了一跳。转眼间，沈玉芳
Go and avenge the oppressed people. Go and avenge yourself. Go quickly. Just as Shen Yufang was standing up, Ague suddenly heard a huge roar, followed by a strong wind, and was startled. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yufang
李全发都消失了影子，那起伏的山丘、平静的湖水、美丽的花木都不知飞到什么地方去了。阿贵定一定神，将两眼用手揉一揉，详细的审视一下，原来自己坐在阶岩上。
Li Chuanfa's shadow disappeared, the undulating hills, the calm lake, the beautiful flowers and trees, all flew to nowhere. Ague composed himself, rubbed his eyes with his hands, and took a closer look. He found that he was sitting on the edge of the steps.
一辆汽车经过他的面前，去向还不甚远。天色已黎明了，街上已有了稀疏的来往的行人。对过的店家正在那里卸门，走出来了一个头发蓬松、衣服不整的女人。阿贵慢慢的才明白。
A car passed in front of him, not far away. It was already dawn, and there were already sparse pedestrians on the street. The store opposite was opening the door, and a woman with disheveled hair and disheveled clothes walked out. Ague slowly understood.
原来是才从梦中醒来，梦中的景象还是萦回于脑际，回忆起来觉着非常的偷快。阿贵愿意长此的回忆下去。沈玉芳的微笑，花木的香气，山水的清幽，呵，顶好是长此地回忆下去。
It turns out that I just woke up from a dream. The scene in the dream still lingers in my mind, and it feels very happy to recall it. Ague is willing to remember it for a long time. Shen Yufang's smile, the fragrance of flowers and trees, the tranquility of the mountains and rivers, it's best to remember it here for a long time.
忽然阿贵的一颗心颤动起来，恐慌的异常，如同遇着了什么可怕的、危险的事情。他几乎要叫出声音来：“我的手枪呢？”等到用手摸一摸小褂子，这才放了心，如得了救星也似的。
Suddenly Ague's heart started to tremble, and he was extremely panicked. as if he had encountered something terrible and dangerous. He almost shouted, "Where's my pistol?" When he touched the little jacket with his hand, he felt relieved, as if he had found a savior.
在他面前经过的行人，有的很惊奇地瞟看他，有的很平常地把他当作乞丐，不注意地瞟他一眼，也就无视地走了。最后走来了一个13、14岁模样的赤着上身的小孩子。
Some of the passers-by who passed by him glanced at him in surprise, while others regarded him as a beggar and casually glanced at him and walked away without incident. Finally, a shirtless child of 13 or 14 years old came forward.
在微笑着审视了他几眼之后，很轻视地说道：“瘪三，你还没困好吗？巡捕来了，谨防吃生活。”阿贵想站起来给这个小孩子几个耳光，教训教训他不该认错了人，但是不知为着何故。
After looking at him with a smile, he said contemptuously, "Yes-san. Are you not sleepy yet? The patrol is here, be careful not to eat your life." After looking at him with a smile, he said contemptuously, "Yes-san. Are you not sleepy yet? The patrol is here, be careful not to eat your life." Ague wanted to stand up and give the kid a few slaps in the face to teach him that he shouldn't recognize the wrong person, but he didn't know why.
紧紧地带着恨看了小孩子几眼，便低下头来不去理他。小孩子见着这种神情，也就不啧声地走开了。天已经亮了，我到什么地方去呢？阿贵很不愿意地这样想到，老坐在此地。
He just looked at the child with hatred for a few times, then lowered his head and ignored him. Seeing this look, the child walked away quietly. "It's already dawn, where should I go?" Ague thought reluctantly. He just looked at the child with hatred for a few times, then lowered his head and ignored him. Seeing this look, the child walked away quietly. "It's already dawn, where should I go?" Ague thought reluctantly, "I'm sitting here all the time."
终究不是事情，我应当去找张金奎去。阿贵想着，便立起身来了。他很小心地又复将小褂子卷一卷，拿在手里，生怕露出什么痕迹来。他开始挪动脚步，但究竟应向哪一个方向走去？
It won't be a problem after all. I should go find Jiang Guangci. Ague thought and stood up. He carefully rolled up the small coat in his hand again, for fear of showing any traces. It won't be a problem after all. I should go find Jiang Guangci. Ague thought and stood up. He carefully rolled up the small coat in his hand again, for fear of showing any traces. He began to move. But in which direction should we go?
连他自己都不晓得。大约走了几十步的光景，已经到了小菜场的跟前。这时卖菜的乡下人已经上市了。小菜场内渐渐地起了嘈杂的声音。
Even he himself doesn't know. After walking for dozens of steps, we arrived at the small vegetable market. At this time, the countrymen selling vegetables had already gone to the market. There were gradually noisy sounds in the small market.
在阿贵的前面，一个乡下人挑着一担黄瓜走向小菜场去。阿贵见着了竹篮内的黄瓜，不禁觉得肚饿而且口渴，想顺手拿一条吃一吃。但阿贵终于不敢尝试。等到用手向腰间摸一摸之后，
In front of Ague, a countryman was carrying a load of cucumbers towards the small vegetable market. When Ague saw the cucumbers in the bamboo basket, he couldn't help but feel hungry and thirsty, and wanted to grab one to eat. But Ague finally didn't dare to try. Wait until you touch your waist with your hands.
他更为失望了，身边连一个铜板都没有。黄瓜有巨大的吸引力，阿贵的两眼指向竹篮内定视着，口中几乎淌下了咸液。卖黄瓜的人觉着有人在他后边跟着，回头望一望。
He was even more disappointed. He didn't even have a copper coin around him. Cucumbers have great appeal. Ague's eyes only stared into the bamboo basket, and saliva almost dripped from his mouth. The cucumber seller felt someone was following him and looked back.
见着阿贵的一副恶鬼的形象，便停住脚步，向阿贵开口骂道：“瘪三，你跟着我做啥事体呀？哼，谨防吃生活。”阿贵也停住了脚步，将两只眼向卖黄瓜的人翻了几番，但终于没说出什么。
Seeing Ague's appearance of a hungry ghost, he stopped and cursed at Ague. "Yes-san. What are you doing with me? Humph. Beware of eating your life." Ague also stopped and rolled his eyes several times towards the cucumber seller, but finally said nothing.
卖黄瓜的人骂了之后，又继续着走自己的路。阿贵很痴呆而又愤恨地目送了他几步，想赶上前去将他的担子踢翻，并且痛快地打他一顿，但想了一想，也就把念头打消了。
After the cucumber seller scolded him, he continued on his way. Ague watched him a few steps stupidly and angrily, wanting to catch up and kick over his burden, and give him a good beating. But after thinking about it, I gave up the idea.
如果我能得到一条黄瓜吃一吃啊！阿贵越在黄瓜身上着想，越觉得肚饿口渴，从口中要淌出来咸液。这时对于阿贵，一条不值钱的黄瓜，简直比什么人参燕窝还宝贵。哎，
If only I could get a cucumber to eat. The more Ague thought about the cucumber, the more he felt hungry and thirsty, and saliva was dripping from his mouth. If only I could get a cucumber to eat. The more Ague thought about the cucumber, the more he felt hungry and thirsty, and saliva was dripping from his mouth. At this time, for Ague, a worthless cucumber was simply more precious than some ginseng and bird's nest. Alas!
最后，阿贵叹了一口长气，转过身来，向右边的一条街道走去。街上的声音逐渐鼎沸起来，汽车声、马车声、行人的说话声混合成了一片轰轰的繁杂的音乐。在街上来往无数的行人中，
Finally, Ague took a long breath, turned around, and walked towards a street on the right. The sounds on the street gradually became louder, the sound of cars, carriages, pedestrians' voices, mixed into a roaring and complicated music. Among the countless pedestrians passing by on the street,
阿贵是一份子，但别人是因为有事，也许是上工，也许是买东西，也许是……但是阿贵就如游魂也似的，清早就在街上行走，到底是因为什么呢？阿贵自己没想到这些。
Ague is one of them, but others have something to do, maybe work, maybe shopping, maybe. But Ague is like a wandering spirit, walking on the street early in the morning. What is the reason? Woolen cloth? Ague is one of them, but others have something to do, maybe work, maybe shopping, maybe. But Ague is like a wandering spirit, walking on the street early in the morning. What is the reason? Woolen cloth? Ague didn't think of this himself.
更没有心思顾及到别人的闲事。这时所扰乱他的就是一个问题：肚子饿了 和口渴了的问题。阿贵很想不再想关于黄瓜的事情了，但是黄瓜的魔力在引诱他。黄瓜，黄瓜，黄瓜鹤。
He doesn't even care about other people's business. What disturbed him at this time was one problem: hunger and thirst. Ague really wanted to stop thinking about cucumbers, but the magic of cucumbers tempted him. Cucumbers. Cucumber. Cucumber.
阿贵低着头，一边走，一边总是想着黄瓜，那又可以充饥又可以止渴的黄瓜。已经走到什么地方来了？现在在哪一条街上行走，阿贵都不曾注意。忽然一阵什么香气冲到阿贵的鼻孔来。
Ague lowered his head and kept thinking about cucumbers as he walked. Cucumbers could satisfy hunger and quench thirst. Ague didn't even notice where he had gone or which street he was walking on. Suddenly a burst of fragrance rushed to Ague's nostrils.
阿贵停住脚步，向四外望一望，原来他走到一家烧饼店的门口了。一个老头子和一个小孩子正在炉上烤那又香又酥的油饼，这不禁给了阿贵一个很大的刺激。烧饼店的楼上就是茶馆。
Ague stopped and looked around. It turned out that he had walked to the door of a sesame seed shop. An old man and a child were baking the fragrant and crispy pancakes on the stove, which gave Ague a great stimulation. The tea house is upstairs from the Xiaobing shop.
阿贵隐隐地听见饮茶人的谈话和茶杯的响声。小孩子等油饼烤好了之后，便拿了一盘送到楼上去了。阿贵知道，这是送给楼上饮茶人做点心吃的。
Ague could faintly hear the tea drinkers talking and the sound of teacups. After the children waited for the pancakes to be baked, they took a plate and sent it upstairs. Ague could faintly hear the tea drinkers talking and the sound of teacups. After the children waited for the pancakes to be baked, they took a plate and sent it upstairs. Ague knew that this was a snack for the tea drinkers upstairs.
在这里可以解决肚子饿了和口渴了的问题，阿贵不妨也走上楼去。但是阿贵身边连一个铜板都没有，有的只是一支手枪，但手枪在这里当不得钱用，而且不能被别人看见。
Here you can solve the problem of hunger and thirst. Ague might as well go upstairs. But Ague didn't even have a copper coin around him. All he had was a pistol, but the pistol couldn't be used as money here, and it couldn't be seen by others.
于是阿贵只得远远地望着那又香又酥的油饼，而仅闻闻它们的扑鼻的香气而已。忽然有人将阿贵的右肩用手拍了一下，将阿贵吓了一跳。接着一个很熟的。
So Ague could only look at the fragrant and crispy pancakes from a distance, and only smell their tangy aroma. Suddenly, someone slapped Ague on his right shoulder, which startled Ague. Then a very familiar one.
同时又是一个很可讨厌的面孔在阿贵的面前呈现着了。这是一个形似工人模样的30几岁的中年人，身上穿着一套山东绸的小褂裤，大而不正的口中露出几粒金牙齿。
At the same time, a very disgusting face appeared in front of Ague. This is a middle-aged man in his 30s who looks like a worker. He is wearing a set of Shandong silk jacket and trousers. There are a few gold teeth exposed in his large and irregular mouth.
两眼射着较快而斜比的光，一望而知道是一个心术不良的小人。阿贵刹那间不知所措，只将两眼向人恶着。 这人还是将右手放在阿贵的左肩上，故意做着很亲密的样子，笑道：“阿贵。”
His eyes shone with a cunning and evil light, and it was clear at a glance that he was a villain with evil intentions. Ague was at a loss for an instant and only stared at the person in astonishment. His eyes shone with a cunning and evil light, and it was clear at a glance that he was a villain with evil intentions. Ague was at a loss for an instant and only stared at the person in astonishment. The man still put his right hand on Ague's left shoulder, deliberately pretending to be very intimate, and said with a smile, Ague.
你在这里吗？我正要找你呢。阿贵没有回答他，接着他又说道：“听说你被厂里开除了，我心里真挂念得很呢。我有很重要的话同你讲，不料在这儿遇着你了。好极了，我们上楼吃一杯茶吧。”
Are you here? I was looking for you. Ague didn't answer him, and then he said, I heard that you were fired from the factory. I was really worried about you. I have something very important to say to you, and unexpectedly I meet you here. Great. Let's go upstairs and have a cup of tea.
阿贵一言不发，形似木偶一般，随着这人上楼，心中却狐疑不定。这人与阿贵从没发生过关系，同时阿贵知道他是一个很危险的坏人，现在忽然莫名其妙地向阿贵表示好感。
Ague followed the man upstairs without saying a word, like a puppet. But he was suspicious in his heart. This man had never had a relationship with Ague. At the same time, Ague knew that he was a very dangerous bad guy, but now he suddenly couldn't figure it out. Ague followed the man upstairs without saying a word, like a puppet. But he was suspicious in his heart. This man had never had a relationship with Ague. At the same time, Ague knew that he was a very dangerous bad guy, but now he suddenly couldn't figure it out. He expressed his good feelings to Ague in a clever way.
这到底是一回什么事呢？葫芦里到底卖的是什么药？他有什么话要与阿贵讲？在阿贵身上起了什么念头？但是阿贵虽然满脑子里起伏着疑惑的波浪，同时却又很高兴上楼吃茶。
What on earth is going on? What kind of medicine is sold in the gourd? What did he want to say to Ague? What thoughts came to Ague? But although Ague's mind was filled with doubts, he was very happy at the same time. He went upstairs to have tea.
这意思就是说，阿贵现在可以解决自己所不能解决的问题了。上了楼之后，捡了一个临街的位置坐下。这人很阔绰地将茶房喊到面前，吩咐吃什么茶，要多少油饼。
This means that Ague can now solve problems that he cannot solve. After going upstairs, I found a seat facing the street and sat down. This man generously called the waiter in front of him and ordered what kind of tea to have and how many pancakes he wanted.
倘若另外有什么点心也可以拿来。阿贵见着他那种神情，很觉得讨厌，但是因为要解决自己肚子的问题，也只得等着看他的下文。阿贵很知道他的历史，他曾在 S 纱厂当过工头。
If you have any other snacks, you can bring them. Ague felt disgusted when he saw that look on his face, but because he had to solve his stomach problem, he had to wait and see what he would do next. Ague knows his history very well. He once worked as a foreman in S cotton factory.
后来工头不做了，变成了一个官厅的包探。现在他是一个官立的纱厂工会的委员。在最短的时间，阿贵不能将他的恶迹一一的回忆起来， 因为他的恶迹太多了。
Later, the foreman stopped working and became a government agent. Now he is a member of a government cotton mill union. In the shortest time, Ague could not recall his evil deeds one by one, because there are too many evil deeds.
他虽然与阿贵没发生过直接的关系，但他是阿贵所最恨的人中之一。如果今天不是阿贵饿了、渴了，那阿贵一定是要拒绝与他同一张桌子坐着。阿贵还是继续沉默着。
Although he has no direct relationship with Ague, he is one of the people Ague hates the most. If Ague hadn't been hungry and thirsty today, then Ague would have refused to sit at the same table with him. Ague continued to remain silent.
与他同桌子的人似乎一时也找不出什么话来说。等到茶房将茶和点心都拿来了的时候，这个为阿贵所讨厌的人才殷勤地向阿贵笑道：“吃喝，阿贵，别要客气喝，我们都不是外人。”
The people at the table with him seemed to be at a loss for words. When the waiter brought the tea and snacks, this person whom Ague hated smiled attentively to Ague and said, "Eat, Ague. Don't be polite. We are not outsiders."
当阿贵伸手拿油饼的时候，忽然觉着有点羞辱，脸孔不禁红僵起来。这对于阿贵的确是意外的事情。他，一个为阿贵所讨厌的人，一个无人不知、无人不晓的坏蛋，现在居然向阿贵施恩惠。
When Ague reached out to take the pancake, he suddenly felt a little humiliated and his face turned red. When Ague reached out to take the pancake, he suddenly felt a little humiliated and his face turned red. This was indeed an unexpected thing for Ague. He, a person whom Ague hated, a bad guy who was known to everyone, now actually extended favors to Ague.
请阿贵吃东西，而阿贵也就免言地不加拒绝。这简直是羞辱，羞辱，羞辱啊！阿贵一刹那间觉着实在太羞辱了，但因为肚子太饿了，阿贵终于拿起一块油饼向口里送去。阿贵
invite Ague to eat, but Ague politely refuses. This is simply humiliating, humiliating, humiliating. Ague felt so humiliated for a moment. But because he was so hungry, Ague finally picked up a piece of pancake and put it in his mouth. Invite Ague to eat, but Ague politely refuses. This is simply humiliating, humiliating, humiliating. Ague felt so humiliated for a moment. But because he was so hungry, Ague finally picked up a piece of pancake and put it in his mouth. Ague.
这个为阿贵所讨厌的人一边吃茶，一边继续向阿贵说道：“我听说你被厂里开除了，我心里真不安呐。不料他们也把你开除了，这真是不应当的事情。昨天我见着了张金奎。”
While eating tea, this person whom Ague hated continued to say to Ague, "I heard that you were fired from the factory, and I felt really uneasy. Unexpectedly, they also fired you. This is really something that shouldn't be done." While eating tea, this person whom Ague hated continued to say to Ague, "I heard that you were fired from the factory, and I felt really uneasy. Unexpectedly, they also fired you. This is really something that shouldn't be done. I met Jiang Guangci yesterday."
还把他骂了一顿。阿贵，你晓得吗？盛才，盛才先生。阿贵不知怎样称呼他为好，踌躇了一呼，才说出了“先生”两个字来。承你的好意，我谢谢你。阿贵，别要说客气话吧。 我们都不是外人。
He also scolded him, Ague, do you know? Shinkai, Mr. Shinkai. Ague didn't know how to address him. He hesitated for a moment before saying the word sir. Thank you for your kindness. Ague. Don't say any kind words. None of us are outsiders.
说什么谢不谢呢？真的，我听说你被开除了，心里实在有点气。昨天我向张金奎说，阿贵是一个很忠厚的孩子，就是有什么不对的地方，也应当原谅一点才是，怎么就把他开除了呢？他说
What do you mean by thank you? Really, I heard that you were fired, and I felt really angry. Yesterday I told Jiang Guangci that Ague is a very loyal child. Even if he does something wrong, he should be forgiven. Why was he expelled? What do you mean by thank you? Really, I heard that you were fired, and I felt really angry. Yesterday I told Jiang Guangci that Ague is a very loyal child. Even if he does something wrong, he should be forgiven. Why was he expelled? He said,
只要我李胜才担保，那他张金奎还是可以把你王阿贵收回厂里去的。我说，我自然是可以担保你的。阿贵，你愿再进厂里去吗？阿贵没有作声。李胜才不顾及阿贵脸上的表情。
As long as I, Li Xingkai, guarantee it, then Jiang Guangci can still take you, Wang Ague, back to the factory. I said, of course I can guarantee you. Ague, would you like to go into the factory again? Ague didn't say anything. Li Xingkai ignored the expression on Ague's face.
还是继续很得意地说道：“阿贵，你或者不知道我李胜才是什么样子的人。不瞒你说，我的良心是再好没有的了。只要我能帮助人家的时候，我都尽力帮助。我看你是一个很忠厚的人。”
Still continued to say proudly. Ague, maybe you don't know what kind of person I, Li Sheng, am. To tell you the truth, I have no better conscience. As long as I can help others, I will try my best to help. I think you are a very good person. Loyal person.
所以我硬要张金奎把你重新收回厂里去。李胜才说到此地停住了，两眼望着阿贵，似乎等待阿贵表示对于他的感激，但是阿贵低着头吃茶，在形式上很冷淡的对于李胜才所说的一切。
So I insist Jiang Guangci take you back to the factory. Li Xingkai stopped here and looked at Ague, as if waiting for Ague to express his gratitude. However, Ague lowered his head and ate tea, and responded to everything Li Xingkai said in a very cold manner.
在内里却暗暗地想到，我在进厂和不在进厂与他李胜才有什么关系呢？他这样的帮助我，到底怀着一种什么意思？他说他的良心很好，我的乖乖，他的良心真好。
But I secretly thought, what does Li Xingkai have to do with whether I enter the factory again or not? What does he mean by helping me like this? He said he has a good conscience, and my darling, he has such a good conscience.
他只当作我不知道他是什么人呢。李胜才虽然没有得着阿贵表示感激的回答，但他以为阿贵是一定很感激他的。被厂里开除了，这是怎样大的灾祸？李胜才能将阿贵重新转到厂里去。
He just thinks that I don't know who he is. Although Li Xingkai didn't get a grateful reply from Ague, he thought that Ague must be very grateful to him. What a disaster it was to be fired from the factory. Only then could Li Sheng transfer Agui to the factory again. Go inside.
这对于阿贵是何等大的恩惠！阿贵不但要感激他，而且要永远的怀念着他而不忘。本着这种意思，李胜才并没觉察到阿贵对于他起了什么疑虑和轻视。吃了一个油饼，吞了几口茶之后，
What a great favor this is to Agui. Agui should not only be grateful to him, but also miss him forever. With this intention, Li Xingkai did not realize that Agui had any doubts and contempt for him. After eating a fried cake and swallowing a few sips of tea,
他转入了教训的态度，继续向阿贵说道：“不过阿贵，你的年纪很轻，年轻人做事总有些错误。你这一次被厂里开除了，固然是张金奎的糊涂所干出来的，可是你也有些不对的地方。”
He turned to the attitude of teaching a lesson and continued to say to Agui, "But Agui, you are very young, and young people always make mistakes when doing things. Although the reason why you were fired from the factory this time was due to Jiang Guangci's confusion, there is also something wrong with you."
譬如你同他们组织什么工会啊，说一些资本家不好的话，老弟，莫怪我说你，这实在是不对的事情。我知道你很喜欢革命，今年春天你同李全发几乎天天在一道。
For example, if you organize some kind of labor union with them and say something bad about the capitalists. Brother, don't blame me for saying that to you, this is really wrong. I know you like revolution very much. This spring you and Li Chuanfa were together almost every day.
向工人宣传什么增加工资、减少时间、反对资本家，那时我想劝劝你，可是怕你不相信，所以我也就没作声。好，到后来革命革得好，李全发把头都挤掉了，你说这倒何苦来？
Propaganda to workers about increasing wages, reducing time, and opposing capitalists. I wanted to persuade you at that time, but I was afraid that you wouldn't believe it, so I kept silent. Well, later on, when the revolution was successful, Li Chuanfa had his head cut off, so why bother?
我老实向你说一句，什么革命不革命，这都是瞎闹，千万别要上他们的当。老弟，我们千万别要做猪头三，革命把头急掉了，那才不上算呢。我们活着不好，要去把头送掉干嘛呢？
Let me tell you honestly, whether there is revolution or not, this is all nonsense. Don't be fooled by them. Brother. We must not be pig-headed 3. If the revolution takes off the head, then it doesn't count. If our life is not good, why should we give away our heads?
什么革命革命，老实向你说，只有猪头三去做这种傻瓜的事情。你看看，李全发因为革命把头送掉了，这倒何苦来呢？啊，哎，因为什么革命革命的，也不知死了多少猪头三。盛才先生。
What kind of revolution? To be honest with you, only Zhu Tu-san would do such a stupid thing. Look, Li Chuanfa lost his head because of the revolution, why bother? Ah. Well. Because of the revolution, I don't know how many Zhu Tu-san died. Mr. Xingkai.
阿贵忽然抬起头来，向李胜才问道：“你现在不也是天天在喊革命吗？”哈哈，李胜才笑起来了，他的金牙齿在阿贵的眼中放光，这更增加了阿贵厌恶的心情。阿贵，你真太老实了。
Agui suddenly raised his head and asked Li Xingkai, aren't you calling for revolution every day now? Haha. Li Xingkai laughed. His golden teeth shone in Agui's eyes, which only increased Agui's disgust. Agui, you are so honest.
你难道不懂得现在我们口中所喊的革命吗？哈哈，我们的革命是很安全的，越急越有好处，越有钱用，不像李全发的革命把李全发的头都革掉了。革命也有许多种类呢。
Don't you understand the revolution we are calling now? Ha ha. Our revolution is very safe. The more revolutions we make, the more benefits and money we will have. It is not like Li Quanfa's revolution, which removed all of Li Quanfa's heads. There are many types of revolutions.
如果你王阿贵跟着我一道革命，那我保管你永远不会被厂里开除，而且弄得好也可以得到一个小官做做，多弄几个钱用用。老弟，你晓得吗？人一辈子顶要紧的是快活快活。
If you, Wang Agui, follow me in the revolution, then I guarantee that you will never be fired from the factory, and if you do well, you can also get a small official position and make some extra money. Brother, do you know? The most important thing in a person's life is to be happy.
能够弄钱的时候，就多弄几个钱快活一下，旁的什么都是狗屁。现在是我们弄钱的时候了，只要能弄到钱，管他妈的什么革命不革命。我现在也天天喊着革命，可是我们的革命是关的。
When you can make money, just make some more money to be happy. Anything else is bullshit. Now is the time for us to get money. As long as we can get money, it doesn't matter what revolution it is. I still shout for revolution every day, but our revolution is official.
不但没有危险，而且可以升官发财，这种革命，阿贵你说何乐而不为呢？阿贵听了这一片话，又见着李胜才那种得意的神情，不觉异常的愤恨，想打李胜才几个耳光，教训他一番。
Not only is there no danger, but you can get promoted and make a fortune. This kind of revolution, Agui, tell me, why not do it? After hearing these words and seeing Li Xingcai's proud expression, Agui felt unusually resentful and wanted to slap Li Xingcai a few times to teach him a lesson.
但转而一想，又觉得不值得。李胜才仍然没有觉察出阿贵的意思，还是继续说道：“阿贵，现在是我们快活的时候了。一个人在世上应当放聪明些，别要太拘板了。”
But when I think about it again, I feel it's not worth it. Li Xingcai still didn't realize what Agui meant, so he continued. Agui, now is the time for us to be happy. A person should be smarter in this world and not be too rigid.
李全发何尝不是一个好人呢？可惜他走错了路，结果弄得糟糕之至。阿贵，请你听我的话是不错的。你的年纪很轻，还不知道世道是什么味呢。我劝你把一切什么革命的思想都抛掉。
Isn't Li Chuanfa a good person? Unfortunately, he took the wrong path and ended up in a terrible situation. Agui, it's good to ask you to listen to me. You are very young and don't know what the world is like. I advise you to throw away all revolutionary ideas.
别要走错了路。我李胜才虽然不是什么出色的人物，可是阿贵你看，我现在是很惬意的。现在热天到了，穿的是绸子做的小褂裤，工会的委员做做，身边的大龙羊是不缺少的。
don't go the wrong way. Although I, Li Xingkai, am not an outstanding person, you see, Ague, I am very comfortable now. Now that the hot weather is here, I am wearing a small silk gown. I am a member of the labor union, and there is no shortage of de Longyang around me.
你看可不好吗？有的是门路，只要人会找罢了。阿贵，如果你愿意的话，我是一定要帮你忙的。那什么进厂不进厂，还是一件小事。我可以使你有钱用，有好衣服穿，而且可以不受人家的气。
Doesn't it look good to you? There are many ways, as long as people know how to find them. Ague. If you are willing, I will definitely help you. Doesn't it look good to you? There are many ways, as long as people know how to find them. Ague. If you are willing, I will definitely help you. So whether to enter the factory or not is still a small matter. I can make you rich, have good clothes, and not be angry with others.
阿贵，我说的是老实话，并不同你开玩笑。我看你是一个很忠厚的人，不忍你走错了路。要是外人，我能够对你说这些话吗？有的是门路。李胜才越说越表示出一种得意的神情。
Ague. I'm telling the truth and I'm not kidding you. Ague. I'm telling the truth and I'm not kidding you. I think you are a very loyal person and I can't bear for you to take the wrong path. If I were an outsider, could I say these words to you? There are many connections, Li Xingkai said more and more proudly.
而不注意到阿贵对于他所说的抱着什么态度。只要人会找，阿贵，你懂得吗？你现在是很倒霉的，我知道。不过这并不要紧，只要你听我的话，那及时就可以得到很好的事情做。
He didn't notice Ague's attitude towards what he said. As long as people can find you, Ague, do you understand? You are very unlucky now, I know, but it doesn't matter. As long as you listen to me, you can get something good to do immediately.
保管你不愁缺钱用。你的家里是很穷的，你不但应当多挣一点钱图自己快活，而且应当多挣一点钱养家。你看你的2位老人家是多么可怜，你应当孝顺父母啊。不过你应当明白。
I guarantee you won't have to worry about lack of money. Your family is very poor. Not only should you earn more money to make yourself happy, but you should also earn more money to support your family. Look how pitiful your 2 old people are. You should be filial to your parents. But you should understand.
那什么鼓吹罢工，组织工会，要求增加工资，反对资本家，一些傻瓜的事情，不但不能使你得到好处，而且有性命的危险。那李全发是一个例子，其他被捉去枪毙的也不知有多少。
Advocating strikes, organizing trade unions, demanding wage increases, opposing capitalists, and other stupid things will not only not benefit you, but will also put your life in danger. Li Chuanfa is an example, and there are countless others who were arrested and shot.
老实告诉你，这简直不是门路。门路是有的，只要你听我的话。我实在看你是一个很忠厚的孩子，所以很想帮助你。阿贵，你愿意我帮助你吗？啊，你说了半天，阿贵硬忍着火气。
To tell you the truth, this is simply not the way to go. There is a way, as long as you listen to me. I really think you are a very loyal child, so I really want to help you. Ague, do you want me to help you? Ah. You've been talking for a long time, Ague said. holding back his anger.
勉强这样的说道，我简直不明白是一回什么事。你说你要帮助我，你到底怎么样帮助我呢？怎么样帮助你？我说出来你就明白了。李胜才将头伸至阿贵的面前，恐怕别人听见也是的。
He reluctantly said, I simply don't understand what's going on. You said you wanted to help me. How on earth do you help me? How can I help you? You will understand if I tell you. Li Xingkai stretched his head in front of Agui, fearing that others might hear him.
轻轻地说道，我们工会里现在要找一个人当暗探，专门探听工人开会等等的事情，薪水是很大的，一个月差不多有30元的样子。弄得好，多破几回案子，还有另外的赏钱。
He said softly, Our union is now looking for someone to be a spy, who specializes in spying on workers' meetings and other things. The salary is very high, almost 30 yuan a month. If you do it well, you can break it a few times. There is another reward for the case.
这个差事真是再好没有了。阿贵，你愿意干吗？只要我说一句话，这个差事是不会让别人得去的。我看你是一个很可靠的人，所以我很希望你干，帮你一点忙。阿贵，你说你愿意干吗？
This job couldn't be better. Agui, what are you willing to do? As long as I say a word, no one else will be allowed to do this job. I think you are a very reliable person, so I really hope you can help me. Agui, what did you say you were willing to do?
机会是不可失的鹤。阿贵觉着自己心中的愤火在熊熊地燃烧着，无论如何是要爆裂的了。他已经将拿着茶杯的右手缩到桌子底下，预备使力地给他一拳。但恰巧在这个当，
The opportunity is not to be missed. Agui felt that the anger in his heart was burning, and it was about to burst anyway. He had already retracted the right hand holding the teacup under the table, and was preparing to punch him hard. But it happened to be at this moment.
茶房走来泡茶，并询问还要添点心吗？阿贵的决心被茶房所阻止了。李胜才料定阿贵一定是不会拒绝的。30元1月的薪水，而且另外还有赏钱，而且事情并不困难，较之在工厂内做工。
The waiter came to make tea and asked if he wanted more snacks. Agui's determination was blocked by the waiter. Li Xingkai expected that Agui would not refuse. The salary is 30 yuan a month, and there is also a reward, and the work is not difficult, compared with working in a factory.
也不知要相差多少倍。阿贵没有工作了，阿贵是一个很穷很穷的小子，忽然来了这么一个好差事，阿贵应当感激而泣才是。阿贵应当向李胜才这个天大的恩人3叩首。
I don't know how many times the difference is. Agui no longer has a job. Agui is a very poor boy. Suddenly such a good errand came. Agui should cry with gratitude. Agui should kowtow 3 times to Li Xingkai, this great benefactor.
在说了这一片话之后，李胜才也就等待着这个。但是阿贵却具着别一种心理，不但不觉着感激，而且觉着一种莫可言喻的侮辱。这真是为聪明的李胜才所不能料到的了。阿贵。
After saying these words, Li Xingkai was waiting for this. But Agui had a different mentality. Not only did he not feel grateful, but he also felt an indescribable insult. This was something that the smart Li Shenkai could not have expected. Agui. After saying these words, Li Shenkai was waiting for this. But Agui had a different mentality. Not only did he not feel grateful, but he also felt an indescribable insult. This was something that the smart Li Shenkai could not have expected. Agui.
李胜才沉吟了一呼，说道：“你与张应生认识吗？”“我与他是认识的。你问他干什么？你知道他住在什么地方吗？”“不知道。”阿贵及时在李胜才的眼光中明白了他问张应生的意思。
Li Shenkai pondered for a while and said, "Do you know Jiang Guangci?" "I know him. Why are you asking him? Do you know where he lives?" "I don't know." Agui immediately understood in Li Shenkai's eyes what he meant by asking Jiang Guangci.
不禁替张应生危急，这小子又在打张应生的念头了。阿贵一边想，一边又轻轻的，就同声音有点颤动也似的重复了一句：“我不知道他住在什么地方。”李胜才很审问的看了阿贵几眼。
"I can't help but feel anxious for Jiang Ying. This kid is obsessed with Jiang Yingxing again." Agui thought, and repeated softly, as if his voice was trembling, "I don't know where he lives." Li Shenkai looked at Agui interrogatingly.
接着便又伸着头向阿贵轻轻地说道：“阿贵，你要说实在话，如果你真知道他住在什么地方，你就应当告诉我啊。如果你告诉我，我及时就可以拿20块洋钱给你做报酬。”
Then he stretched out his head and said softly to Agui, "Agui, you have to tell the truth. If you really know where he lives, you should tell me. If you tell me, I can give you 20 yuan as reward immediately."
好机会是不可以失去的，我一定要尽力的提拔你。阿贵，一个人不能太居板了。当有钱的时候就要拿钱，不必问到别的事情。况且张应生又不是你的好朋友，何必为着他隐瞒呢？阿贵。
Good opportunities cannot be lost. I must try my best to promote you. Agui, you can't be too rigid. When you have money, you should take it without asking about anything else. Besides, Jiang Yingxing is not your good friend, so why hide it for him? Agui.
你要晓得，你即刻就可以拿到20块大洋喝。忽然啪啪的2声，阿贵照着李胜才的面孔重重的击了2掌。李胜才只顾说话，未提防到这个，霎时间被阿贵击得昏马儿糊涂了。
You have to know that you can get $20 right away. Suddenly there were 2 snaps, and Agui slapped Li Shenkai hard twice on the face. Li Shenkai was just talking and didn't notice this, and was instantly knocked unconscious and confused by Agui's blow.
阿贵掌击了李胜才之后，及时拿起自己的小褂子，很迅速地走下楼去，并没曾顾及到茶客们对于他的这种行动是如何的惊异。阿贵走了几十步，忽然在拥挤的人众中立住了脚步。
After Agui slapped Li Shenkai, he immediately picked up his little gown and walked downstairs very quickly, not caring how surprised the tea guests were at his action. Agui walked dozens of steps and suddenly stopped in the middle of the crowded crowd.
他很失望地自对自地说道：“我为什么不把他打死呢？哎，我忘记了，张应生的手枪在我的手里，他想害张应生，我顶好用张应生的手枪将他打死。 哎，我真是糊涂，他比张金奎还要坏呵。
He said to himself, very disappointed. Why didn't I beat him to death? Alas! I forgot. Zhang Yingxing's pistol is in my hand. He wants to harm Zhang Yingxing. I'd better kill him with Zhang Yingxing's pistol. Alas! I'm so confused. He is even worse than Zhang Jinkui.
张金奎不过是害了我的身体，并没曾伤及我的良心，而他却想用金钱来把我的良心买去。他不但自己作恶，而且要诱惑别人同他一道作恶，真是罪该万死的东西。
Zhang Jinkui only harmed my body and did not hurt my conscience, but he wanted to buy my conscience with money. Not only does he do evil himself, but he also wants to seduce others to do evil with him. He really